Welcome, one and all. We are here to witness the annual celebration of Dota 2 as we are heading on our road to the international. Of course, to get there, we will need some teams to be backing this up. So we are going to be here for the China region to find out which of the two teams in the region will go to Shanghai and hopefully make their Dota dreams come true. My name is Sneh, and once again, I have become very happy and accustomed to this. I am joined by my main man, Big Liz, Lizardo, Mara Lizardo. You even got the guitar next to you, dog. So I know you're in the mood for some good Dota 2.
Yo, I am. I'm in mood for the Guitar Hero as well. Dota Guitar Hero, Largo. But of course, look, it's 6 a.m. On the clock right here in Bosnia right now. I was a bit excited, like the sleep schedule was a bit iffy, not too many hours of sleep, but overall I feel well rested. I guess we have good Dota coming up ahead of us. It's TI. I mean, when TI season comes up this close, there's a special feel in the air, you know? And all of these games, they matter more than anything else through the year. Every single player's dream is to get to TI, even if they've been there multiple times in a row, like some of these players have been. So these games matter more than anything else for the career paths of the players coming in. And of course, with that gravitas in the air, it's they make everything more fun.
Yeah, it's going to be some really fun Dota coming up. Of course, because it's TI qualifiers, there's a tradition we always have, the bloodbath of China. Vici Gaming, Raw, Team Resilience, Yakult Brothers, Team Refuser, Cloud Rising, Great Track, and Game Master. Of course, some of these players are a little bit more unknown. But Lizard, how is it possible that every single year, China always reshuffles, the same names will just go to different teams, but no matter what, it always just ends up being a bloodbath in the qualifiers?
Dude, I can't even keep up anymore. When it comes to China, if you look at the team name, you're like, okay, I know who's playing there. And then you open it up and you're like, wait, what? What happened? If we had a time machine and we took someone with like this, with this exact screen, right? And you showed this to them. First and foremost, like if you go back 3-4 years, the only team they would recognize would be Vici Gaming, right? Like everyone else, more or less, Roar Gaming here and there. Yakult came recently, like maybe a couple of years ago, so they'd be surprised. But overall, they wouldn't be surprised when they opened up the rosters because, like you said, the players are more or less the same.
Yeah, year in, year out, these guys all shuffle around. And today, they are going to be competing up against one another. We start the day with Raw Gaming taking on Team Refuser, followed up by Resilience versus Cloud Rising, Yakult Brothers and Game Master, and then Vici Gaming will close out the day against the side of Great Track. Just looking at the rosters at first glance, at first value, do you have a particular team that you feel, okay, these are the favorites? Because there are 2 slots in the region. So before we even have a single moment of gameplay, who's your predictions? Which 2 teams are coming out of this bracket?
Oh, I feel like there's just... If I look at the names that I'm comfortable with, the names that I'm watching a lot, the teams that have been around on lands and stuff, there's like 4 teams that are standing out. Some of them from the qualifier, of course, some of them that got invited. You have Game Master, Fly Moon, JT, of course. You have Vici Gaming. I mean, we're kind of used to them already. Yakult, Team Refuser. Everyone else, in my opinion, might be not as strong, but at the same time, that's only my opinion coming from a place of just comfort with the players that have been around for a really long time and that have made a name for themselves. But the thing is, I feel like in Dota, same like in the World Cup right now that I'm sure you're watching, like anyone can beat anyone, you know, like the level of Dota is really high even in the tier 2 scene, especially when nerves come into play as well. When you're trying to qualify for TI, who the hell knows what's going to happen? Like maybe your star player that won a TI that's right now in the qualifier won't even make it.
That's the very scary thing about these qualifiers, is that there are people, like you say, who've been to large tournaments, who've won lands. Hell, there's people in this qualifier that have achieved podium finishes at TI, and then it's like, well, it could still just not be your day, you know? I'm sure most of us are looking at a Vici gaming and saying, oh, that should just be the standard. Vici should go through. But I would say, outside of Vici, I'm actually not sure about the second team. Like Resilience, Yaku's Brothers, Refuser, and Game Master, all of them have like some decent shouts, some decent kind of argument to make it. All of them have players that have played at TI. So it's going to be very fun to witness. I do think this first game, though, that we are going to be heading into, Raw Gaming versus Team Refuser, it's a tough way to start the tournament for Roar because Team Refuser, man, if you're just talking about the pedigree of the names that are on this roster, you have Monet, bro, Paparazzi, Yang making a comeback, Boboka and Paulison. If I'm on Raw Gaming, like, what do you say to the boys to make sure that you're not overawed by who you're playing against and just can focus on your individual game?
Do you think they will be? I mean, of course, we're playing versus, like you said, stars against you. These guys are insane. But you tell yourself, guys, there's a reason why we have been invited and these guys had to go through a qualifier. There's a reason. And you go with that. That's the first step. Overall, I don't think anyone needs extra motivation to go into these games. So when you're playing versus anyone, even versus players that have won TI in this qualifiers, I think that you shouldn't be too afraid because this is all there is, right? Like this is the burn the boats kind of a scenario. You have no other way but forward, and I expect everyone to show their A game. I don't think they need too much of a pep talk.
Okay, we'll see if they have that internal motivation as we are about to get into our first draft, not just of the China region, but of the TI qualifiers in their totality. Team Refuser will be playing on the Dire side with the second pick, and then Team Raw or Raw Gaming will be first pick on the Radiant side. I will say one thing that's interesting about Raw Gaming, 4 of the 5 players have been together since last year. They played the last TI qualifiers and they got 4th place, which is a pretty decent result given how stacked that qualifier was. So that's one thing they can probably say to themselves, that guys, when it comes to team cohesion, understanding the amount of time we've actually practiced together, we're lapping these guys. Team Refuser just got together. Meantime, we've been in the trenches as a squad.
Yeah, and you know what as well, because you know the Team Refuser just came together. Sometimes that could be a bonus for them because you don't really know what to expect. However, like you said, they did play a qualifier, and that info is available for you. So you can just open it up, check what's happening, check what heroes they've been picking, ban accordingly, pick accordingly. Let's see what they get.
Well, they are going to be starting off on the side of Raw Gaming with the Axe pick at the beginning of the draft, having banned out the Beastmaster Coddle as well as the IO. And on the side of Team Refuser, thank God, no Lone Druid, no Treant, no Clockwork, no Puck. Things have changed since last time you and I have casted together. What do you think has been the biggest shift in the meta in that time period?
There's a couple of heroes that are coming back in and out, and every time I play, you can kind of see that. There's this Treant that has been banned out by Team Refuser that is very annoying. Just when you think that the hero is gone, that you don't have to just get wrecked by a tree in the lane 24/7, he comes back and he does the same thing over and over again. But when it comes to some other heroes, I really, out of the ones that have been banned and picked, I'm maybe a little bit surprised by the Largo. I feel like the hero is steadily falling off. But the players are finding new ways of playing it. Like you saw Tai Long playing it mid, right? Like if you're playing versus something very annoying that something that is very annoyed by playing versus this spell. Something that I have experimented in my 100 Largo games. The moment the hero came out, I'm like, damn, this is a new hero that I'm gonna learn. I'm not gonna let it just ignore it and play against it all the time. I was always thinking, like, Ember is, on paper, really bad versus Largo on mid. Same goes for Monkey King. Even though he's melee, you can just lick off the Jingo stacks. A lot of heroes that play around debuffs, like Quap as well. Quap, surprisingly, isn't as bad because she can just play around Scream. But there's a lot of heroes that need to apply dots to win lanes. That's why he's good against them. Another hero that, in recent couple of weeks, really went sky up in the pick rate is the Axe, by the way. Speaking of meta, I feel like that's... I would say Axe is probably the hero that has been picked up again the most. SF on the carry role, of course, is very popular too. When it comes to some other offlaners, Lycan is coming back like in a pretty significant way, and we have seen some Darkseer being played here and there when it comes to like off-meta picks on the offlane that are coming back up, and they're doing the good old Helm of Dominator build on Darkseer, which is something that I do like. I do think Darkseer has potential, by the way. The hero has been buffed in a lot of patches, so pointy head boy enjoyer
very
here.
happy.
Yeah.
Good, like, yo, some free MMR for me to be spamming out.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you one more thing about like the way the meta has changed, right? Let's just quickly take a look at what's been happening in the draft. Refuser came out with the Phoenix, and then Raw Gaming went back for the Hoodwink Shadow Fiend. There's an absurd amount of damage on the side of Raw. Like, this is actually kind of crazy. Just the Hoodwink and the Shadow Fiend, they can sort of focus on just getting control for the rest of the draft, because they don't really need much more damage just with these two being picked up.
Yeah, basically, but when it comes to control, they're not really that weak either, are they? Like, you have Hoodwink, you have Axe, it's already kind of good. The setup could be a little bit better, maybe. When it comes to the game itself versus Phoenix and Windrunner, I mean, they're fine. You have Blade Mail Axe, you have Blink Axe, probably. We'll see where the Windrunner will go. Or Windranger. I gotta do the Valve correct naming here. I am doing a Valve event after all. Windranger. I'm sorry, Valve. Don't kick me, please. It has been mostly a carry, by the way, right? Like Windranger. There are some players that play it on 4, but most of the time it is the carry position from her. The laning itself versus Axe is fine. It's okay. If you get Blink Blade Mail cold, it's always a problem, but overall it's a problem for almost any carry. And now you have Dawn, something to mitigate a little bit of that insta burst damage that comes through the call. It's a really good hero. Enigma is coming back up in popularity. Dawnbreaker counters that. She's good versus Void. She's good versus anything that has this single target initiation or AoE initiation, basically.
They also just have a lot more heal right now on the side of Refuser. With the Dawnbreaker and the Phoenix together, does mean that Raw might be considering getting a hero that can pick up the Spirit Vessel, or just trying to get bigger burst damage. They already have so much damage for themselves. And dude, they're just doubling down on this whole, we're not going to let anybody die. We bring in the Tusk as well, so we have that Snowball save against the Blink Core, Snowball interrupt for the Shadow Fiend, another way to dodge it, Ice Shards for the lane. Ember does make sense, you know, is a hero that can pick up either the Mage Slayer or the Spirit Vessel. I feel like this game, Mage Slayer is not that important. I feel like you have to buy a Spirit Vessel into this draft.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think so too. We'll see what he goes for. Vessel is just a good option for him in any game. I feel like a lot of Embers are going Mage Slayer anyway, but yeah, I like the Vessel. But a very different approach to... very different two strategies clashing here, by the way. I feel like when I look at Refuser, they have a very stable draft, a very strong one, but I feel like this Windranger needs to play a bit more actively than the SF has to. I think SF can just chill and farm and just dodge everything. Dawnbreaker picked into SF, of course, with Tusk. The lane itself, on paper, should not be that simple for him. This is a pretty difficult lane for the SF. Whenever you have two heroes that can get on top of you, like Marcy, Dawnbreaker offlane, these kind of heroes, Primal Beast, are really annoying for him. But overall, his team, I was gonna say play faster, but they play faster only after a couple of items have been purchased. Most importantly, it's the Blink and Blade Mail on Axe. Once you have that, you can play the map with multiple heroes, but up to that point, it's only Ember, Hoodwink, and plus whatever the last support will be. So something to set up for the SF on the safe lane. SF plus what? SF Bane? They banned out the Bane, actually, never mind.
There's no clock either, there's no treant. We've seen some SF Lich lanes, but I don't know if you want to really be playing that into Dawnbreaker Tusk. I'm actually not sure.
They're kind of flexible when it comes to their last pick. I don't think that their draft is massively missing anything on Roar. I feel like they have options basically for the last pick support. The Silencer was a good ban, Techies was a good ban. Techies was a fantastic ban, by the way. Like, Techies position 5 in this game would have really wrecked them. Just the disarm versus AoE disarm versus 2 heroes, right? So, could have been really good.
I'm curious to see what Refuse are going to go for the mid lane, because I do feel like something's missing in terms of pace around the map. Like, who does things on this draft right now for Refuser? You know, the Tusk, you were mentioning the Wind Ranger needs to be more active, and that's sort of a consequence of that, right? That, like, the Tusk is the only one that makes really good moves on the map. Dawnbreaker normally plays very far from her team. She's just sitting in the jungle, waiting for the initiation. So, I don't know. Who are you feeling for the mid lane then? For Refuser to actually sort of, you know, juice up the tempo of the draft?
I really like the 2 bans from Roar. They're basically are saying, yeah, you guys aren't going to play this game. Like, they could go maybe a Monkey King on Refuser, you know, versus Ember. If they believe that that kind of matchup is still very strong. Like, we have seen it a couple of times. They can maybe go Slardar, you know, just get some extra... Tide Hunter, what the? Oh, is this a 5? This is a 5 Tide Hunter, dude.
Hey, don't be surprised. Remember, over the last few years, right? Remember, this is the region where we became accustomed to seeing 5 Tide, 5 Brewmasters or whatever, position 4 axes. So if there's any region, bro, Red Panda's in these qualifiers. Maybe his aura is spreading to the other teams.
Dude, I mean, this... I did say they're very flexible with their draft, so I mean, this is Team Refuser is nasty. Like, they don't want to play they don't want to play a normal Dota. You know, they just want to out heal you, out survive you. They don't have to kill you fast. They just need to kill you slowly. They have control, more or less, from Tusk. It's not a lot, I gotta admit, but. It's going to be a very interesting game. I feel like Butterfly Effect definitely needs that vessel that you talked about now. Like, he needs it. And it's not going to be an easy lane for him. This Necro, by the way, is another hero that is being picked quite a lot. It's played everywhere. It's played on mid, it's played on safe. Offlane, of course, isn't really as popular, but mid and safe lane, and he's really damn strong. Every time I play versus Necro recently, I get surprised. Not by the heals, not by the damage output itself, by his right clicks. Like, his right clicks have one of the weirdest animations and projectiles in the game if you really pay attention to it, because it's something like a Centaur or a Centaur Creep or a Razor, where the projectile damages you before it actually hits you completely. You know, like the green laser thing flying, the green whatever it is dot flying at you. It damages you before it truly connects. But in any case, all that aside, Necro is a fantastic hero right now. The normal build is usually just Radiance into Shard, into whatever, but you can go for Consecrated Wraps. There's just a lot of options. In this kind of a game, I even think Wraps and just tanking up and going in as a team is a really good option for him.
We'll see if the nastiness of that Monet Necrophos will come through into fruition here in the first game of the day. Of course, it does mean that some interesting things happen in the draft. We're actually getting a position 5 Axe instead of the position 5 Tide Hunter here. So position 5 Axe, mid lane Wind Ranger as well, coming in on the side of Refuser Gaming. So it's definitely going to be a fun game. Some interesting draws from both of these lineups. One thing that I am still a bit concerned about when I'm watching this is the right clicks can get crazy, but man, dude, this heal is a big problem. They need to find solutions ASAP. If Butterfly Effect has a bad lane, I feel like if they have to, it's probably better to even sacrifice one of the side lanes just to make sure that Ember can get that early vessel before the tankiness really starts to kick in.
I really just want to see what the hell this Axe position 5 does. Like, if it's, and what the big idea behind this it is. Of course, the big idea was to get a better lane on the offlane. They get themselves the Tide. They get some minus armor with the SF as well, right? Like, you get Gush, Aghanims eventually as well. It's kind of okay. But it's another hero that kind of dies to Necro plus Sunray. Like, Tide Hunter is a tanky boy that's really hard to kill. Well, if you have Reaper Sight, it's not. It's very easy to kill him then.
See if anybody does die here, as we have our first little skirmish. Does not go the way of anybody. However, Refuser do win the war for the bounty rune, so they're going to pick up 3. That's not what you want to see, you know, if you're on the side here of Raw Gaming. That damn, guys, not even 3.
I think it's 4.
4.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah, almost as many red cards your team got in the
Oh
World Cup.
my god. Hey, Mexico got one of them. Mexico got one of them. It wasn't just us.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. But let's see, like, Wind Ranger, by the way, is going to be mid, so they put the Necro up top. Which is maybe a little bit interesting to me, because I have seen Necro do pretty well versus Ember recently. I thought that's the plan, but okay, they put the Wind Ranger mid instead. She will also have a pretty decent time, of course.
Necro though, he's actually dying. Monet falling extremely low. Double S able to find the first blood on the Tidehunter, and they're still putting pressure out onto Paulison. Clove did have to retreat too low on the HP on the Hoodwink. But nonetheless, Monet definitely did not come into this lane expecting that he'd be the one to die for first blood. 2 heals in the lane, but it's still not enough.
If a hero could be a painter, though, it would be Necro, right? Like, he has this... besides Grimstroke, which is the obvious answer. But in any case, in all seriousness, I didn't expect him to die top that easily. Hoodwink was even zoned out. Phoenix was right next to him. He still dies. This is rough. Keep in mind that these 2 heroes on top lane are basically 90% physical, like Tidehunter and Hood. So it shouldn't be that hard of a lane for Necro plus Phoenix. I actually think this is a really good lane for Necro plus Phoenix, but okay, not if you feed first blood.
Take a gander at how things are going on the other side of the map, where Kismet is having really the time of his life in this lane. This Axe has seemingly been putting in that work. Yang has 5 CS to his name, while the Shadow Fiend has 12. How did he accomplish this? Were you watching this bottom side?
Yeah, I mean, I've glanced. I dabbled in bot lane. Basically, he is spamming Battle Hunger and zoning them out that way. The thing is, about Dawnbreaker and Tusk, they do need level 2, right? At least level 2 to make things happen. You can't really harass the SF if you can't get on top of him. And with tag team alone, without Snowball, without Ice Shards, that's not possible. And another thing here is, Axe will most likely get Call level 2, right? Unless he wants to do some jungling shenanigans. So if you snowball onto SF, there's just a very good chance you will get called and turned on. So this bot lane might be a very good way of solving it for Radiant, with the Axe 5, that is.
I'm low-key hoping that they lose this lane, because this tech will be disgusting. They are going to bring in Paulison to try go 3-man. Lloyd does find the 2-hero call, but Paulison with the Fire Spirit is still able to put pressure on the Shadow Fiend, and they get Kismet down. Lloyd will burn out, almost dead, 7 HP, he survives. There is vision though, so he doesn't get out, and Paulison, fantastic rotation. Might have seen his Necroforce sacrifice the first blood, but he rectifies the problem on the other side of the map.
He's still sticking around, by the way. If SF shows his face, they will just dive him again. Well, there's no actual dive on the Phoenix, 10 more seconds on the spell. One of the powers of Necro is you can literally leave this hero solo very early on.
Lloyd will scout out Paulison on the gates. He knew that they... somebody told him, they're like, yo, bro, we haven't seen this Phoenix in lane still, so just go check. So it makes the right call, ensures that the SF can stay safe and farming. But they might still go on him anyway. They're looking for him here, Liz. They have to bring in another hero for the rotation. Snowball forward, Kismet getting jumped upon. Clove is here, but it might be too late. Kismet dies before the Hoodwink can turn this around, and now all of a sudden they have the numerical advantage. Lloyd joins them in the grave. Clove might just have sacrificed himself here, but they don't feel any need to dive him under the tower. They've gotten what they came for. The Shadow Fiend is dead and will not have a TP once he respawns. Walk of shame on the cards for Kismet.
We got debated a little bit by the level 1 action, right? Like level 1, it looked really good for SF and Axe, but the moment they got level 2, the moment they got Snowball, which is literally what we talked about, right? The lane started looking really rough. Of course, Phoenix rotation as well did help. It helped quite a bit. I think that first call was actually on point, and maybe SF would have lived if not for the Phoenix rotation. So even though they had a good plan with the Axe, the execution was a little bit better on the side of Refuser, especially because of Phoenix.
The action has abated somewhat on the bottom side of the map. They do have 3 heroes here because Clove has not actually vacated this area. Going to leave the Tidehunter to play 1v1 top lane. So we have ourselves 2 sides opting for some tri-lane scenarios. Unfortunately, this will mean less experience for Shadow Fiend, and of all the carries in the game, I think he's one of the most experienced stars. This guy cannot be behind on experience, even if he's up on gold.
It's also one of the easiest heroes to tilt out of the game, by the way. Just so you know, for your pubs, if you see an SF, it's always the best hero to just completely crush in the lane. Chances of them giving up are really high. That's not something that we can expect from Kismet, but mentally it is a hard game to play, like you said, for SF. Not only because of the experience duration. Hold that thought, SS, no?
It's getting gone on by Papa. The Boca there giving the tag team. Eventually, SS will die. No level 6, so no Ravage CP available. This is a very good kill. Not only was the Wind Ranger doing very well in the lane, but this win will help bottom lane. They're going in right now. Lloyd got the call out onto Yang. Kismet can't find all the razors, but will not need them. They have more than enough right-click damage. Clove will contribute with a young Bushwhack. And that is finally some revenge being gained for Raw Gaming in the bottom lane.
It was necessary. This was like pure necessity to slow her down a little bit and to make sure that SF gets something out of the lane. If they can steal this Wisdom Shrine as well, it seems like they will, so the trade probably will be 1-1. Yeah. Unless Paulison goes in. This is dangerous. Ember is around. Like, they could be punished for this now.
Ember is here. He's gonna come in with the Remnant. Yang underneath the tower, but not close enough to dissuade Butterfly Effect. But still, they don't have the damage. They end up just losing out immediately on Axe and the Shadow Fiend. The Wind Ranger with the power shot also rotated to contribute damage. And now Clove can't do anything either. Surrounded by the side here of Team Refuser. Great rotations, great understanding from Refuser. Even though the rotation came first from the Ember, the execution was just way better for the Dire team.
It's their heroes deal just more damage right now. I've honestly, there is nothing more to it. It's just like everyone has a massive, not necessarily a massive nuke, but like a lot of damage plus the heals from the Necro. You just can't fight them right now. It looked okay for our top lane. Monet. Ravage is used.
Dead.
Yeah.
He gets ravaged, he gets surrounded by the SF, who came through with the Hoodwink as well. They should be able to pressure the tower. We'll see if Refuser will decide to try to defend this. They don't, it's tough though. Dawnbreaker doesn't have any mana, so she doesn't have any access to the Solar Guardian. We don't have 6 on Phoenix. Yeah, I think you have to let this one go.
Yeah, even though they used Ravage, they will still get the tower after, so it's a good play. Like, they had, look, losing 2 Wisdom Shrines and losing a fight on a Wisdom Shrine is, in my book, like 70-80% game losing. Minute 7, Wisdom Shrine is that important, especially when you have heroes that really need levels. But a good comeback play on top lane.
Lloyd will just keep spinning away. Doesn't have 6 or any path just yet to the Blink Dagger. Wait, actually, if you're playing position 5 Axe, do you still go straight into Blink or Blade Mail, or is there some kind of other build that you want to try and experiment with?
There was like an Urn build on Axe, where you buy an Urn and then you see how the game goes. You can get the Glimmer or something, like you can go full utility. If your game goes well, of course you want Blink Blade Mail. I think that's still the best way to go about it. Of course, Blade Mail is maybe not as important when you're a support, you know? He bought Tranquil, so maybe even Boots of Bearing on Axe this game, we'll see.
Radiant are scanning.
You see the first rotation coming in from Team Refuser as they are going to bring Monet down bottom. Coming through the Twin Gates. They have been scanned out, but it's too late. Baboka already found the snowball forward onto Kismet. He's going to try buy time with the Requiem, but it will not matter. Monet arrives just in time to throw out that Reaper sight and attain some stacks for himself. Feels good. And while they're here, might as well pressure the tower. Unfortunately, they don't push nearly as quickly as the Radiant side, so it's unlikely that they actually get the whole tower down in the end. Meantime, mid lane though, Paparazzi with the focus fire out onto Butterfly Effect. He will not be able to kill him, but Butterfly Effect won't be able to do the same either. So they just watch each other. Butterfly Effect leaves to collect the haste rune. He is under a lot of pressure though. The provokers come in from the bottom lane. Lloyd will be in some danger. There's going to be a Solar Guardian as well. Yang provides the damage necessary. And they do get the kill. Cost the Supernova in the end, but probably worth it for the side of Refuser.
Yeah, the Supernova and the Dawnbreaker ult, right? So Solar Guardian and Supernova both committed for this. It's kind of a win for Roar Gaming, to be honest. Like, just losing the Axe in the end. They're not in a very good shape to take fights before Sharpshooter is up, right? Maybe with Ravage they can, but without Sharpshooter it's kind of hard to take down big heroes. This Battle Hunger spam so far has been very annoying. Of course, it has been meta like a couple of months ago when Battle Hunger was broken with a different innate on Axe, if you remember, but even like this, just level 3 Battle Hunger, it's a lot of damage if you're not dealing with it, and a lot of slow too.
Look at this, actually. So we have some answers as to how Roar Gaming plan to deal with the heals. Not only are they going Vessel on Butterfly Effect, I believe it's flying out right now, but they also got the additional Urn out onto the Hoodwink. So you want to make sure that no matter what, they have some of that heal disabled in the middle of these fights.
It's gonna be what, like Disperser, Distiller, and the Vessel on Ember Spirit, most likely, right? Every single time I'm buying this item, I queue up Disperser instead of Distiller because I go to search, I press this, and yeah, I get the Disperser queued up on a support. High hopes. Minute 12.
Low. Might get hit here with the shackle shot, gets connected onto. Will they actually chase onto the high ground? They will, and they get the very quick connection. Like you were mentioning earlier, this early game is not just the heal, but the damage output that they have. It's kind of problematic, and you know, SF doesn't really want to be fighting right now, nor does the Tidehunter. He wants to get his next round of items, so feels like they have a lot of free space to play with for Refuser.
They do, but you know what? It's kind of... They were very flexible on their side with the last pick, but maybe they flexed a little bit too hard, you know, with the Axe being position 5. Because when I looked at the 4 heroes that they had, anything you picked on a position 5, kind of anything that brings a nuke or a catch or something allows you to play the game at this point. Axe does not. Like, Axe is... I've sung some praises about the Battle Hunger, but this hero is... Yeah, it's not your Bane, your Lion, your Witch Doctor, your whatever, position 5. It's an Axe, and yeah, usually even as a core he has to farm a lot. We'll see what he can do. Right now it's much easier to play on Refuser.
Did you just see that item that just got picked up by Paparazzi? Specialist Array, first item on Wind Ranger. I have literally never seen this in my entire life. What do you think?
You haven't seen Specialist Array, or...?
No, first item. It's like this first, yeah.
Yeah, it is not super popular, Butterfly Effect mid.
We'll talk about it in a minute. Solar Guardian did come through from Yang, will dissuade Butterfly Effect from continuing the fight, but Double S happy to pop out the Ravage. There is a Supernova on top. Yang, though, will still die before it pops off, and so will Baboka. Supernova will eventually land, but nobody's dead just yet. Beautiful shackle shot coming through. Triple S expended the Reaper Scythe already. The Bushwhack from Clove catches 3 heroes, sets up massive damage from Butterfly Effect. He will die in the end, but he sets up his team to be able to chase down Paparazzi, secure a triple kill for Kismet, and get a early mid-game team wipe. Refuser getting themselves stomped right now by Roar Gaming.
Oh, dude, that was sick. Like, the Ravage, of course, was utilized, but they had so many big items coming into play as well. Like the Mage Slayer on Tide, the Vessel on Ember, everything coming into play, everything coming together. But also on the other side, they didn't really play that all too well, right? Like, even the Reaper side was wasted a little bit too soon. And this go on Ember, when you see the Tidehunter is wrong, honestly, I mean, they got punished, but they kind of deserve to be punished. This was a spanking, definitely in the makings after you go on Ember. They just don't have catch for him. And speaking of itemization of Wind Ranger, by the way, I like it, but I feel like they will be missing some catch for Ember, right? Some Orchids, some Hexes, something.
I mean, right now, the only stuns that they have available is Shackle Shot and Shackle Shot, Snowball, and the Solar Guardian. You know, neither of those are really reliable in any real sense of the word.
Yeah, if you combo them up together, like you can do well. Axe.
He should be dead here. Eye shots, power shot. Ah, Baboka. Bro.
He's getting his
what's
dagger.
this?
He's getting his dagger. It's okay. It's okay. He's 100 gold away now. It's fine.
These support players, what can you do?
Always KSing, as they should, by the way. Nothing wrong with that. KSing is so 2014, man. Like, KS does not exist. It's in your head.
Radiant's bottom tower
We
is
literally,
under
one of the
attack.
teams that I played in years ago was Kill Secure. We came up
There
with
you
the
go.
name to be like, yeah, guys, we gotta keep doing this.
Yeah, the Kill Steal KS does not exist. It's been rebranded to Kill Securing.
Smoke up right now.
Yep.
By the side of Raw Gaming, they want to try and get some work done. Unfortunately, the place they're going to, everybody they wanted to find has already vacated the area. In fact, they're heading top. They might try to jump on double S. They get the vision on top of him. They see him. Will they try to kill him? He's hiding in the trees right now. Collison comes across him. He's like, boys, there's a big beefy watermelon. But they've sort of lost their formations. I don't think they can go on this anymore.
Oh, this
Instead,
second's
Collison, why would he egg there? He was dead no matter what. Now you have a dead Phoenix and Supernova on cooldown.
Yeah, that egg was never going to survive, and he had no teammates around. Maybe he was hoping for something, you know, maybe Tusk jumps in, maybe Dawnbreaker uses her ult, but they already fell back, so it wasn't gonna happen. Right now, honestly, Roar Gaming, I mean, I'm flip-flopping a lot this game, but they're looking strong. They're getting their pipe. I think the worst has passed. They had a very greedy draft, and they kind of managed to survive that crucial point in the mid-game after the laning stage.
Tier 1 tower will fall now for them as well. Kismet, now top of the net worth in the game, despite the several deaths that he suffered in the laning phase. Life is certainly looking good for him. And they're also going to be going for the 4-star on Lloyd, so giving up on the dreams of being able to pick up the straight-up Blink Dagger. But by piecemeal effort, he will find repositioning in these fights. And all of a sudden, that core can come into a big threat.
Yep. It's really good when you're playing with any sort of a glass cannon carry. Any carry at all likes 4 stabs, but they're also playing versus Dawnbreaker versus Tusk with shards, right? Like 4 staff has a lot of value in this game. And they have a lot of magic damage, like in general. You are playing versus a Necro carry. Versus Necro carry, if your own position 1 is purely physical, you need to think about Nullifier. I don't know if you have it in this game. Boka?
He's gone. Very easy kill. Well, at least you got the Blink Dagger, so it turns out the kill was necessary, so it's fine.
Are we getting to a stage where this game is unplayable for Refuse? By the way. They're straight into the pit. Like, my question basically is, on which target do you initiate on? Like, you kind of have to jump the SF, right? But you're playing versus Ravage. Tidehunter and Ember are just not easy kills. I just want to see the Necro damage actually being pumped out.
Well, Necro might have a lot of damage pumped into him right now. There's the Rabbit. Good God, he died so quickly. No Necrophos anymore. There will be a turnaround with the Solar Guardian. They go with the Shackle Shot onto Tidehunter. He ends up dead. Supernova has them plopped down. They're trying to reach it. They lose out on Lloyd before he can get there, but finally they do manage to bring down the egg. Kismet zones back the rest of Refuser with the ultimate. Big cat right there with Yang. Nice little swipe of the massive hammer. Able to get the kill on the SF, but it does cost him his own life in the process. Yang does end up going down. A team fight win yet again for the side of Raw Gaming, and the big winner this time around is Butterfly Effect. He survives until the very end.
He does. It is a win for him, but I would say that Yang saved this fight for Dire. Like, he literally solo saved it by not trying to get away, but instead using Celestial Hammer to get on top of the SF. When they were chasing him, 3.2k damage, of course, is well dealt by the Dawn. They just weren't really quick enough to respond to the Necro go. Like, it took them quite some time to kill the Necro. Tusk might need to rearrange his priorities to be there with the snowball save for the Necro. He tried TPing in, but it takes way too long. It's never going to work.
He just died so fast on that Necro.
Like, after this whole fight, I can see it for Refuser. If they can snowball save the Necro, if he can survive the Requiem or survive the first burst of Ravage, like, I can see it happening. But he's screwing up BKB, by the way, on Necrophis right now. And it's not really an item that this hero truly wants to buy early on. Almost ever in the game. You want to go without the BKB as long as possible.
He was actually queuing Manta before that fight. And then it's the classic thing, right? That always happens with carry players. You're queuing, you have an idea of how you want to build up. You die in an awkward place, you immediately queue BKB. You're like, right, guys, sorry.
yes. It's like, I'm so good, I don't need this, and then the moment you die,
Yeah, okay.
I'm still good, but I might need it. I might still need it.
Tommy was picked up right now by the Radiant lineup. It went towards the Axe. You know, not the greatest, however, given the way that he's been utilizing this Battle Hunger, could stack up quite nicely. They find a quick kill onto Paulison. Clove able to pick that one up with the Sharpshooter. And because Kismet literally just picked up the Hurricane Pike, they would be able to put pressure on the tower. I think they should be able to take this here.
Yeah, with the Tide tanking it, right? Like, he's a very big boy. Doesn't really care about tower damage. They have Ravage, they have Pipe. This is a very big power spike. The BKB on Ember as well. What's happening with the items on Refuser? How many BKBs are up? We have a BKB on Windranger, we have a BKB on Dawn. We don't have a BKB on Necro. This is maybe an opening for them to smoke up, go into the pit perhaps, even just force rush. Getting a pick off, of course, first would be maybe a bit better. You know, fighting in the pit against Egg, against Dawnbreaker, against Power Shot to scout you is not the easiest.
I don't think they'll be able to do it though. They left Kismet off. He was farming some camps. And without the SF, there's 0% chance they can take this Roche. They do get something else though on the map. They finish off a courier and it was bringing in a Pipe of Insight. So Paulison not going to have that available for the upcoming fight. And since they know that there's no Pipe, maybe this is a time to keep trying to make something happen. However, Refuser are playing well in terms of their defensive shape. They're not exposing themselves too much and making it easy to get gone on by Raw Gaming.
Yeah, playing this defensively, of course, can be punished. And this is the way. It always has been. You don't want to fight us? We're going to go into the pit. Now you have to. But there goes the power shot that I talked about. So they have scouted it. Oh, Requiem even used.
Poker goes in. The Requiem was there. Kismet though does still manage to snag up the Aegis. Focus Fire though coming in on top of him. He gets forced off out of the pit, so he's alive. SS doesn't die either. Reaper's Sight, not enough damage. SS though will eventually die, but he gets off the Ravage before he goes down, so he's able to isolate Monet, and they end up killing off that Necrophos. Yang now left in the river as the Axe is chasing after the Wind Ranger. Paparazzi gonna be forced to run himself away. Yang will die. Lloyd keeping the vision, keeping the battle hungers out. They find the bushwhack, they find the jump on butterfly effect, and they find yet another team wipe. Raw Gaming, baby. Dominant so far here in game one.
They get a team fight, they get an Aegis, they only lose one hero and everything was wasted on him, and he manages to Ravage. Oh, this is looking rough for Refuser. Jumping in the way they did. Like, I can see the bait, right? Like, you're jumping in, if you get that Aegis, maybe the fight is completely different. But jumping in the way he does on the Tusk just opens up a free kill on Necro. Like, if you don't have the Tusk to save the Necro, if he cannot just use the Snowball to prevent the first go on Necro, Necro will not survive. Necro just needs one resetting tool, which he doesn't have right now. It's only the Snowball. And I really think they need to save him. Like, they need to find a way of saving the Necro. That's the most important thing. This was close though, of course. If he got the Aegis, maybe it would have been worth it.
Also, Monet's Reaper Sights have been... That's the second time that he expended it on the Tusk, on the Tidehunter. When the Tide is actually not going to die. Like, he has Mage Slayer Pipe, and you're Reapering him at like 60% HP. Like, that's just not going to work though.
Yeah, this time around, he was a bit lower than the last time, but... Yeah, still. Very, very... wrong target to sight. But the thing is, like, you want to sight him... I think that was pre-Ravage, right? Like, he didn't use Ravage, so they wanted to sight him to continue the control so that he dies before Ravage, but that didn't work either. By the way, the double hunger from Axe is actually mega annoying for the Wind Ranger. Like, I've been watching her use Wind Run and still move with 300 movement speed. It's kind of rough.
30% slow on just one tick, so imagine if it's doubled up. Hell, they even use it to siege Roshan, which is kind of crazy, right? That, you know, a shot that you don't normally conceptualize as being good for the macro game. All of a sudden, Lloyd is showing us that, hey guys, there's actually tech here. Meantime, back in the rail game, mid lane, they're jumping in onto Yang. They do manage to get away with the Dawnbreaker. Double S is there, Ravage at the ready, but doesn't want to pop it off just yet. Paparazzi thinking about throwing in the shackle shot. They've got the whole team here, but this looks like just pure PTSD, Liz. You see these heroes, you're like, it's a Tidehunter standing up front. You know what? Every time we've made a jump on that guy, we lose the fight. So maybe this time, let's just go home.
Isn't it so much harder for them to take the fight in any way now? I feel like this is the best call from them. Split the map, just move across the map, move everywhere, because you are not winning this fight. It's only 5k difference, 6k now at 26 minutes, but it's massive considering what heroes you're playing against and the fact that SF has an Aegis. Now you can kill him once maybe, you won't be killing him twice through the BKB. You cannot jump the Tidehunter, obviously, as you said, PTSD at this point. And Ember is also most likely unkillable. He has a full Aghanim's now completed. And it's not even about the active, it's about all the stats that he's got. Like, you're just not killing him fast enough.
What do you think of this build actually on the Wind Ranger? And overall, have you been impressed by this mid-Wind Ranger? We've seen it a couple times in the last few months, but I'll be honest, I've never really been impressed. And I don't think this game is really changing my mind on whether or not this hero belongs in the mid lane.
But let's see what Hydra's Breath does. It's an interesting build. Maybe the Tidehunter will feel it a little bit because of the percentage-based damage. He's a bulky boy, so it might hurt. I mean, what would your other build from mid lane would be the standard carry build, the Wind Ranger, right? Like, I don't think that you can go for anything like an Orchid or something to help out against the Ember, which is, all items talk aside, something that they need. Mid lane Yang is caught.
He is in a lot of trouble. Sharpshooter will come. He'll be forced into popping the BKB, but that will keep him alive. How about Blink Meteor Hammer Wind Ranger? There we go. That's the build, bro. That's the build.
Has been done, by the way, which is interesting.
I know. That's what I'm saying, and I liked it a lot when it was being done.
Yeah. It's a cool build, cool concept, but once again, what they are missing is a way of actually killing the Ember or catching him. Paulson doesn't get it. And doesn't
Lloyd gets the call, gets the kill, and they ensure that they still get the Wisdom Shrine. That's a proper feels bad moment. You know what? I guarantee, Liz, if the game was going better, he would have gotten that Wisdom Shrine. But because the game just feels like everything is going wrong, it's just one of those moments, bro. The Dota itself feels like it's against you.
Yeah, the Gaben is on it. Like, they have a good bad game central somewhere in Seattle, and whenever the game is going bad, they make sure they slow down the Wisdom Shrine a little bit, you know? Yang, nice little...
Yeah, he's dead for sure. He doesn't have BKB for 25 seconds. He's dead for sure. He's gonna try to stall things out with the Starbreaker, try to get away with the Solar Guardian, but Triple S happy to expend the Ravage, and now maybe they catch up to Monet. Does have a BKB if he wants to expend it. BKB will be popped by Butterfly Effect instead first, but he gets shackle shotted. There's going to be the usage of the Focus Fire from Wind Ranger. But Double S and Clove with the Hoodwink and the Tidehunter just stall things out. They just cannot kill anybody. Now Monet's the one that's being ran down. Kismet shows up to apply the additional damage. They get the kill on the Necro. Maybe they lose the Ember in the process, but no. Glimmercave keeps him alive. Baboka instead is going to be the one that goes down. Double kill for the Tidehunter. They can't catch up to Paparazzi, but maybe Paulson is in play. Bushwhack, though, will not connect. Kismet, no, Hurricane pikes forward, and he will actually find that kill. So in the end, they still find 4. And all of a sudden here they are on the high ground, sieging the tier 3.
It probably isn't the game like I asked, but honestly, it might even be one. They don't have Ravage for 70, Ember will reset. They have a full MKB flying out to SF. That fight, by the way, they basically won it without Kismet. Like, he wasn't even around. Like, it took a full minute for him to join his teammates. Like, yeah, he did clean up at the end, but his team actually did most of the work. Like, they're just not connecting very well on Refuser at all with what they've got. And, you know, Tusk is queuing up an Agonist. That doesn't strike me like, you know, kind of a game where you feel very comfortable about your whole draft. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna kick them back. That's how we come back in.
I think what we're seeing as well is
just
we're
kick
talking
the
about this
Tidehunter
earlier.
away. Yeah.
Kick him away, kick him to the left or right. But then by the time you kick him, he's probably already ravaged, so it's too late. It's like, well, okay, guys, I'm not gonna help. But honestly, the more I'm watching this game, the more it goes back to what we were talking about in the pregame. You can just see that Raw Gaming have been playing together longer than Refuser. The speed at which they connect together, where they know they're going to be on the map, which targets that they're selecting in the middle of these fights. The synergy and connection is just much more apparent from their side than it is for the Dire lineup.
Yeah, I think on paper, when I looked at Roar Gaming's draft, when I looked at the Axe problem, I thought that they were kind of cooked. But at the same time, Refuser, I think they lost a lot of early game crucial momentum. I don't think this is a game where like you said, it's not necessarily about the draft. It's about a team that connects a bit faster across the map, just plays their draft a bit better. That's what's been happening so far. Windranger, by the way, queuing up crit next. They do need some damage. They are lacking it for sure in these fights.
See some of the damage comes out here because the fight is about to start. Lloyd able to get the force off away just as he breaks the smoke. Paulison can't chase because he's stuck dewarding. But Lloyd is not leaving just yet. But Boka's actually going to get the kickback onto Lloyd, bringing him towards the Windranger so they find the kill. However, he's going to die for this himself. Yang forced into the BKB, he's trying to run away. Monet also made his way into the fray. Butterfly effect drawing a lot of attention as Lloyd buys back, wanting to turn this into a 5v5. The rest of Refuser, though, they just want to leave. I mean, it's been a while since they've gotten something literally for free, and now Lloyd has given it to them. Unfortunately, Raw Gaming are like, well, let's just go Roche, boys. There's no Tusk to kick us back, so it's time to get another Aegis. Yeah,
the buyback, of course. It's not like the both kill on Axe is really free. There's a reason why both of these teams smoked up and clashed where they clashed. It's rush timing. Straight back into the pit, like you said. They have guns, they have minus armor. Another Aegis on the SF, and another 5-ish minutes that will be very difficult for Refuser to fight.
They smoke immediately from the pit to try and find somebody. They actually scan perfectly onto where Monet is. But Yang is the one that's showing in the lane right now, so he could be the easier target. Butterfly effect rushes forward, he sees Yang right now. Yang does not have a BKB available, so his life is most likely forfeit here. At least it creates an opportunity for everybody else to escape. But Yang goes down once again. The path to the AC gets slowed down even longer.
And I feel like he was the most impactful core of Refuser for quite some time, right? Like every single move early on that was kind of saved by him. Every team fight, every move, he was dealing the most damage. But he's now falling off as well. Like from having a very good lane into 5-6-9 kind of a score is not that great. And they do need his AC. They need every little bit of damage that they can get.
Don't you feel like Yang is one of these unsung heroes from China? Like, if you think about how good he's been, for how long he's been at that level, whether he was playing 5 as well, remember he dragged Vici almost into TI that 1 year from the 5 position. Like, what do you think it is about, like, Yang that doesn't get him the flowers that he kind of deserves?
Yeah, I feel like there's... Like, when I look at China, when I look at the depth of a pool of a certain position, I feel like offlane has the highest, the deepest depth, let's put it that way. Like the amount of players that are really good from the offlane, that are very special, coming from China, it's pretty, through the years at least, it has been high, right? So maybe that's one of the reasons why. You have him, and then you have like the Neck God, you have Fate Beyond at the same time, right? So maybe when you're living in Ronaldo Messi era, it's hard to be the most popular one.
Yang is Neymar confirmed. I see. The Neymar of the offlane is in China. Right now, though, he's going to have to pull off something miraculous to try and turn this game back. The 12K gold lead in favor of Raw Gaming. They've taken the bottom set of racks. They've massaged the mid-tier 3 towers, so they'll certainly be coming back to try and finish it off. But for now, they're going to smoke. Would like to find a pick-off before they begin their final siege. They will not find Monet. He's already TP'd home to safety. Yang is extremely far out, so they might have to settle for this Baboka kill. Can he get out at least? He cannot. He cannot. They have the vision. Clove, though, doesn't find the bushwhack. Baboka blinks away.
I love how you decided that he is already dead, by the way. Yeah, it's hard to bushwhack him when he has that link available. Mid lane, though, that's a BKB forced super easily.
I can't believe I'm going to say these words, Lizard. Please never quote me on this again, right? Never quote me on this. But maybe the cooldown on BKB is too long.
I will not quote you, don't worry. Don't worry. It's not because I... No, kick back, yes,
Baboka, kick back, the Aghanom's putting in work, but the shackle shot doesn't connect, so Baboka just gets blown up. Yang comes through with the Solar Guardian to try and protect Monet, but Monet's just getting right-clicked down by Kismet. He'll at least back off from the Supernova. That'll enable Monet to live, but he's at half HP, the BKB is already down. There's no Supernova, no Focus Fire, no Solar Guardian, no Tusk, and very shortly there will be no barracks in this mid lane either.
Mid lane and maybe top lane too. They still have the Aegis for 1 more minute. They will not be backing off. There's no reason to, right? Once again, that water this time around maybe a bit wasted, but they're just poking. Ember is literally, this whole time, he hasn't really been on the mid lane itself. He's on the sidelines like this, just poking, prodding, making spaces. You know how they call it.
We had one death in this game on Butterfly Effect. Really had a fantastic performance on Ember. Shackle shot connects on Kismet, but Double S blinks forward. They will be able to kick back the Shadow Fiend towards the rest of the lineup. Reaper Sight will be there to take away the first line, but he will be back with the BKB in tow. Baboka will buy back, hoping to assist his team in this fight, but they've already lost Hollison. Shackle shot though, connect onto Kismet. Yang comes in with the Solar Guardian, and they kill him off. SF is dead. Butterfly Effect does have a safety remnant. He gets kicked very far back, but he remnants out. He's going to be okay. Double S able to TP out himself too. So they protect the lane of barracks. It does cost the support buybacks, but in the end, they gain a kill on the SF. But more importantly, they gain time in this game to try and figure out a way past Raw Gaming.
Yeah, they keep themselves in the game basically with this with this defense. The 2 buybacks were definitely necessary, and they will get one big item at least on one of the cores. Necro. Okay, he committed to the heart, so you will have a heart Necro. Unfortunately, of course, he doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter or anything like that to really benefit from all the region, but it's good. Like, it tanks him up a little bit. One side, it's playable still. Like, if they can find the right way of kicking the SF back into the team. I mean, when you look at the damage from Roar Gaming right now, it is very SF concentrated, right? Like, everyone else is... Like, they could have been more DPSy, but they aren't because of the itemization. Like, even the Ember with Krala's Crozier and stuff, right? Like, he's about slowing down heals, he isn't necessarily about dishing out the damage himself. So, if they can isolate the SF and kill him, anything is possible. That 5% could be real.
You're saying there's a chance. Yang, though, it won't help their chances if he dies. Okay, he can die, but Monet absolutely cannot. Monet is going to get caught trying to BKB TP out, but Blink Core will prevent it. Now the BKB is expiring. Monet is very alone. Yang's going to try and come in with the Solar Guardian. Will provide some heals. Buying time. There's the Ravage from Double S. Yang, can he stop Monet from dying? Monet gets called towards Lloyd and eventually gets killed off. Yang is going to at least try to avenge his friend onto Lloyd. Not going to be able to do so. But while this is happening, like you said, the SF, he's dying elsewhere on the screen. So all of a sudden, Kismet, the main engine of damage, does go down. So despite getting Monet, despite getting Yang, I'm not so sure Raw Gaming is actually happy with the outcome of this fight.
Well, can they push is the question. They don't really know if he has buyback or not. They did see heart, so they probably know that he does not have it, but they will not. Without the SF, it seems like they will not even attempt it. I was thinking because this kind of a trade is actually okay for Refuser. Like if you look at the net worth change as well, it kind of went in their favor. So overall, not really. Let me lie a little bit here. But 14k lead, it used to be like 16, 17, whatever before the high ground push. It was a good pick-off on the SF. Like, maybe a little bit questionable from the SF to even get caught and allow himself to be that out of position. Mid lane, another call.
They do get it. Lloyd able to bring this Wind Ranger back closer, but unfortunately they don't have the damage with just the 2 supports. So she pops the focus fire, blows up the axe. That was a nice little play though, like blink and then you forced off her closer to the tree, hoping that the bushwhack would connect, but unfortunately the BKB arrived first, so she just turns and kills him.
Yeah, you see the nully, right? Like the nullifier on Hoodwink is actually pretty damn big, of course, in this game. You are playing versus Necro, so someone needs to buy it. We were talking about it a bit earlier. Like they have a lot of magic damage, of course, so they don't necessarily need it, but it's good. Of course, Necro does have a BKB. He has Manta as well, so he has 2 ways of dealing with the nully. Like you can either dodge it or BKB after it.
Ooh. Necro also has an Enchanter's Bauble. All right, boy. Do you remember that game that that Tai Lung played on Zeus?
Yep.
He was able to scam this out. How many minutes would it take before we get to the point where it's like one Death Pulse, 1 Ghost Route, and 1 Reaper Scythe can actually kill a target?
I'm more thinking of like how much cooldown reduction can you get on the Death Pulse? Like, can you be a Death Pulse machine? Just press Q and that's it. You know, just keep it on the keyboard. Just walk around constant Death Pulsing. But yeah, I mean, you can get there minute 70-ish. Like you can get a shit ton of damage on the Necro, of course.
I mean, I'm just saying, Gaben is saying we've gone from a 4% chance of them winning to 6%. So the odds are increasing in their favor.
That's 50% increase for them. It's quite a lot.
Exactly.
Radiant are
Smoke up right
scanning.
now on Radiant. Raw Gaming trying to get a quick pick off so they can move into the Roshan pit. They will not find anybody just yet. We do see that on the side of Refuser, they're maintaining a very tight formation, not allowing themselves to get jumped upon. Even Yang has stopped farming on the side and gone deep into the base to make sure that they have the Solar Guardian available to come in.
I'm looking at the cores in Radiant, actually, it's only the Tide and the who else? Tide and I think I saw one more. Tide and the Axe, actually, that have the buyback.
Oh, hold that thought.
Back.
Lloyd gets kicked back. Nice quick kill, and this time around, every single time Baboka has done that, usually he dies for it, but this time he survives. So for the first time in maybe like 25 minutes, Refuser actually have a numerical advantage at the moment.
The rush is up, by the way. It's in the top. It's in the top pit. But access buyback, like just as I was talking about it. So maybe if they wanted to take this fight, he could buy, go into the pit. For now, they know that nothing is happening because of foot. Like nice little scouting with the acorn shot. Have we breached another critical point in which Refuser can just blow up targets once again? Because they really struggle at picking off and killing heroes, right? Right now, with Wind Ranger being this big, with the Daedalus and with the kickback from Tusk, maybe we have gotten into a new stage of the game, where the pickoffs are actually very
Tower is under attack.
easy for them, or at least possible.
Also getting to the point where they get some pretty absurd talents. Top Polison's about to hit 20 on the Phoenix, and that 20 talent with the Sunray is pretty crazy. And we're also going to get Baboka 20. Having the faster snowball in these fights could make a huge difference for their prospect. And there it is, 20 picked up, gets the Sunray. And we've been talking about some of their earlier damage problems. Now they both have the physical damage with the items that they bought on Wind Ranger and stuff. And they have a lot of magic damage through Monet and Polison in these fights.
Right,
So what is the plan now, Mr. Lizardo? If you are Radiant, what do you do to try and close this game out?
First, you need to set up this area, but they're running into Necro. Let's see.
Necro will get jumped. 3.3k HP is not an easy customer right now. They will destroy the Tidehunter anchor. Still sticking around the area though. They're thinking about it. Lloyd is hoping to find these heroes all clumped up, but Refuser understand the assignments, and they'll make sure that they stay spread apart.
They don't want to let the outpost go, but they will have to. Outpost was super important here, of course, because Rosh is changing pits. He's going for top to bottom, and that's why they even tried to go Necro here. The BKB on Tusk, of course, prevents you from just pure on ravaging the Necro. You know that there's a BKB plus jump plus snowball save always available. I don't know if just go... Okay, they're gonna go for it. They're just going into the pit. If they can do it fast enough, but I feel like this is dangerous.
Yeah, they have tools for themselves to be able to scout those Roshan, Ice Shards, the Power Shot, Fire Spirits. And they know that the Roshan is being taken. He's just roared up right now. Necro will put in some illusions into the pit. They just do not take it fast enough to risk this. They actually have to find a teamfight win. But the longer this goes on, Liz, remember, Yang is still just farming the sides of the map, so they're losing out on gold. This is not a very efficient time of the game right now for Raw Gaming. And Refuser, they will take it, man. They are slowly but surely coming back into this.
Yeah, they also have Ember, of course. Ember can kind of do the same thing that Yang has been doing, so they will mirror the move on top and just stick around the pit for a while longer. We basically hit a stalemate. Like, this game is like super easy to win on both sides. We've got Necro with a 25,000 force, so the death pulse is 2.5 seconds now on the cooldown. It's about to have Shivas too. He's not really... I mean, about to have Shivas is maybe a strong wording, because he might want to keep his buyback for now as well.
Do you think they should bring back old Reaper Scythe with the Agnums?
Hell no. God damn it. Just, no matter how good you are as a team, one mistake, no matter how in front you are, one mistake with Reaper Scythe and that's it, like you lost. 2 minutes without buyback, GG.
Well, but it introduced an element of, you know, variety and high stakes and volatility into the game. Don't you think that's fun?
Some elements don't have to be included in everything, you know, like we can enjoy life as it is.
Oh, I really do miss that old Reaper Scythe. I used to play Necro. I don't play him as much as I used to.
There
but...
we go, of course. you miss the free MMR, that's what you miss. I knew this was coming, eventually.
The holding pattern is being maintained by both sides around this Roshan pit. They've literally been here for 3 minutes, but at least right now Raw Gaming has split up a bit more on the map, so now it's the side of Refuser that's losing out on efficiency. They're actually going to try and maybe attack Yang. Look at this. Lloyd going through the twin gate with Kismet. Oh, and he harpooned towards them. They're going to get the call out. Can they kill him before the BKB emerges? They cannot. Going to BKB. Get out of the Solar Guardian. Very close to dying. 200 HP, but Yang survives in the end.
They do force out Solar Guardian. Maybe there's a play now because they know he's very low. So you can force the fight around Rosh. Maybe even go into the pit. Of course, Solar Guardian is not the longest cooldown there is, but 60 seconds should be enough for them to take Rosh if they wanted to. Also no BKB, of course, on Dawn.
Bro, how is the BKB cooldown longer than the ultimate cooldown? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's not like it gives you almost free out of jail card every single time you press it. Should make it... yeah, we should make it way lower.
30 seconds BKB cooldown.
30 seconds, sure. I love how everyone is going in the opposite direction of making BKB weaker and weaker, and you're like, let's let everyone buy BKB again. You know, let's refresh the number.
The refresher change was a good one, but I will admit that sometimes I do miss how strong BKB used to be. Mid lane, there's going to be a jump into the triangle here. Double S will go up onto the high ground. They got the anchor out, but they will be able to destroy it. And they haven't been able to catch Baboka or find Yang, so they realize that this is going to be a fool's errand of a fight. They're still thinking about it, but the moment has passed, and the stalemate continues. Roshan is actually going to go back to the other side. That's how long this has been taking.
5 minutes of a stalemate, basically. The true standoff. Chinese Dota
6K gold lead
standoff.
only.
Yeah.
Oh, this is actually pure Chinese Dota, now that you mention it. I'd forgotten the region that we're in for a
Top
second,
lane,
but now I'm being
again.
reminded. Yang getting gone on. He does have BKB TP out. Look at Lloyd. Lloyd is literally just waiting for that, for nothing else. He's like, yeah, I know what the score is right now. Will BKB, there's going to come through with the core. Will Yang be able to get out? Solar Guardian being attempted. Solar Guardian successful.
Yeah, he was a little bit too early with
Kismet though. Kismet kicked back by Boka. Finds him. Gives him towards Focus Fire. They will be able to bring down the SF. Supernova was there just as a covering mechanism, but SF is dead, no buyback, just as Roshan makes his way top. So Refuser will find themselves an open pit and finally get themselves an Aegis in this game.
Roar Gaming, what did you do? What did you do? Like they had, like this was, I would say the freest game, but it was a 95% or 96% win rate, right? Like they really had a very good chance at closing this one out.
Shackle
this
shot
point-
middle. They connect onto double S. They're going to kick him back again with the Boka. They have Focus Fire. It just came back for cooldown. The Hydra's bomb going to work. BKB will evade the Ravage. Double S is actually dead. There's going to be a very big call from Lloyd though, connecting in onto 3, but they need follow-up. He doesn't die though. Thankfully, the Glimmer Cape does protect him from the Reaper side. They only got the Boka. The gem though will be easily recoverable. Double S, he bought back. Manages to walk away from the Gale Force just at the last moment. But that's a very expensive buyback on the Tide, and they might still
they get
end up
Aegis?
losing a tower here. They're looking to try and get the Aegis. They jump back in. Nullifiers out.
Okay.
And with the jump in from Butterfly, they do find the Aegis. But Double S most likely gives up his life for this one. They try to force off him away. Doesn't manage to get completely out. But eventually waddles his way to the high ground. Lloyd, though, not so lucky. He ends up dying, giving up his life for the Aegis. But they will also lose the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. And with the numerical advantage, they might try to force the tier 2 in the top. And all of a sudden, despite being 2 lanes of barracks down, Liz, they actually have the gold lead here in game 1.
Yeah, 5k lead. Nice little death by Axe, by the way. He saves the Titan by dying. They still want to fight. The buyback on Axe, of course.
Lloyd has been very happy to buy back in this game. Shiva's God will slow down Monet. He pops the BKB now. Can he get out of here? Has the Death Seeker to go onto the high ground if needed? And looks like that will be what happens in the end. Allison, not so lucky though, caught by a butterfly effect. They forced the Supernova out of this Phoenix, but they cannot destroy it just yet. So the rest of them have to flee. Yang was trying to pull Kismet back in towards the egg, but he doesn't manage to do so. Kismet popped off the BKB to protect himself. So the fight will end, maybe. Clove going back in with the 4-stop, looking for the bushwhack. They get the BKB out onto Yang. Butterfly effect on the high ground, looking towards Paparazzi and Paulison. No more eggs to pop off. Butterfly effect. They don't have all the lockdown. Monet also getting caught out. Butterfly effect though, he's the one that's dying first. He'll die to the Starbreaker. He's gone. Monet gets saved in the end by the Supernova from Paulison, put inside the Egg of Salvation. He will live. Kismet might not be so lucky, but Boka gets the catch out onto the Shadow Fiend, and they find him once more. Dead without buyback. Double S gets died back, in fact. 2 minutes in the grave, no Tide, 90 seconds, no Shadow Fiend. And they don't have a single person dead. Raw Gaming have given up one of the largest leads I've seen in a while. This game was theirs to win, but now it refuses to lose.
Absolutely. Pure cinema. Even an Aghanims on Phoenix, by the way, something you don't really see at all in this kind of a game. Saving the Necro. I mean, I feel like Necro was honestly kind of fine, even without that save. But okay, they will take another, well, not another set of racks. The first set for themselves. 50 seconds without the SF. SF, by the way, who cares that the Aghanim's Reaper side doesn't prevent you from buying back anymore? SF never has gold for it. Like, he didn't buy back once in this game, even when he needed to. Why? Because no gold. He was 300 short, 350 short when he died. He still is.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And they're just finding
Tier 3
all the
tower
right...
falls. Can you come back from this if you're on the side of War Gaming? Like, is this still recoverable? Do we have to look at some like Divine Rapier for the Shadow Fiend now?
Has fallen.
There's the tier 2 down on bottom, so they will not be losing Megas, just now at least. He will be up for the next fight. I honestly don't think that something like a Rapier is super necessary.
Radiant's bottom tower
I think they just need to set the fight up properly for themselves. They're being
has fallen.
strung out a little bit too thin, you know, they're not finding the right connections, and SF is dying way too easily. Even in, like this last fight actually wasn't that bad for SF when it comes to positioning, but most of the fights he's just isolated. And if he dies a long time ago, like 30 minutes ago, we were talking about this, like their damage concentration is basically all on SF. If he dies, it's very hard to take down targets fast enough. And he's been dying.
He has the second most deaths in his team on the Shadow Fiend, unfortunately. Just been really struggling to have an impact here. And I think that last fight as well is really bad news, because if Butterfly Effect all of a sudden is capable of dying in these fights, then we've got a big problem. Because he was normally the main engine of control, ensuring that he gets all the vision, going this way and that, disabling blink daggers. But now all of a sudden he actually seems like he might be vulnerable.
He basically itemized to be unkillable, right, as well. Itemized for the reduction of health regen and stuff from Necro, and I should say healing with the Krellas Crozier.
Roshan is not going to be up for another 2.5 minutes. But now they will content themselves with just taking down the tower, forcing in these waves. We'll see how much further they want to go with this, if they really want to take this risk without the Aegis. And it seems like the answer is no. They're going to play safe. Somebody makes the call to be disciplined. And Monet just picked up an Aghanims. You were saying earlier on, he doesn't even have that, but all of a sudden now he has Ags, Manta, Shiva's Heart Radiance, Enchanter's Bauble. Just 60 minutes is coming. This Bauble's going to get even stronger soon.
Exactly. Just wait 4 minutes, 3 minutes at this point. Just wait for the bauble to actually be broken. Of course, they don't have to, but they could do that and wait for Rush as well. This game is still not the... I mean, they're 30k ahead, right? Like, it looks unsurmountable. At the same time, pushing high ground into Tide Hunter could be a problem. Another item that I would like to see from Tide is Refresher, of course, for the double Ravage, just so you can initiate with Ravage. You know, you jump in, you waste the first one, and then you have a secondary one waiting for you. Instead, he's going for a Wind Waker, which of course is also very valuable. Like, you're playing into Reaper's sight, you can save a target.
You know, in retrospect, neither of us should have been surprised that the game went this long. Not only is it China, but it's you and I on the mic. All our games go long, and China games tend to go long at TI12.
Dude, the last Wallachia games, actually, like, I think we broke some records when it comes to, like, a casting duo with some insane games.
Bro, we had that one series, I forget which one it played, it was that our shortest game in that series was 65 minutes.
Yeah. Most of our games lasted as long as series in other tournaments, but yeah, in any case, like, this one has the potential of lasting for at least 5 more minutes. You know, waiting for the next rush is the obvious choice that Refuser are taking, so they will wait for that Aegis Cheese Refresher. It's a pretty big shard on Phoenix, of course, if they can give it to him again. It's good on everyone, but maybe on him once he... There's like one thing that I want to talk about, and that's the Aghanims on Phoenix. I think 99% of the games, this item is an absolute game-ruining item for your team. A garbage item that you should almost never buy on Phoenix. Hopefully that will not be the case for him in this match.
I feel like he's already gotten the value out of it. When he saved Monet in that last fight...
Look, you can have value. You can have value, but the value can also be for the opposing team. Because when there's only one hero able to hit Diagdo in this game, and he's going to have his level 25 with most likely the +2 Supernova hit counts. Let's see. Most likely he'll take that one. With the Aghanims, of course, you will. You get some extra hit counts from the Ags, you get some extra hit counts from the level 25. But the thing is, if SF presses Blink next to the egg and starts hitting it, if he's not controlled, the egg dies. Like, if he has the BKB, he solos it, even at this point. So, can be a bit dangerous.
Let's see if Paulison can restore faith in the Aghanims Phoenix. As we are about to enter 60 minutes, baby. Let's go. Some tier 5s. I feel like Radiant side is also going to be extremely happy about this, to be like, yo, guys, we need a new dimension to the game. Maybe some Fallen Skies, Some books here or there. Yang, in such a very advanced area of the map, he's gonna get scouted out right now. He's still at the BKB available. Sharpshooter will be there. Lloyd gets the call back, and they're trying to right-click him down, but Collison gonna come through with the supernova, dissuading them from making the full jump. Now they just turn onto double S. He'll survive for a little bit longer with the Yules, but as he throws out the Ravage, he dies to the right clicks of Paparazzi. His Wind Ranger BKB is about to finish, which he gets called right now. Kismet coming through, BKB Requiem, but Yang with the Solar Guardian trying to stop this from happening. But Boca also kicks the SF away. They find the Kismet kill with this Paparazzi Wind Ranger. Only now will end up falling, but it required buybacks to emerge from Raw Gaming. Butterfly Effect doing his best to stay in the middle of the fight, but he's out of mana right now. Paboka's gonna chase him with the snowball. Gets himself punished for that. Monet still continuing to move forward. No Reaper cycle. Jet Seeker over the Defender's Gate. They have found Double S. They found Kismet. Both of them are gonna die back here, listen. This game looking to be over right here. They buy back on Lloyd, but is it going to be enough? Yang will return into the fray as well, buying back to try and close out this game. As Paparazzi, him and Monet now beating in onto the tier 4 towers. They want to open up this Ancient. And if it's 2 versus 5, I don't know how they defend this. Butterfly Effect gets kicked back as well. His Remnant takes him to safety, but it takes him to the north. So he's very far away from these buildings. He will go back in, but he gets shackle shotted. There's the Abyssal Blade. He's eating a lot of right clicks. The Crozier will buy him time for now. Lloyd gets kicked back as he watches Butterfly Effect go to the safety of the fountain, whilst he himself has no such option. And as soon as this BKB ends, I don't know how Butterfly Effect gets back into the fight. Clove will buy back, having just gotten the money on the Hoodwink, but they've opened up the Ancient, they've taken down the tier 4s, but Boca gets a kick out onto Clove, they find the immediate dieback on the Hoodwink. That will also draw out the GG call. 61 minutes in, Team Refuser clutch out the victory and secure themselves game 1 here in the TI qualifiers.
In style, I've got to admit, like, this was really good from Team Refuser. Not something that I have expected after Gaben himself gave them like what 4 or 5% win probability. There was one item that not the Aghanim's Phoenix, the Aghanim's Tusk. Like when I saw it, I'm like, okay, basically they feel that this is super hard to play, but maybe with some kickbacks, maybe with something like that from Tusk. And honestly, it won them the game. I feel like it's not the only thing, but it was a very crucial step, like a very crucial item that made all of this possible. And it was built by Boca, and it was utilized almost, well, not almost, to perfection on the Tusk. It's just that SF, right? Like, he had no save. If you kick him back into your own team, one thing that Roar Gaming did not have is a good save for him. Like, so if you isolate the SF, you can't kill him. That's why I was so vocal about the Aegis timings. Every time Kismet had Aegis, I said, okay, this is unplayable now for Refuser, right? Because there isn't a single target that they can kill. But if you can find the Kismet like this on the SF, you can also win the team fight. Because without him, they have no damage. They just read this perfectly. Sure, Butterfly Effect is alive 24/7. Sure, he's just able to juke, and this is maybe the only time that he has truly died in the game in a team fight. But it doesn't really matter. He can only zone and poke you in the back. It's only the SF that is truly blowing the targets up.
I mean, to that point, the moment Baboka got the item, he literally just made a beeline. I think we only saw him kick a couple of times, like some of the supports back, but he made sure that the fight starts, I find Kismet. No matter what, even if it cost me my own life, most of the time he died, right? There's a reason why he ends the game, despite having such a good performance, he ends the game with 10 deaths, the most on his team. But especially the last, like, 5 deaths, all of them were incredibly valuable. He's happy to give up his life in those positions. Really great play from Baboka. You know, I don't know why I'm impressed, because this is just Baboka. I should have expected him to do something crazy like this.
No, absolutely. Like, he had a fantastic game. Like, this is a very volatile player on position 4, right? Like, but he's never afraid of doing the build that kind of everyone wants to build, you know, but they don't, because what are people gonna say? Maybe I should buy a pipe, a solar crest, you know, maybe I should be normal. No, don't be normal. Buy blink hags and just kick people back, and that's the way to go. By the way, this Wind Ranger in the end looking incredible with the build that she went for. Looked very useless for like 40 minutes. not sugarcoat things, but in the end, she definitely brought the deeps. And speaking of deeps, like I was talking about SF and Ember. SF ended with 50k damage, Butterfly Effect with 73. So there's actually a huge disparity, but there's a bit of a difference between the damage that Ember deals and the damage that SF deals when it comes to bringing targets from 100 to 0.
Yeah, you can't have Lex's Ember Spirit doing this diffuse damage over the course of a long period of time when the enemy team has multiple healing solutions, Necro, Dawnbreaker, Phoenix. So unfortunately, even though he did a lot of damage in the game, it wasn't enough to actually bring these heroes down, not enough burst emerging from Raw Gaming. And Baboka, what a G, obviously earns himself the MVP of this game. Even the Shadow Blade, we didn't even talk about it that much, but even that, giving him that one little extra layer of scouting potential makes that small difference. And honestly, at this level of Dota, it's always about the finest margins in the end.
Yeah, it truly is. I can't even take a lot away from Roar and the way that they've played this game. I feel like this game was also broken down in a couple of moments where they tried to isolate Yang and kill him off alone. While that is happening, someone else is dying on the map, and if they don't kill Yang, it's not worth it. And that's exactly what happened once. I think they, while they were trying to kill the Dawnbreaker, Kismet was dying somewhere else, or SS or Lloyd, whoever. But in any case, I feel like Yang had a fantastic game on the Dawnbreaker, all things considered. A very good lane. It got a bit iffy after, like he did die like 5-6 times in a row, but he managed to find his farm.
He found what he needed in the end, and that allowed him to help his team clutching out the game in the long term. Of course, it's only game one. This is a best of 3, so if you're Raw Gaming, you were this close to clutching out a victory. You need to just give yourself the pep talk and emerge ready to play and try to force this into a deciding game 3. So to that end, we're going to be taking a very small break, and when we return, Raw Gaming will take on Team Refuser in game 2 of the TI qualifiers for the China region.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all. We are on the road to the International 2026, and here we're trying to figure out who from the Chinese region will earn those all-important slots to compete at TI. And so far, between Raw Gaming and Team Refuser, I'm getting an inclination, Lizard, that this is going to be another one of those classic China qualifiers where every game is super long, super throwy, and the team that emerges is just going to be feeling relief more than anything else, but it's just over.
What makes you feel that way? I don't know. Like this last game, it fully filled me with confidence for one team only. I know who's taking this one.
Well, I told you I was going to take it before. I told you it's going to be Team Refuser.
You did. But I was not being very serious. Like when it comes to the first game, it could have went one way or the other like 15 times. I feel like for the majority of the game, it could have went one way only, and that's Roar's way. But they kind of dropped the ball in the end. I feel like there's a bit of a difference between a Wind Ranger and an SF when it comes to these squishy, let's call it as it is. Wind Ranger was a position 1. Necro was the 2 in that game. He was he was more or less the space creating core. Wind Ranger was the actual all-out carry. When it comes to her and SF, Wind Ranger is much harder to kill, right? Like that's the difference. Wind Ranger, even if you catch her, she's got Wind Run, she's got Gale Force, she's got like maybe some pikes, some BKB. Meanwhile, SF on the other side was literally only glass cannon. Like if they jump him, he's dead, even through the BKB. And we will see the same thing again, it seems like. 4 same heroes.
Not just the same heroes, right? Same bands, same draft order. 4 of the same heroes. Let's go. Let's just run it back. Maybe Ro's like, you know what, guys? We just we lost some momentum towards the end. You know, our mental crushed a bit. It's fine, guys. Let's just run it back. And to be fair, like you were saying just now, for most of the game, what they were doing was working. It's just they weren't able to close it out in the end. So, you know, that's one of those things that's kind of difficult to understand when you're a player. That like, what do you change going into the next game, right? If your strategy was working 95% of the time and you only failed at the end, you don't want to lose too much confidence in what you were already doing that got you to that 95% position in the first place.
Yeah, the thing is, not necessarily like, what do you change? Maybe I agree with you. I feel like what can be changed is maybe a better approach. Like if there is a hero that you know they're going to ban, like how high up the priority do you need to put him up so that they don't, or do you even care if you, let's say Dawnbreaker, right? Like she was instrumental, but can she be changed for a different hero and that their draft still works? All that said, of course, is irrelevant, as we will see a different hero already. We'll see a Rubik on their side, so for now at least no Hoodwink. Interesting Rubik, by the way. What does it give Roar? It gives them some extra catch. It gives them, of course, the hero is pretty good right now, but he wasn't, I believe, banned in game 1 or picked, so he's good. I will be blasphemous a little bit and say that Rubik mid lane is maybe a thing that we might see again soon, especially if this hero gets, if the matchups become a bit stronger. And my reasoning behind it is, like, you know, I'm queuing all roles, right? And I'm like on the mid lane, I have a couple of heroes that I can win with on like 500 ranks, whatever games, like when the games are really high for me. Rubik, whenever I was forced to, like, there's some guy that wants to jungle and I already picked Rubik and I go mid, it always felt good. Like in the last month or two, he's really strong, of course, much stronger than he used to be for the last 2 years. His weaknesses are apparent on mid lane and they're still the same. A very low mobility, on paper very easy to kill if you get on top. But yeah, all that talk aside, I'm just putting it out there. Like, I think he's good. Just like I was calling out Snap. By the way, very interesting. Untouched, unbanned, unpicked. They just don't value the hero. I feel like she is ridiculous. I think you remember, right? Like we were covering some games together in Wallachia when I said, there's something about this Snap that feels kind of broken. And then she wasn't picked at all for 2-3 weeks and people picked up.
Doubt we'll be seeing the Rubik go mid now, as they have picked up the Ember Spirit for Butterfly Effect. He had a good game on the hero, so might as well go for this. I do think the Rubik, one thing it does do is that it lessens. I feel like playing Rubik Axe feels better than putting the Axe back on position 5. And maybe that's an avenue that they could change. And a worst case scenario, you do get easier, like early burst damage, like a bit of a nuke with the W of the Rubik. At the same time, another hero that you spoke about earlier, the Darkseer, will emerge with his classic counterparts. Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, man. This is some old school Dota we're seeing here.
Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, and I'd like to see maybe an extra hero from the mid lane on Team Refuser that can also utilize the Iron Shell. Right now they have only 2. Like, you can Iron Shell Wind Ranger, you can Iron Shell Phoenix, but it's not that great. So I'd like something else, or I'd like to see the Helm of Dawn. This lane, by the way, versus SF, I have played too many times, like Darkseer plus whatever into SF, and it's an extremely volatile lane that can go one way or another. Like, if you start balling out of control on Darkseer and Spirit Breaker, SF just absolutely gets demolished. He can't even lane. However, if that first go from you is unsuccessful once you hit level 3 and you have level 2 Iron Shell, if they manage to control you, like double, triple raise, and you die, you're not that tanky on Darkseer. If they manage to take you down, your whole gameplay of shutting down the SF is just gone. You can throw it out the window. You have to resort literally to farming the jungle stacks. You cannot approach the lane anymore because he solos you. At some point, he just starts soloing you. So it's a very interesting lane. The dynamic is kind of cool. And this last pick will decide a lot. Like, let's see what kind of a 5 they are going to pick, or if Axe will be a 5 again.
Yeah, Refuser are imagining that the Axe is going to be position 5 by banning out Tidehunter and Underlord at the end of their draft. I do think, looking at the heroes now, that having somebody that could buy some auras could be very effective here for Roar. So maybe they are tempted to put Axe back in the position 5 and then get an aura buyer in the position 3. But we'll see what they're going to choose to do towards the end here. What's missing from their draft right now? They have some catch. They do have damage from the Shadow Fiend. Maybe some team fight could be quite nice for them to try and pick up for themselves at the end of the draft.
Yeah, team fight or utility, right? Like, not a single one of these heroes likes to buy any sort of utility on Roar. Meanwhile, Team Refuser, they have the Darkseer already, which is good enough. Phoenix can buy whatever. They get the Undying. Undying versus Darkseer Spirit Breaker could be decent in the lane. It could also be just an offlane Undying, by the way. Like, we have seen that too recently, depending on what Team Refuser picks. So they're still kind of flexible on Roar.
Last game for Refuser, we did have Paparazzi playing the Wind Ranger, so he could do that again, or Monet could pick up the Wind and they get something else middle. And it looks like it will be the latter option, as we are going to be getting the Viper for Refuser in mid. This was banned against them at the end of the first draft, and I think we're going to see a good reason why. You know, you were talking about heroes that can utilize the Iron Shell. I feel like Viper is not a traditional carrier of Iron Shells, but he's an amazing carrier of Surge, because it fixes a lot of the problems that the hero has in the early game. All of a sudden, you actually have mobility in the fight, and if you pair that with some of that earlier game damage, it can put in a lot of pressure onto Raw.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't even have to cast anything on this Viper. He's, on paper, he should have the freest lane. Like, you're playing into Ember, so the lane itself is really good for the Viper. Like, overall, it's looking, it's looking rough for Butterfly Effect in the lane. The question is, like, how much can he do after the laning stage? And how many creep skipping shenanigans can he pull off? Because if he does manage to get like an early level 6, it doesn't even matter. Like, Viper has a free lane, but you still have a free game because you're constantly rotating. When it comes to the Spirit Breaker connection as well, it's not super easy for Baboka because it is an Ember Spirit, so he has multiple ways of dodging the charge. You can chain it, you can Sleight of Fist it, like there's just multiple ways of dodging. Sometimes Spirit Breaker plus Viper is unplayable for 90% of heroes. Ember, just like Puck and some other heroes, like, he can survive. So the question mark is, will he survive, and for how long? Like, when will he get level 6? I think this mid lane, of course, you picked Ember, you let them have the Viper. Let's see if you can back it up.
They did ban the Huskar, so they probably felt that that's the worst of the two matchups. So Butterfly Effect We'll see if the confidence that you have in yourself will be, substantiated here in the second game, or if it's going to end up just being a quick 2-0 for Team Refuser. Quick in quotation marks, because there's nothing quick about qualifiers in the Chinese region. But let's get into it. Mr. Lizardo, Game 2, Team Refuser versus Raw Gaming. Are we going to a Game 3? Give me that prediction now.
I think we are. I think we could get to Game 3. I feel like, Roar Gaming were really close to taking it game number 1, and they got a little bit played. I feel like Spirit Breaker is not the same as Tusk. If your game starts going badly, it's just bad. It's just 24/7 bad. It never gets any better. So, Baboka and Darkseer just have to make sure that bot lane is not a complete disaster. And I think Undying was an off-meta pick that can make it that way, right? Like the double decay on the Darkseer, on the Spirit Breaker, like it can make a huge difference. Razes hurt more when you have less damage. Less HP, sorry.
The battle begins.
Speaking of Razors, Kismet will break the smoke of 3 of these heroes coming in from Refuser. Will be able to give his team vision, and this time around they actually start with the 2 bounty runes. That's also a crazy thing, right? The game early on was going so well for them, despite the fact that they lost 4 of the bounties. So a good start bodes well for them. They're trying to just clear out this wave right here with the Ion Shell on Baboka and the Fire Spirits, and it looks like they might be able to do it. Double Ion Shell, Kismet being zoned away. Yep, this wave is gone. What can you do?
That's a 40 seconds cooldown, by the way, on Fire Spirits that he will not have on the top lane. So they did trade something out at least.
Radiant's
Oh,
courier
and the
has
courier
been
as well.
killed.
Mismicroed a little bit.
Nah, I know exactly what happened. After they took the wave, he's like, all right, cool, they're going to leave. So you stop thinking about your courier as the carry player. You're like, I need more regen. And you're like,
True.
oops, my bad. boys.
True. Now he will literally have no regen in the lane, of course, because he started with the wand. But this is a Yang.
What, that decay from Lloyd. Woo! Bursting through this Darkseer. So you might have gotten the wave, Yang, but it wasn't worth it in the end. Now you're going to be dealing with an overfarmed Undying for the rest of the lane.
Yeah, and Kismet will be able to even pull here, and it's a ghost pull, right? So it can actually deal with almost a full wave if you deny. Like, they started off kinda well. Oh, he might be dead again on Yang, by the way. With some body blocks, I think he's dead.
Only level 1, doesn't have access to the Surge. A couple more right clicks and a few more decay should kill him, but they can't find all of them.
Yeah.
No decay, not enough mana available for Lloyd, so Yang will live. But man, he is already off to a very tough start. They will find, though, maybe a little bit of farm later. And at least Double S is having a bit of a better start to the game on the other side of the map.
He definitely is. Partly due to Fire Spirits not being available immediately when they got into the lane. But this Undying is just absolutely bodying them. This is at least some creep skipping shenanigans coming from Spirit Breaker. But yeah, it's safe to say that this is going to be the kind of a lane that I talked about for the SF, where he is just absolutely free farming. Let's see what happens when Darkseer is 3, but he's quite far away from it.
Another good thing about this Rubik that we saw top, that we didn't really discuss, is that prior to getting VKB, he's going to impact the damage output from Monet. When you focus fire, you get to the damage reduction, 25%, and then you get fade bolted. It's a really miserable experience when you play Wind Ranger before you have VKB.
Do you want to mention the mid lane CS, or should we just no? Yeah.
No. But we have to. You would say this lane's going to be tough. Was it supposed to be this tough? Because I feel like this is tougher than it's supposed to be, though.
I think bot lane wasn't supposed to be this tough. I feel like the Undying should not be soloing heroes. This hero zones you. Doesn't necessarily kill you most of the time. But he's doing exactly that because of the boots start. Like, he started with boots, he took way too much strength away from them with the decay early on. Yeah.
He's getting charged upon right now. Does manage to get through the charge. Clove came through as well. All right, let us know in chat, which minute is he going to get CS number 10? That's how bad things are looking right now, man.
The 10 CS mark. The very big 10 CS mark. Unlucky, man.
He actually might just be dead. Blood grenade dropped on top of him. Charge through onto Clove. Very nicely done by Baboka. A few more right clicks is all that Paparazzi needs. But Lloyd TP's in, drops a tombstone, and actually turns this around. Butterfly Effect almost ticked out. Survives on 22 HP. And this Undying is just owning this early game right now. He even tried to leave the kill for Butterfly Effect so that the Ember could catch up. Ember couldn't do it, but nonetheless, he buys space and time in the mid lane.
Yeah, we have Phoenix rotation down bottom. Maybe some Iron Shell on him as well as possible. Oh, did they not
Under the tower. They know that they don't have the tombstone, but Lloyd found the double decay. They still get the kill out onto Kismet in the end. But now Lloyd's on a dominating streak. Both the supports will die. I mean, I can understand you want to get the SF kill, but bro, this is now a level 3 Undying who is second in the net worth in the game. How often do you see this happening?
Yeah, 4-0-1. It's good times for the Undying. Of course, that was worth it, right? Like, even though the supports do die, I think at this point maybe you can start killing the Undying off.
They're gonna try for it. Baboka will charge him, but he did not have the Iron Shell on top of him, and now all of a sudden, actually, Baboka might end up being killed off here. Kismet coming through for the razors. Will they get all of them? Very far away from having charge available. Only level 2 available on their queue, so he goes down quite easily.
Yeah, a couple of things that have happened in the last couple of minutes are a couple of things that I kind of dislike from Refused, like what they've done. I think that the whole aggression on mid lane was super unnecessary, like diving the Ember. Now Viper
They're actually diving the Viper now with Lloyd going in onto Butterfly Effect. This Viper should end up dead here. No, he doesn't. He's still alive. Actually kills Lloyd. Takes down the tombstone as well. The charge will come through. Clove finally able to lay off the final right click. But in the end, that was extremely expensive. Lose 2 heroes, you lose the tombstone. Yeah, you get the Viper, but very tough fight to take in the end.
You're hitting. You have triple attack speed slow, by the way. Butterfly Effect mid lane.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Charge. Baboka will kill him. This time around, Lloyd cannot save him.
There's a triple attack speed slow coming from Refused, by the way. Refuser. You've got Nether Toxin, you've got Corrosive Skin, and you've got Fire Spirits. By the way, so right-clicking anyone will be very difficult through the game.
Okay, minute 6. We still don't have the 10th CS for Butterfly Effect. Come on, bro. We need you. Top lane. Nonetheless, will get himself charged out right now by Baboka. They have Polison there with the Sunray as well. So this axe should end up dead. Shackle Shot latches. Polison gets there with the burn. You would have liked the kill on Wind Ranger, but, you know, it's never a bad thing to have an overfarmed Phoenix in the game.
Yeah, they're thinking about mid lane as well. They have the Invis Undying, they have 3 heroes and SF rotating in. Like with the SF, this is a definite kill on the Viper.
Try for it, Tombstone getting dropped down. Paparazzi throws out the Viper Strike onto this SF, but nobody's TPing in to save him. So being surrounded by 4, he will die. Bro, I've never actually seen somebody being quadrupled in CS at the 7-minute mark. So they need to keep pressuring this Viper because you can't allow him to have a lane this good.
Yeah, all things said and done, I mean, the Ember is not having a game. But what he does have is level 6 now. So it's actually a playable game for him. And this hero, 10 CS or not, he still doesn't have it, by the way. He still didn't reach the 10 CS mark. The moment he hits level 6, it's playable. Like, you can start making moves across the map. You can connect on top lane if needed. The only problem is their other cores are SF and Axe. Axe likes to be very greedy. So they will have a very weak mid laner and a very greedy offlaner that's just farming Blade Mail Blink. And you're playing into Darkseer with Iron Shell level 4 at this point, so the map might become very small for Roar Gaming in the next couple of minutes.
On the bright side, their Ember does now have 12 CS, so anything is possible. And they're taking the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, despite having suffered all that pressure from the SF. The rotations of Polison and the constant aggression eventually has opened up the space for them. And Yang is chilling. Number 2 in net worth. His helm is arriving as we speak.
Top
Game has been
lane.
recovered for the dots here. Monet, and they're called by Double S. They also have Kismet and Lloyd here. They're trying to get all the connections, but they can't find all the spells on the Wind Ranger. Forced to settle instead for the Spirit Breaker.
Ember is
They're
coming.
still looking for the chase though, and the Spirit has made an appearance to this fight. Gets the steering chains out onto Paulison. Not the target they wanted, but they'll take it. 2 heroes brought down for nothing, and a tier 1 to be given away as well.
It's a very good rotation. I feel like if they remained on the bot lane, SF probably would have died. So instead they kill 2 supports and they take down the tier 1 top. There's a charge, but this charge will not really accomplish a lot. Maybe just give vision on the axe. Another thing, by the way, that I gotta say from Roar Gaming, the moment Rubik gets level 6, Iron Shell is massive on him. And it's an easy spell to steal.
No, I was just wondering, Baboka actually went through with the charge, but he backs off in the end.
Bulldoze.
Is there a better spell than Iron Shell actually? I don't think so actually.
With the cliff? Yes. He needs to TP, yeah.
It's a shame that the Spirit Breaker was on the other side of the map. That could have been really funny there.
Yeah, absolutely. Would be hard to keep him on the high ground with charge or the ulti, right? Like it would push him up, but if they had anything to stop it, it would be nice. They're smoking up, by the way, mid. They have level 6 on Rubik. By the way, stealing Viper Strike as well. Extremely good this game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Gonna find anybody with the smoke initially. They might choose to still sweep over to the top side, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. You'll see these creeps being dragged away, so they know they have to be heroes in the vicinity. At the same time, we hear a focus fire somewhere. Monet was going on to Double S, but now they know there's no focus fire. Paulison gonna get dragged through the air. Icarus dive will not be allowed as Lloyd drops the tombstone to get vision onto Monet. They know exactly where this Wind Ranger is at, slowing her down with the power shot. They get the Spirit Vessel, or the Urn rather, out on top of her, and they bring her down. Monet will die. Clovis on a killing spree. And things have all of a sudden changed. The pain and punishment they were suffering in the laning phase has turned into aggression that they're leveraging against the side of Refuser instead.
Dude, Viper needs to be careful. He might just die here.
Left back, he has Yang to try and protect him, but Viper gets surged away.
Surge.
They'll keep him alive. They actually also get the Viper Strike out onto this Ember Spirit, and with the Ion Shells from Yang, they kill off Kismet too. Paulison dropping down the Supernova just to make sure. But that looked like the sweetest dessert in the world. At the end, turns out to just be another debate. Paparazzi still lives.
Yeah, it was a very good debate. Darkseer was connecting as the Viper was pushing in. So very good play by Yang. He maxed out Surge, of course, in this game. Sometimes you see a bit more levels of vacuum earlier on, so you get a lower cooldown, but it's really good this game. You're playing with the Spirit Breaker, of course, and the Viper that you mentioned earlier. But even with these kind of counter plays, I feel like, I don't know, I still like what Radiant are doing. I still like their draft a bit more at the moment. Arcane Room, by the way.
Be picked up by the Ember. Oh, no, denied by the Viper. Paparazzi eats his own Viper Strike from Clove, who also steals the Nether Toxin. If they just had one more hero connecting, maybe they could have turned this into a successful skirmish. Unfortunately, the heroes emerge first from the Dire lineup, so they get their kills. Baboka does have his charge cancelled out by Butterfly Effect. But we do see the power of this Rubik. We were mentioning some of these spells, and man, that was a lot of damage from just one Viper Strike there.
Yeah, of course, the break as well, right? Like, it's really good versus the Viper. Unlucky for Roar Gaming that they're still struggling from the same thing. Axe, unable really to play the game. He still needs to be farming up, getting his Blade Mail, getting his Blink Dagger.
That's delayed because he's getting charged right now. Sunray's out. Baboka doesn't have enough mana for the ultimate. So Double S gets in the trees, but just manages to pop the wand. Barely has the mana for the spell, but it does get the kill onto the axe.
They had no mana on him or on the Phoenix, or the egg on the Phoenix. So it was kind of a difficult kill, all things considered. Now they have mana on both of them, and maybe a kill on Rubik or Undying is possible as well.
What they decide to do. Will charge. Who's going to be the target? It's going to be Lloyd on this Undying. Does have the tombstone to drop down. Allies are streaming in to potentially turn this fight. They're just trying to run away right now. Baboka just getting very far out. He will eventually get caught and killed. But now I'm telling my team, space, baby. I forced everybody to go bottom tier 3. It's all good, guys. Just keep farming.
Honestly, absolutely. Exactly that. Like, he is creating so much chaos that Roar Gaming are just not making any moves of their own. All of their moves are more or less forced and they're on their own side of the map. So I feel like if you die like Spirit Breaker that way, it's alright. It's really not a big deal. They're waiting for Helm of Overlord on Darkseer anyway, and he's about 400 gold away. The thing is, like, the way that this Darkseer is played right now with Helm of Overlord, I swear this feels like Lone Druid gameplay. Once he gets the Overlord. It's literally Lone Druid gameplay. You're chilling in the triangle, you're farming the triangle, farming the right side of the map, and you're just constantly Sir Giant shelling every ancient creep that you dominate, so...
Even when Lone Druid is banned, his spirit still finds a way into the game.
There's another...
a bit of a...
Yeah. I was just gonna say, there's another hero that I'm literally playing like a Lone Druid in Dota. I'm 10 or 11 wins and 1 loss in my last 10, 12 games, whatever. That's Vici. I feel like the addition of the flying thing is unexplored by a lot of players. I think it makes the hero much stronger than he used to be.
Gizmet. It's found on the SF. This is really bad. The Supernova will be there, but he does find the Requiem, able to run away. They lack the damage. Nice little usage of the ultimate to push Kismet back towards Paulison, but there's not enough follow-up damage. He will remain alive. Kismet, though, eventually will burn. Paulison had to die for him to kill him, but it's well worth it. Focus fire from Monet onto Clove will lead to the death of this Rubik, but now Paparazzi can do nothing but watch as Monet dies in front of him, and he's put himself out of position himself now. Yang is on the way with the dragon, and look how tanky he's making everybody, how much damage he's putting out into this fight. They get butterfly effect down. They take away Lloyd as well. Paparazzi with a triple kill on the Viper. It looked like he was isolated, but guess who's trapped in where with whom? It's not him who needed the ambulance in that moment.
These two are really homies, right? Like the Darkseer and the Viper. Every time, like, everyone else dies, whatever. Darkseer is there on time to save the Viper, if nothing else. And yeah, kind of rescuing the fight, saving it. It looked pretty damn bad. But this is the gameplay. Ancient Dragon, just Iron Shell, creep skipping, split pushing. Ash Legion Shield, by the way, playing a big part here as well, saving Kismet from the initial damage. Making sure that Phoenix has to go super deep to get that kill.
Look at this Viper, just standing his ground and be like, okay, if I have some space I can just play around with. I really thought he was dead here for sure, but when that dragon shows up, you're like, oh, wait, never mind. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it was... this is the way that you wanted to play Viper in the old patches, right? Hold that thought, you're playing Yang.
Big vacuum mid onto butterfly effect. He didn't have a safety remnant. He finally gets one off, but he might still die here. He's being charged down by Baboka, getting caught up to Baboka, not gonna be able to kill him. Searing chains from the Ember Spirit just holds him back, so they have to settle for Lloyd instead. They're like, fine, I guess that'll do.
Okay, it has to do, right? And that's it. That's the play against Spirit Breaker that you almost always have as Ember. Things change a little bit once Spirit Breaker gets Shadow Blade, because it's kind of harder to chain, it's harder to slide fist if you don't have vision. But for now, it's a pretty good game for Baboka. Straight into the pit. Still no blink on Axe, and they're really abusing this offlane Axe timing now from Refuser.
It's the double abuse, right? Because the Axe is delayed, given that he has to just farm a Blade Mail Blink, and the Ember is delayed, given just how dominant the lane was. So you just get so much space on the map that makes it, honestly, a bit pedestrian. Like, this 8k lead, I know it's a lot at 8, but it feels like it should be more even, honestly, the way the game has been unfolding.
They played well, all things considered. Policy.
Okay. He's just gone. That's something. Gaben affords them a 14% chance of victory. So given what we saw in game 1, that's actually a lot.
That's a lot, yeah, exactly. How do you deal with this dragon, by the way? Just look at it. Behind the tier 2 tower, farming your waves. Battle Hunger doesn't work against it, of course, he just splashes the creep. They will kill it, it's a lot of gold. Not too fitty, you know, not too bad.
Side, some space. Speaking of what we've seen with some of these items, what have you made of Kismet changing his mind to go back for, instead of going... In the previous game, what did he build on the SF? His first item was the Yasha, right? He went to Yasha Kaya, Delon's Hurricane Pike. What do you think about the Silver Edge potential here, or just the Shadow Blade in general?
Well, yeah, of course, it's a little bit different, right, of an approach. This is more right-click oriented, and the build that he went for it was more of... when you're playing a carry SF, you have multiple ways of building him. This is just a little bit more right-click oriented. Plus the Silver Edge, of course, versus Viper. It makes a lot of sense. If he gets it, right? Like, how far is he? He went for Shadow Blade like 75. So.
Lane, butterfly fights, gets caught. And he gets killed in very short order.
Already
it's kind of wild. He's already died twice as much as in the last game.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. They're still smoking up, Isaac. He has buyback also.
Blink revealed onto 2, but the vacuum from Yang onto 4. Paulison there with the supernova. The charge through from Baboka stuns multiple targets. They've already brought down the axe. Lloyd caught on the low ground trying to escape away from Monet, but Monet will not allow it. Chases him and kills him. Kismet now. His vision on top of him with Yang. They fought back on the Ember and on the Rubik. They want to try and turn this fight around. Baboka got to stun onto Butterfly Effect. He's able to get him away. But Kismet not so lucky. Left alone with the Iron Shell taking him out. And now that same Iron Shell will take out the Ember. Yang gets a double kill in this fight. They get a full team wipe in the bottom lane.
They didn't get a full team wipe. They got bonus. Full team wipe plus the buyback on Ember, the dieback on Ember, plus the buyback on Rubik. And they killed 6... How many heroes they killed? 6 heroes and then another one that didn't die in the end. 7, I guess. Oh, this is... Yeah, the 14% might be correct this time around. I think it's more closer to 4% at this point. The way this fight went, it's... The vacuum was just way too good. Like the counterplay, not only the vacuum, but straight 6%, there we go. The vacuum into a charge after, just completely pushing them away. And another thing, by the way, that Ancient Prowler being Iron Shell, zoning everyone away. Like DSF couldn't stand and hit, like he was being zoned by a single creep.
They get the Tormentor for themselves, goes to Paulison. They're trying to re-engage and counter this play. 3-hero call from Triple S, but where's the follow-up? Stolen Power Shot came through, but they just don't have the damage, Liz. Double S is gonna die here. Everybody's gonna try TP out. They will not be able to do so on Lloyd. He gets charged through by the Spirit Breaker, surrounded by the heroes of Refuser. It's a double kill for the Viper. Where were the Ember and the SF? The potential after the 3-hero call could have been fantastic, Liz.
That could have been game-winning. Well, not necessarily game-winning. I'm getting ahead of myself. That could have been game-changing. Let's phrase it that way. If they had at least one core. Because all they needed is some extra damage for the calls to come through, right? They just couldn't bring them low enough for any of the culling blades to actually be used.
Feels bad, man. Game is turning into a disaster show right now for the side of Raw Gaming. And the one bright spot, they don't have an Aegis to play around with at the moment, but that will not always be true. Monet going into that Hydra's Bong again, going for a different build than what we saw from Paparazzi in the previous game. Hydra's Bong will come later rather than earlier in the build-up. They smoke. Nobody really available easily, unless of course Kismet doesn't retreat after finishing this camp, and he won't. He's gonna go forward, thinking about it. He'll Shadow Blade. I don't think they have a gem. They don't have any sentries plopped around right now, so they don't know. Clove though does not have a Shadow Blade. Does have a Glimmer Cape though, and that'll also keep him alive. So invincibility Invisibility is invincibility, but the moment it ends, Paparazzi takes away his life, now putting his attention towards middle. They want Lloyd, and they will be able to find him. So it's a dieback on Rubik and a death on this Undying. The entire map belongs to Team Refuser.
This Ancient Prowler Shaman, man. I know most players are Dragon enjoyers, but this Ancient is just so damn good. Like the 50% base armor reduction, the Petrify as well to basically root, plus the Iron Shell, the Surge. Like you can initiate with this thing. Just Surge it and go straight in. Like it's a BKB piercing disable, so pretty damn good. But the map is not that great for Roar Gaming, I gotta say.
Bottom, Butterfly Effect in trouble. He's getting charged right now. Can he get out of here in time? He cannot. He gets caught on the first one, hit with the ultimate of Baboka. Monet, Monet? Q? Hello? Monet?
Kismet is also very deep. They're still chasing.
We'll find double S. Okay, he doesn't have as many options to play around with. He'll attempt for the movement out, will not be able to succeed in this endeavor. If Monet had just pressed Q, they would have been able to also pick up Butterfly Effect, but he's just feeling kind space. Like, bro, what are you stopping you? Let's not make it worse for you today.
Yeah, it definitely did look like he had a moment where he could cast the Shackle Shot, but he didn't. 22k advantage, he's got that Specialist Array flying out very soon. And Ember was a little bit actually unlucky there with the charge because he was still close to the trees. Usually Ember, if Spirit Breaker is without a Shadow Blade, he can react, right? But he was so close to the trees, so the charge just instantly connects the moment he sees him, so couldn't even do anything about it.
Unfortunately, there is now a Shadow Blade on this Spirit Breaker, so the next time it'll be even more difficult to evade such moves. You know what's really worrying me, bro? I'm really concerned about the fact that I still don't see a single BKB available on Radiant at the moment.
Yeah, the BKB.
And I understand it's tough into Rubik, but bro, Darkseer Phoenix, how do you play this without BKBs?
Yeah. Viper Strike, Charge, Nether Strike, just a lot of things that go through it. And when you're this far behind, if you get BKBs, you're probably done. You know, like playing the game with a defensive item when you're 23k behind is that really what you want in lane?
Well, Butterfly Effect wanted something else, and this time around, Monet will press the Q button. So this Ember Spirit dead to rights. Tier 3 tower might follow him. No buyback for the Ember. There's a Siege Wagon here as well. How do you stop this? Do you just have to concede a side here?
I think so. Like their high ground defense, unless Rubik steals something really good, is abysmal. Like it's really bad. Like you can spam Battle Hunger, Fade Bolt, but that's pretty much it. Like SF cannot hit. It is going to be pretty damn hard. The thing is, like, how disciplined will they be on the other side? Because I still feel that going Rosh first would make more sense. Rosh is up, so. And Ember isn't really dead for the longest time. It's the good part of being 1-6, at least. You don't have too much experience. You're respawning quickly.
Bro, he is about to crack level 14, right? He's level 13 now. Viper's about to crack 20. Like, the disparity in their experience, disparity in their farm is pretty absurd. He's being doubled up in experience, basically, being doubled up in net worth, doubled up in damage output. This is a game that Butterfly Effect will definitely want to forget. I guarantee, Liz, if he plays Ember Spirit again this tournament, he will ban Viper. This is the last time he's going to experience this matchup.
Let's see. Nether Toxin is a good snatch, by the way. It's a pretty good spell to steal for the defense. Like, you can just spam it, AoE effect under the tower. Might slow things down a bit.
Fortunately, they are dealing with the Granite Golem. Oh no, Kismet got charged. They're not going to jump on top of him. They will allow him to live for now. They give him the shine, so that keeps him up for a little while longer. Man, at least they do defend the tier 3. Then the Spirit is about to respawn. Without having access to the Aegis, they don't want to force the issue. And besides, when you're 24k up, all tier 2 is gone at minute 27, there's no need to take unnecessary risks.
Did you see the Iron Shell, by the way, range? with the talent and with Shivas, with Chasm Stone. It's pretty good, by the way. It has a pretty funny AoE effect.
Okay. Almost died here, but they got the Viper Strike out onto Kismet. There's a 2-hero vacuum coming in from Yang. They catch the Axe, they kill the Axe. They also find the catch onto Lloyd too. 2 heroes will go down. Ceaseless Dirge will return the Ember, the Undying into the fray, but man, you were talking about some of these spells with Iron Shell. I was gonna say, bro, the thing that concerns me about Chasm Stone is vacuum. Look at the range on that thing, and we just got to see it in that fight.
Yeah, yeah, it absolutely is. The vacuum once maxed out with Chasm Stone is just ridiculously high range. The thing is, I feel like it's almost impossible to dodge, but it's not only that it's impossible to dodge. Like most players are used to a certain range of vacuum, and they're used to be playing against it, right? And now suddenly it has quite of a higher range, so it's much harder to anticipate where you need to stand and where it's coming from, like the vacuum itself. Harder to dodge, basically.
Well, it feels like everything is hard in this game right now for Raw Gaming. It's been a torrid affair, especially the last 10 minutes. Also just now picked up the Shiva's Guard, completed on Yang. So that's going to compound the miseries that they have on the side of Raw. Let's see what they do at these defense. Here is a Roshan, the banner being dropped down. Want to try and bring down the tier 3 tower. There's a 4-hero vacuum, but this time around there's no follow-up from the rest of Refuser. Just trying to create space for Paparazzi to take the tower and then start sieging on these barracks themselves.
Yeah, they had no Spirit Breaker there. He was too busy picking up some runes. He does have the Arcane Rune now to charge in if needed. But I kind of like that they didn't overcommit. I feel like at this point, if you're a Dire, you can just take it slow. You don't need to overcommit. Vacuum Wall, of course, is massive. Another good thing for them, by the way, is just the illusion of SF and how much it does. Like, Wall is really good against him. He's one of the best glass cannon heroes to make a copy of.
Okay, here's a mechanics question. I vacuum wall, right? I get a Rubik illusion. Hold that thought. Vacuum wall will go out onto the high ground. They want butterfly effect first, but they actually get Kismet. But Boca charges him on the back line. They bring down the Shadow Fiend. Double S tried his best to interrupt the fight, but there's just way too much damage from Monet. The Axe dies, unable to even bring down the Viper with him. So that's 2 cores dead. No buyback on the Shadow Fiend as well.
I don't think he had the buyback in the whole series, by the way, once. There's the Viper Strike.
Stolen Viper Strike might actually get the Aegis away from Paparazzi. And Butterfly Effect does survive because there's no additional damage from the Viper. Yang did find a vacuum on Lloyd, charge through, they still get the Undying. Does have buyback if needed. But in the meantime, Paparazzi is staying focused on the objectives. He takes the tiers 3 tower bottom, takes the racks, and the GG gets called. Raw Gaming know they have nothing left to offer. They give up the ghost, and Refuser will be the ones that go through in the upper bracket with a 2-0 victory. Very different game 2 than the showdown that was game 1.
Yeah, it looked like the position 5 Axe actually did a lot more than the offlane Axe in this series. Like, he looked very strong. The offlane Axe on the other side, I don't think this was necessarily too much of an Axe problem. I actually think this game was very playable for them in the mid game. Once they got level 6 on Rubik and Undying, I feel like that they could have made a couple of plays. They did punish them a few times. They did invade the map, and then that one play on Viper mid, remember, with the Surge, just, I don't know, I think it mentally broke them. They didn't get the Viper kill after Ember was suffering for so long, and then they just stopped making any plays on the map. And when you're making no plays against this Darkseer, like, you're just slowly losing the net worth fight. Like, this hero was constantly top 3 net worth. Like, he's just iron shelling the creep, he's iron shelling himself, he's farming all the time, he's just getting way too much done. And this is another play where they almost win a fight, but Viper stays alive. And so many times it happens. This was already too, like the charge, the vacuum, this was already way too far ahead, and Refuser just had an easy time executing.
And it's kind of crazy given how the game started, right? In the initial laning phase, they were doing quite well bottom, right? Lloyd was owning the game, owning bottom lane. He goes mid to assist, getting a kill onto, got 2 kills on Viper to sort of equalize the lane, bring Ember back into proceedings. But as time goes on, I think you're very right that one fight just broke them. You start playing the game slowly. I mean, the first time we saw Axe make a blink call was like minute 21 or something. And at that point, when you have a Viper that's been having the game of his life, and Darkseer that's been basically unbothered, and a Spirit Breaker that's been creating so much chaos on the map, it becomes easy. And honestly, we didn't even talk about Monet, right? We didn't even have to. This Wind Ranger just felt like a bonus. Oh, this is kind of cool. We have all of this additional damage for us. But it's not really necessary, given just how well everything else was going on the map itself.
It felt like 4 versus 5. They were already doing very well. Like, the team fight was good. You have Charge, Vacuum, Phoenix Seg, the Nether Toxin to slow them from hitting anyone. And then, like you said, cherry on top was Monet. Roar might have missed a small opportunity that I didn't really see ever being utilized in the early game, and it's really strong up to like minute 20. And that's the Iron Shell steal. I didn't see a single Iron Shell being stolen from the Darkseer to use it on the Ember. Like, you have Ember and Axe and Undying. You have 3 cores, well, 2 cores and the support that's melee, that you could be Iron Shelling all the time. But it wasn't really happening. I'm not sure. Maybe Yang was just playing too far behind all the time. And Rubik, of course, wanted to steal Viper Strike here too. Like, you want to steal that break, you want to apply it to the Viper, which is understandable. But maybe a missed opportunity from Roar.
Especially understandable given how well of a performance Paparazzi put in on the Viper. I think I definitely would want to give him MVP for this one because the work that he put in. Yes, I mean, Yang had an amazing game. Do not get me wrong, right? He did everything that you're supposed to do. Itemized properly for the game, recovered very well from a difficult like first 3-4 minutes. But damn, I've never seen, like I said, I've never seen somebody being quadrupled in the mid lane matchup. That's how tough it was. And Ember just did not have a game, and that all started from what this Viper was able to do in the mid lane. Yang, I will say though, his vacuums later on, those blink vacuums, woof, absolute chef's kiss, cinema coming in from the Darkseer.
Your 10 CS meme was actually a reality in the end. Like, it took him a very long time to get to the 10 CS mark because of this guy, because of this man right here, because of this ugly green bird. They kind of decided to do this though. Like, they could have banned out the Viper and let the Necro go through, but I feel like they committed this time into having an Axe score. And I feel like their solution to the Necro last game was actually really good. So maybe they could have let the Necro go through and then rotated the Axe to position 5 once again. But they weren't willing to experiment twice. I understand. It's a TI qualifier. You don't really want to put Axe on 5 2 games in a row. You know, as a drafter, you're going to feel, especially after you lost the first one, even though that game was theirs to win or lose, you'd catch some flame after, for sure.
Fortunately, though, for them, the journey is not over in the TI qualifiers, as they only now drop down to the lower bracket, so they'll still have an opportunity to try and claw their way and earn one of the 2 available spots to go to Shanghai. To that end, though, we're not done, Mr. Liz. This first game went 2-0 in favor of Team Refuser, but we still have more action to bring you here, as Team Resilience will be taking on Cloud Rising as our next series of the day. So you have some time. Go grab a quick snack, go get something to drink, and then join us back here as we continue the road to the international, trying to find which team will qualify for TI from the Chinese region.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all. Thank you for joining us on this road to the International 2026 as we're trying to find out which two teams in China will earn their slot to compete at the showcase of the Immortals. My name is Snare. I'm joined yet again by Mr. Lizard as we're doing our second series of the day, Cloud Rising versus Team Resilience. Lizard, let's be honest, right? There's well-known names on Resilience. We know who they are, you know, people that have been at TI, played at high level before. Cloud Rising, it's all the new kids on the block, right? So how much of an upset would it be if Cloud Rising actually pulled out the W on this one?
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see new names coming from China, dude. Like, that would be mind-blowing. But there are some names that are actually very known to the Dota public. We have Sheep on Cloud Rising, so she abandoned her... what is it? What's it called?
The VTuber.
The VTuber, yeah. She abandoned the VTuber life. She moved to China. She's grinding that dotes, and they ban out Meepo. They literally ban out Meepo against Sheep, man. It's all coming together. It makes sense. Shout out to Alex, by the way. We love you.
Yeah, shout out, Alex, wherever you're at. Hope you're having a good time watching the games. I will say, another thing that makes me very happy about Team Resilience, Lizard, you and I have been casting together for quite a while now, right? And over the years, the one thing I've always wanted to see was Drow Ranger, right? I've been telling you for years, bro, that hero is so much fun.
Erica.
And then, at Wallachia, Drow Ranger was actually good, and I was trying to tell you Drow Ranger was good. You wouldn't believe me. And in the last month, everyone has demonstrated that, no, guys, Drow Ranger is actually that hero. And like you said, it's Erica. If there's anyone in China who has to play Drow, it's gotta be this guy.
It looks like the hero, by the way. Like, Drow Ranger right now looks like the hero of the patch. At least from the games that I'm playing and the games that I'm watching and the recent Wallachia ending and Blast after it, like the EWC qualifiers, it's been a lot of Drow. So maybe I'm expecting it, at least, like you said, if from no one else, from Erica, because he's your Drow Weaver Raid King, you know, like he's got a couple of heroes, has a hero puddle. Jokes aside, he has a hero pool, which is good, but like he has some heroes that are on a little bit of a higher level, which, you know, Drow Ranger being one of those.
Let's see if that does emerge for the game. They already do have some silence and some catch for the Ember Spirit, but wouldn't be bad to have a little bit more. As Cloud Rising ban out the Underlord, and they lead the second phase with the Hoodwink being picked up here. So a little bit more catch, a little bit of control, super versatile position for hero. I think there's pretty much no offlaner it doesn't combo well with, right? No matter what hero you're playing from the offlane position, you're probably very happy to have a Hoodwink as your partner.
Yeah, pretty much. She's just strong. She's good. Well, there are some offlaners that kind of mess with her bushwhack, like your Bat Rider, your Timber, heroes that break trees aren't necessarily the greatest, but we're gonna get a Snap, we're gonna get a Largo, even though the Snap, I don't know where she's gonna go. Like, it could be an offlane Snap, by the way. I like this hero as a core. I don't like it as a support as much. I don't think it does nearly as well, but she's still okay. If your puck is mid, which 99.9% it is, snap perhaps offlane with Largo 4, or maybe snap support with Largo offlane. We'll see. Like, they pick up the Doom, of course. Now you have some anti-healing against the Largo, just to... Anytime you Doom him, you will be happy. You can, of course, Doom out the puck as well, if you can, which is a question, right? Like, it's not really easy. You can lane the Doom on safe lane, you can lane it on off lane. Like, Lich Doom is actually a pretty good lane as well. So you're very flexible here on Cloud Rising. I don't know, so far I like their draft. I think they cooked up something nice. The only thing that I maybe am not the biggest fan of is the Lich into Largo, because of catchily getting rid of the armor, of course, very easily.
It'll be interesting for Resilience. When I think of New as a player, like, I think he suits Largo more than he suits the Snap. Like, he's a go-in type of offlaner, right? So I need to see him in the middle of the fray, creating as much chaos as possible. The Snap, we did see a couple of years ago, Planet and ZZQ, when they were on separate teams, both of them would play this hero a lot. So I'm expecting it to be support. The one thing, though, is this Kez hero. You and I, of course, have seen some really stupid things emerging from the Kurds. Like the chicken is absurd.
Yeah.
However, in this game, it's not the easiest chicken game in the world. Not only do they have some lockdown, they have burst damage. And in my opinion, if you have lockdown, a mute silence like Doom has, and burst damage, these are the conditions under which Kier starts to feel, the feathers start to ruffle a little bit, not feeling as comfortable as he did normally.
Yeah, the only problem that I do see for the Doom is he's got a lot of very good Doom targets. And at this point, I guess Kaz has to be the one that he
10
dooms.
seconds remaining.
Because if you do not, like, he will probably
5 seconds
delete
remaining.
your site. Like, so, overall, I still think that Kaz is absolutely insane of a hero. I think he's good in this circumstance as well, even into Doom. I think Kaz, he needs a hero destroyer, which on paper Doom is. When I say hero destroyer, I mean, Doom, Bane, heroes that just don't allow you to play Dota. Like, you click on one target and you delete it from the game. That's Doom's job in this game. And they get the Bane for themselves, actually. So it's going to be Bane plus who support? Snap or Largo? What do you think? You're thinking
I think Snap.
New. Yeah. You're thinking New is playing Largo, I mean.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I would even be happier. I would go as far as to say I would be very unhappy if Liu is playing Snapfire. Just the way he plays Dota, I don't
Yep.
feel it suits the Snapfire
5
gameplay.
seconds remaining.
Resilience did ban out. They saw the Lich, so you have to ban out some of the super range carries. So they take out the Shadow Fiend, they take out the Drow Ranger. Feels bad, no Drow, but at least Erica banned it, so it counts. It still counts. Still picked and banned.
It's really good, this game. Like, the Silence versus Kaz and Puck comes in handy. I feel like she's one of better heroes against Kaz to an extent, because you have Silence and Pike. Like, that's what you build. Of course, Kaz can get on top of you, but actually it doesn't work as well as it does versus a lot of other heroes. So, versus a lot of other ranged glass cannons is what I'm trying to say. On Cloud Rising, let's see. I mean, they could still opt to put Doom safe lane and pick something different for the offlane if they want to versus the chicken. I think Tidehunter, of course, is always an option versus him if it's in the pool, and it is in the pool. So
I've been experimenting with a solution to Kez, right? I'm not fully convinced of it yet, but I've had some decent success playing the Razor. What do you think? Is there any possibility of the Razor emerging here?
I've seen it once or twice recently. I don't know, like, on paper, Razor shouldn't be that great versus Kaz because he's got a lot of mobility. He's got parry as well to stun you, uncontrollably stun you because of the static link. Like, on paper, it shouldn't be that great, but in reality, it might work. Especially because of the way the fights are. They're hectic. Sometimes you use your mobility spell a little bit too soon, but they go for... You don't have to experiment a lot when you already have the experiments behind you, right? Like, we've had this large learning model which put every hero against Kaz. It came up with Tidehunter, so they just copy it. They put the Tidehunter into that lane and Doom on the safe lane. The downside, of course, is you have a Doom carry, which is played a bit differently than most carries are. But the upside is, like, Doom is good versus Kaz and Tidehunter, like, through the game. But Tidehunter is good versus him in the lane as well. Plus, it's good versus Bane, so some good things.
Fantastic against Bane, one of the better offlaners. You know, you'll always be able to get Ravage off in the middle of a fight. Also, you are correct. It's New that's going to be playing the Snapfire instead of playing the Largo. So Snapfire in the offlane is going to be the choice here for Team Resilience. And I kind of like that for one reason. As much as I don't like New playing Snapfire, I do feel, looking at, like, now having cores of Doom Tidehunter, that you want to ramp up your damage as early as humanly possible. Not be stuck in the situation where you don't have enough punch to get through all of this massive beef that they have.
I think it's maybe even... It's more simple than that. Like, Snap, in its current state, is a much better core hero than a support. And Largo, honestly, in its current state, is maybe even a better support than a core. Maybe. It might be a stretch, but as a core, if the game is not that great for him, he truly doesn't feel that amazing. This game as a support, like Catchy Link maxed out, 7 seconds cooldown, Glitch Armor, Ember Armor, a lot of things that you can, just dispel, and it will be very impactful if you do dispel them, so does make sense. Offlane Snap, however, the build is more or less the same as a mid lane Snap, and that's something that technically could be a problem. and because you're not really bringing a lot of utility to the team.
Well, we'll see exactly how they just decide to utilize and deploy that Snapfire from the offlane. And on the other side for Cloud Rising, the new kids on the block, we'll see if they can put a dent in some of the prospects that Team Resilience is expecting to have in these qualifiers. I always back Kez, bro. You know how I feel about it. Almost any context. I see the chicken, I'm favoring the chicken. And I don't see, the Doom is great, yes, but I don't see enough that makes me fully scared to play the chicken in this game. He'll be fine.
Can you tell, like a Chinese Dota connoisseur, can you explain the kabuka buka chat? What's happening?
Nah, these memes, these must be new memes, man. These memes are going over my head right now.
You gotta step it up, man. Like, you gotta learn all the for real, no cap, 6'7", 6'7". You gotta get in.
It's no worries. Benji is on later tonight, so if there's anybody in the English-speaking world that knows these memes, it will be B-Cop, so we'll ask him.
True. Bane?
Resilience.
Yeah.
Proper smoke with the Bane, but Yume and ZZZ already. They just get back away. They're chilling.
They picked out the cliff, by the way, as well, so they are kind of expecting it to be warded. Now, they did scout the Bane. I'm not sure if they saw him. He's still got a bit of a better nighttime vision, I believe, than most heroes, so...
Oh, gosh. Some stupid anti-lane tech coming through again. That's Planet and New. I'm gonna try and get rid of this range creep down bottom. They will succeed in this endeavor. No way they can stop them from doing this.
People are adapting, right? Like, you can't block the wave anymore to get it under the tier 1 tower, but killing the range creep. Securing the range creep immediately is just as good, because the lane will push in afterwards, of course. So, if you don't think that your lane is strong, level 1, that you can contest, I think this is good. And versus Lich, I think their assessment is quite correct.
Gachilik will actually drag back the Doom. Planet's gonna put in a little bit of pressure with the help of New. So Yume will be forced to have to chow through some of this regen. In fact, he's bringing in extra, ferrying in an additional set of tangles for himself.
Yeah, the classic, right? Like, you can sometimes start the lane without any tangos, but 6 tangos more or less on any single core currently is to be expected. Maybe on mid lane not, but side lanes for sure.
How is this top lane going? So far, so normal. Tidehunter doing a great job, having a lot of the CS here. With the help of Sheep being nearby, they need to be very careful, with, especially a hero like this Bane. Level 2, level 3 feels extremely scary when they have Gush, Bushwhack, and the Acorn Shot.
True, absolutely. I think Tide at least is very tanky of a boy, and Anchor Smash really does a number on Kez, so it should be fine. On both sides there's some kill potential, right? On one side you have pure grip, brain sap. On the other you've got a lot of physical damage between those two.
Mid is going to be extremely boring, so let's not even talk about it. At least he's going to get to 10 CS before 3 minutes, so that's nice.
I love how boring. I don't really love it. There we go, the first kill on top. Just a lot of damage from the brain sap. But mid lanes in particular, like, you're completely right. It's boring. Like, mid lanes are boring. 99% of them. Like, very rarely do you see something exciting. Like, back in my day, like, any sort of a matchup that is kinda even is exciting, because one small mistakes, you're out of region. You know, you can't get your stuff up that quickly. You need to go base or you die. Right now, there's like, you always have an up.
They have water runes, bounty runes, only some additional way of popping up your resources.
Nice tornado, by the way.
Very rarely do we get to see what we saw in the previous game. Is down bottom, Planet's in trouble. Blood Grenade gets thrown in on top of him. He's ticking very low, but he's still alive in the end. Actually not going down. Down to 30 HP, maybe turning it around to get New out of trouble. Throws in the Frog Swap, will connect onto Yume. You
Oh,
putting in pressure onto the Doom. There's going to be the scatter blast. Catchy lick. They bring him back. They find the kill. And they get the Lotus. ZZQ will be able to avoid at least the Fire Snap Cookie. And there's no mana for the scatter blast. But nonetheless, the carry is dead. And Planet, the frog lives.
It's crazy. Like, they played that really well. Like, Doom took the little Wild Wings. He had the tornado. He cast the tornado on the Lotus pool. But just no luck killing off the Largo. Like, level 2 Catchy Lick now as well. Saving himself, of course, a bit earlier from the dot.
It's stuff happening in that bottom lane for the side of Team Resilience.
Tower is under attack.
Had a lot of CS on the Snapfire as well. Actually over and above that of the Doom. Of course, Doom did die, so that gave the opportunity for the Snapfire. Unfortunately, on the other side of the map, it's not like Kiz is doing that much better. Just even at the moment with the Tidehunter, but Tidehunter will have a bit more experience having participated in the kill.
Oh, he dies this
Bottom
time.
lane.
I don't know why he didn't lick himself off and continued running. Instead, he used the lick on Lich. Like, if he used the lick on himself, not only does he dispel the slow from Nova, he would, on top of that, of course, get some extra regen. He'd survive for sure, but... Okay, maybe he thought that they had a kill on Lich, but Lich got a raindrop. That's probably it. Didn't check for the raindrop. Raindrop versus Largo is really good, by the way. Just versus Catchy Lick, spam this early on.
He's gonna come down bottom, get the pushback out onto the Largo. Fire Snap Cookie will be there, but immediately they have the Sinister Gaze. Planet will try to buy some time with the Frogstorm slot with multiple blood grenades and the right-click damage of Yume Yume. A certainty that they will be having frog legs for breakfast. They bring down Planet in the bottom lane.
Raindrops galore on both sides, by the way. Snap and Largo, of course, you're playing versus Lich on the other side, so they got theirs too, but yeah, they do manage to take down Largo in the end. My question has always been like about this hero, how well does he do in the mid game? Because he's got some really big disadvantages as a hero. Like, when it comes to catch, when it comes to dispel, when it comes to burst damage in the mid game, Largo truly does not feel that amazing. And the question is, do they have it kind of sorted with other heroes? I would say that they do. Like, you have Coil, you have Grip, that should be enough. They have some really good team fighting between the Coil and Kisses as well.
The Kisses feel like they're going to be quite impactful in some of these later fights. And outside of this Ember Spirit, not really that much mobility on the side here of Radiant, so Cloud Rising will have a difficult time maneuvering away from those Morty's Kisses. We'll see though, middle, they are going to be going for the first grab onto this Ember Spirit. Dream Coil was expended, but they didn't have the damage to kill him. He manages to get out with the remnants, TP home. He'll be A-okay in this mid lane. Shout out Q7. Doesn't actually get caught. He played that one by himself, no less.
Yeah, the Lich armor did play a part a little bit, right, at the end. They have to secure the Wisdom Shine, by the way, because Bane can... Okay, never mind, he's been zoned. I was just gonna say Bane is one of those heroes like Shadow Demon that just wins the Wisdom Shine on his own. If you have only one hero there, Nightmare, and you're just waltzing out of your minute 7 experience.
The Kids, top lane for Erica, getting gone on here by the Tide and the Sheep Hoodwink. Does manage to get away at the very end with the Echo Slash. It was a bit of a scary moment. The moment they clocked that ZZQ is no longer in that area, they try to play aggressively into the chicken. They lack the damage to kill him. Maybe they come through with somebody to the Twin Gate, but he throws off the Raptor Dance. Instead, they just turn onto this Tidehunter. Ice Coke goes down. ZZQ with the Nightmare will be the one getting the credit for the kill.
Yeah, the Nightmare, but Brain Sap once again playing a big part. The majority of the damage, like you said, did come from Raptor Dance, of course, but so far so good for Tidehunter. Even with this death, I mean, he's one of those rare offlaners that can actually lane into Kaz and at least pressure him. Most offlaners at this point are already done.
Yume. Okay, he's gonna be off map for a while, as we do need to farm this Radiance. What comes after the Radiance, do you think, for him? Because I've seen there's been some variety in some of the Doom builds. Some of them are going straight BKB, some of them go Blink. I've even seen some of the S&Y builders, you know, the enjoyers of the right clicks. What do you feel is necessary for this game?
Radiant's middle tower is under
We'll see what he goes for. I feel like both BKB and Blink are options. BKB perhaps not as much value this game because of the grip, but overall it's still good. I am, by the way, one of those right-click enjoyers on Doom. Unfortunately, with the recent nerfs, I feel like it's almost impossible to play without Radiance as a core Doom, so you can't really overcommit into the right-click build, Bane.
He is gonna die, but he set them up that maybe they get some counter kills. Morty's Kiss is raining in. He does manage to dodge the last kind of will burst. Tidehunter almost dies with the initial blobs, but manages to get away. Right, not fully over just yet though. Middle of the river, they found themselves a chicken. The Doom has been used onto the Kez, and Kez is down. He is killed off. Yume making a very early rotation. Now they want to chase forward, looking towards New, trying to run away on his Snapfire. But Doom and Q7 are on his ass, and they bring him down. Will they be able to get the additional bonus? Get Planet. Nightmare trying to bail him out of trouble, but it's not going to be good enough. Q7 with a double kill on his Ember Spirit. Team Resilience were not expecting just how hard Cloud Rising would go for that skirmish. They commit, and it comes out as a very good decision in the end.
Yeah, they committed basically everyone, right? Like they brought even the Doom from the bot lane. The Doom usage was super on point. Just a beautiful fight from them. I feel like Dreamco wasn't there, so that was the biggest issue for them. Now it's used again. Can they at least kill the Lich?
No, they cannot. He's still alive. ZZQ now is the one that's under danger. Bushwhack will connect, putting him towards the tree, allowing Q7 to collect his 4th kill of the game. And this Lich is still alive, man. That's just 1 point into Frost Shield, and it did so much damage reduction that they could not bring him down.
Yeah, they have ways of dealing with the spells on the other side. It's just that they're not really combining their spells all too well. Dreamcoil once again was used, so Mortimer's Kisses will not be, right? Used together with Dreamcoil when Dreamcoil is up. And you go on Lich, but you don't have Largo nearby to catch you, lick the shield away, so... I mean, he was there, but a bit too late, so... Overall, maybe a little bit too speedy with the Dreamcoil usages on Puck.
So early in the game though, so many options for recovery. As you do see New in the jungle, getting closer towards his Rod of Atos.
Well, that's a different build, I think,
I
right?
was about to ask you actually about this, to be like, what do you think of the Atos, bro?
Yeah. That's definitely a different build. Considering they have Coil and they have Bane, it's okay. I mean, he probably will be buying a Gleipnir eventually, right? So overall, the mid lane build on Snap is much different than what I'm seeing here from him. Like, you're usually going some very early shard, like the Kaya Yasha. You're going for travels, of course, basically first travels. He did go for travels, which will make his game a little bit harder to play across the map. He won't be joining every single fight and just split pushing all the time.
Speaking of joining fights, Doom is smoked up with the Lich. They're actually making an early mid-game rotation. Echoes, he doesn't know about this. Man, it's actually a little bit unfortunate that the rune spawned on the other side. If it had spawned bottom, maybe this Echoes Puck gets caught off guard by the Doom, but because it was spawned in the top lane, it ends up wasting the rotation. They have to go back bottom to keep farming.
Smoke back to farm under your tier 1 tower, the good old. How do you feel about the Stone Feather Satchel, by the way? Are you an enjoyer? Do you take this neutral? It's pretty good on some heroes, I guess. No? You're not?
Nah, I'm not an enjoyer. What about you? Which heroes do you like to get on?
Well, actually, now that I'm reading it, I figured that I actually didn't read it right. So basically, what I thought this item does was the other way around. Like, I thought that the percentage base is on the movement speed, but obviously not the case. It's just increased movement speed by 12. So, but forced movement effects applied to the wearer are increased by 30%. Does that doesn't apply to Fire Snap Cookie, right? Does it? I wonder.
That's actually a very good question. I don't know.
Let's see. The next cookie should give it away. I feel like it should be like a 4-staff and stuff, but
Now watch, he's never going to use Cookie for the rest of the game. As middle, they're going on to Planet with Q7. That will almost give him the gold to finish off his Mage Slayer, so that's a pretty big pickup. I must say, this Ember Spirit, his impact in this game has been immense so far. 5-0 already at minute 13. That's what you want to see from your mid laner.
yeah, all of his spells are connecting. He always has a teammate. He always has someone to connect with. Meanwhile, on the other side, if you... there's a problem that I'm seeing right now from Dire. And that's if you don't have Mortimer's Kisses, like if you don't have Snap connecting with Puck, your damage is very limited. Like the lane itself was okay, but Largo and Bane aren't really known as the biggest damage dealing supports in post laning stage.
And at the same time, Cloud Rising have Lich and Hoodwink, right?
Yeah.
Whose damage only scales as the game goes on.
Yeah, it can get, I mean, yeah, it's just night and day difference. Oh, sleep on the
late.
creep.
They're gonna try and get themselves onto the Tide Hunter. Raptor Dart activated. He will throw out the Ravage, but he's eating these Morty's Kisses. But nonetheless, here comes Sheep and ZZZ. They immediately burst through this Bane. You even had to cancel his Morty's Kisses because Yume came through the Twin Gate. They find the Searing Chain out of Q7. They get the chains back. New is dead. Sinister Gaze ensures that he can face his enemies as they drive daggers into his chest. Big kills on top and followed up by a tier 1 tower collected by Cloud Rising as well.
Yeah, they don't even get the tide. The Ravage was just on point. It caught the Snapfire using Mortimer's Kisses as well. And once again, like the move from Dire just doesn't connect. It was a foreshadowing though, but when they went on tide, the sleep from ZZQ was actually used on a creep next to him, so he misclicked.
Bottom lane, let's hope there's no misclicks here, but they can't catch up to Yume. ZZQ could not connect with the Fiend's grip yet again. The execution just not there for Resilience.
I honestly don't even know if they kill him with the grip. I'm not really sure. He's got Talisman and Double Bracer. Like, they have a lot of magic damage sure coming from Puck, but... not sure still if that would be enough.
Speaking of the Puck, he will TP back into the mid lane, hoping to try and protect the tier 1 tower. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do so. The tower will fall. They did get the shield rune off. He gets Catchy looked away. There's the 5-snap Cookie. Chain Frost bouncing around.
Okay.
They get the kill on the Ember Spirit. And they manage to Delta Split away from the bouncing ice. But maybe with Ice Coat here, they might want to turn things around, but they don't have the Ravage, so there's no way to cancel out the Fiend's grip. They throw it out onto Sheep. At the same time, he nightmared ZZZ closer to the rest of the team. ZZQ, man, setting up an amazing play for his team in the mid lane.
Yeah, finally something coming together for Puck. You know, it's just a lot of gold actually gained in this fight. Mortimer's Kisses were not used, but Atos was and Cookie. 4-4-1, of course, all they needed to take down the Ember.
By the way, did you see if it got the additional movement speed?
I feel like it did. I can't say like 100%, but I feel like it did. I didn't see him use it on himself. Most of the time it was on the creeps. And one time when they went on him top lane, it looked like he got some more range.
Keep tabs on him. See what he's got going on. He does go back for the shard now. It's too good to pass up as, oh, in the jungle, we end up losing a Lich surrounded by multiple Dire heroes. Want to make sure that they can keep control of this area, but they're not going to find the D wards here, will they? ZZQ? No, he will not. In fact, he's probably going to get D-warded himself after this. They have to know that there's an observer on the high ground.
He really likes this high ground ward, by the way. This cliff ward here, he's been putting it up there many games in a row, and this is the second ward that he has planted on this particular cliff this game as well.
Coming back to try and fight for this area though. ZZZ is here. Have the Ember and the Hoodwink not too far away, so they're gonna collapse back into this jungle, try to force these heroes away. They find these D-wards, they will, but they could still maybe set up with the Fiend's grip. They're scared of D-warding this because they know that these guys probably have high ground vision, so they're gonna actually end up just losing out on control and the time taken to try and regain this area.
Oh, they're still farming the enemy jungle. They're going top lane on Radiant. By the way, Doom's going for Shard. Like, Radiance into Shard next. It's very greedy, by the way, but okay.
You got the memo that it's China for TI, so games will go 60 minutes. You'll have time.
I mean, to be fair, they have been going.
Echoes. 2-hero Dream Coil. Morty's Kisses come through. They only managed to bring down Sheep with this, but they also found a Nightmare out onto Ice Cloak. The Tidehunter in dangerous position. Raptidons will be there on top of him. Fire Snap quickly comes out to stun him out. He still has the Ravage if he wants to pop it. He's threatening them with it. They want to try and kill him in some other way. They find the silence. He's still alive. He gets out. Q7 trying to zone back ZZQ. Chain Frost thrown out, but it only connects onto you. It's not going to do anything. In the end, they end up getting the kill. He's now thrown in onto Q7, trying to hold him back, keep him in position. They free him in the end, and he's able to jump himself away. But Erica chases him through into the Roshan pit. They get the connection on the Ember Spirit. They manage to find the kill.
Yeah, nothing connected for them. Like, they didn't use Doom properly or at all. They didn't use Ravage. Like, the Chain Frost was the only ulti that they kind of committed in this fight, and even the Chain Frost itself wasn't really that amazing. It just zoned a couple of heroes away from Kaz, but that's it. Like, overall, a very scrappy fight coming from Radiant. I feel like Cloud Rising maybe could have played that a bit better, considering the coil was only used to kill off Hoodwink. Like, she was the only hero that died in the coil. But what's the difference? The difference, of course, is the itemization on two sides. Radiant, I feel like their heroes, if they want to initiate, they need initiating items. They don't have them right now. Like, the Tidehunter isn't buying a blink, he's going for Axe. Doom, of course, as well. Like we mentioned it earlier, he's just going for a Shard. So he got the Shard, but no blink, no BKB. Makes things a lot easier for our boys on Resilience.
They do now get themselves a shot on Planet, having taken out the Tormentor.
Radiant are scanning.
What a shot, though. What a stupid, stupid shot. But what can you do? Largo is in general a stupid hero.
I mean, they nerfed him hard. Like, the hero was absolutely broken and busted. Top lane, Coil.
Yet again, Coil up onto this Hoodwink. This time around, there's no Morty's Kisses thrown in, but they'll still have more than enough tools to kill. ZZQ with the Brain Zap removes the Squirrel from play. The rest of the team, though, are smoked up and they're heading bottom. Might be able to catch Erica here. Could be a trap being set. Yume shows, but he just shows like he's farming normally. Q7, they see him, they have the vision. There's no way out of this one, my friend. There's a Sinister Gaze. Chain Frost even gets thrown as the shot is available for ZZZ. Tries to get out with the Raven's Veil, but it will not be enough. Great gank coming in from Cloud Rising, finding the opportunity to bring down the Kez.
Yeah, not having to use the Doom as well is a big bonus, right? Like, you don't use Doom, you still have it for the next fight if needed. And he could commit into a blink, by the way. He's sitting on 2k gold, so he didn't buy an Ogre Axe, he didn't buy a Mithril Hammer. This usually means that he is second guessing if he wants to commit into the BKB or not. The hero is very speedy, by the way. That's another thing that he's got going for himself. Of course, no drums. But he does have a Windlace, Phase Boots, and Scorched Earth. Sometimes you don't really need the Blink Dagger super early on.
He's farming away right now towards getting that BKB. He's number 2 in the net worth department. Echoes is sitting at the top of the charts, having gotten some extremely high value kills. And he's almost got his harassment, just a couple hundred gold away. What do you think? Does that go some way? How much of a dent does that put into their damage problems overall?
I mean, it definitely makes things a lot easier, right? Like, I don't think that they've... ever since he got the Witch Blade, I feel like their damage was more or less good. But now, with the Parasma on Puck, and of course you've had the Shard on Snapfire for quite some time, I think they're in a really good spot. Like, they can blow up any target from 100 to 0.
David affords the Radiant side of Cloud Rising 55% chance to win the game. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower
Giving credence
is
to
under
the
attack.
greed of the Doom, as well as their team fighting prowess. We do now have Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter. He just picked it up. It's being delivered. We have that. We have almost level 2 Chain Frost as well. So their team fight prowess is about to pick up pretty drastically on Cloud Rising.
Fuck, he just got the blink when they're about to break their smoke on him.
It breaks. He doesn't see them. Imitate from ZZQ. He will not be able to blink away in time. There's the Nightmare. Still a tier 1 tower that he's nearby. So we'll see if the team wants to try and join him. But they reckon that the damage from the Kiz might be too high, but he's still alive. The TPs could have come a little bit sooner. Finally, New will be there with the Morty's Kisses, but ZZQ gets blinked on by the Tide, so they avoid the Morty's Kisses and they aggress on the Bane at the same time. Great response to this gag from the Ice Coke man. He evades everything and gets something for the crew.
Yeah, just a very tanky hero. They didn't, once again, like they're going, but they're not committing with everything they've got. And I feel like Resilience, if they want to get kills, they need to commit with all of their spells. Mortimer's Kiss is a little bit too late once again. If they were there, that's a dead Tide in an instant.
Instead, they lose Bane and now they lose their Largo here in this mid lane. The one bright spot though for Resilience is that, man, their Roshan potential is so bad from the side of Hellraiser. There's no easy way to take it, so they'll have to win a team fight first before wandering into the pit. That'll definitely buy Resilience some time in these moments where they get picked off on the map.
Yeah, they're pretty weak in the pit, for sure. Like, they have Gush and a lot of spammable spells in the pit, but overall, yeah, absolutely, you're right. They're not really the best team at taking down the big boy. When it comes to team fights, though, they are strong. Like, usually, you have one or the other. If you can take down Rush easily, that means that you have a lot of single target damage. If you can't, that means that most of the time you have a strong team fight.
Fire snap quickly out onto the ledge in the top lane. It's killed off by Neo. So something on the map. And he will come back for the entire Yaki. That's going to be the option for the Snapfire. Mid lane though, Erica, BKB active. He pulls up the Raptor Dog onto the Tide Hunter. But the Tide's still alive. Gets off the Rapid. They connect onto the puck. Not enough follow-up to kill him off just yet. They bring in Yuma Yume. They get the Doom out. The Kez is in danger. The Kez is going to die. ZZQ with the Fiend's Grip though onto the Doom. It gets cancelled out by the Yo. Now ZZQ's in a very awkward position trying to get himself out of here. Will die to the damage of Q7. Park trying to go back in and combo up with Yu to at least kill off Q7. They got the catchy lick. He went back and he ends up ticking out to the damage of New. Despite losing out on their Kez, Team Resilience managed to find a favorable fight. It's 3 for 2 in the end.
Yeah, the good old Croak of Genius, of course, on Snap. As well now being applied, of course, so there's a lot of damage reverbing after the Mortimer's Kisses are gone, but they do lose Kez, which is maybe the silver lining for Cloud Connect. It wasn't really a great fight for them, but at least they do manage to take down Kez once again, and I think that should never be a problem for them. As long as they have Doom, and as long as they Doom him, this is a very squishy hero. This is one of those very mobile, edgy heroes that they live or die by their spell usages and being very mobile. Can't really do a lot if you get doomed, of course.
Does cost the life of 2 of your cores in the process though, but Yume does survive. Going for the Shiva's God next. Has Blink, BKB Radiance, straight into the Shiva's. Back in real life, ZZQ will get himself shut down by this Hoodwink. They might want to chase for more, but they don't have Ravage anymore, so Ice Coke won't be able to blink on them and hold them in position long enough to keep the fight going. They actually have to run away because here comes the rest of Team Resilience, hoping to maybe make a turnaround play, but Ice Coke is already out, so he'll be okay.
Ice Coke. I just love the nickname, by the way, nothing more. That's all. That's the good old Ice Coke.
Do you think he's referring to like ice in the Coke, like an Ice Coke, or is it like, does he keep his cocaine in the fridge?
I hope it's the Ice Coke. The just a little bit of ice, like 3-4 cubes. Or maybe he just likes the original Coca-Cola, you know, with the cocaine in it. But
don't be all, brother, don't be all. It's a very even game though, right? Like, it's the graph has never veered too far in either direction. It's been super close. The fights have been back and forth. ZZQ maybe setting up a fight right now onto Q7. They're trying to go and kill off this Ember Spirit, and they've got him. He died so quickly. The damage output Between you and Erica, they have so much punch. 3 heroes die in the blink of an eye. It's a triple kill for the Snapfire. And unlike their counterparts, they have a much clearer path into the Roshan pit. Erica will take that as an invitation. They're looking for the first Aegis of the game.
Yeah, between the Dead Zone, him and Little Shredder on the Snapfire, this will be a very quick rush. But you know what, like, this was a first fight from Resilience that kind of looked very connected. Every single fight so far, won or lost, was crappy. Like, they use one spell, then they use another. This time around, though, they have the coil, they have the kisses, they have the grip. Like, everything was on point.
Damn.
Is under attack.
Aegis now available. 4K gold lead all of a sudden for Team Resilience. And you're asking yourself, yes, you do have the Doom on your lineup, but eventually these Lotus orbs, these Lincolns, they will eventually emerge. It's already being built up right now by Planet getting a Lotus. You know, you already have Glimmer on ZZQ, might get some 4-stars as well. You're relying on this Doom versus the Kez matchup being favorable for the Doom, but they have tools to fix that matchup. All of a sudden, you just are losing the damage battle by a pretty hefty margin to this Kez pop lifting.
Yeah, and the build of Doom isn't necessarily the classic carry Doom build, right? I mean, it sort of is at the same time, like he's going for Radiance into Shivas, into Aghanim's after, but this is more or less what you would expect from your offering room at this point as well, is what I'm saying. So you are never going to scale into that sort of a right-click puncher, but then again, when you look at the heroes on Dire, you don't necessarily need to. Like, I feel like this is still a very correct way of playing Doom for the game. And you just go full-on AoE damage, Scorched Earth, Radiance, Shivas, and just run in there. That's it. Like, there are games where basically the build is... you go Echo Saber into Harpoon, into SNY, into Silver Edge. And you're literally just playing around a wolf with the right click. I don't think this is a game where that is necessarily the best build.
He tanks up, so does Ice Cook. In this case, though, it's not just tanking up, he's getting stronger. About to pick up a Lincoln Sphere of his own, so he'll have Lincolns and then Planet will have Lotus. All of a sudden, Yume has to work super hard to find a good Doom. Thankfully, they'll still have the Blink Ravage, so that surprise factor will always exist throughout the game. I don't see anybody queuing up an Aeon Disc just yet, so Ice Cook will always have impact in the fight.
The Ice Cold with the heart, by the way, being queued up. Actually, not being queued up, being bought out. Like, he got himself the Reaver already, so... He was hard to kill up to this point. Now with the Reaver, let's see. They're smoking up. All 5 heroes are nearby.
Just got the heart, so he's about to bite. BKB activated by the puck going in. Gonna be Morty's Kisses thrown. Sheep already gone. Ice Cold experiencing some damage. Erica's on top of him. And he's do enough to really pressure the Watermelon. They have the Raptor Dance now used up as well. A lot of Atos will come down, but there's gonna be the Raptor to try to turn things. Doom also thrown down onto the Kez, onto the Snapfire rather. Kez just dies normally with the Aegis. As he comes back, will they be able to do anything about the Snap having to lose the fight? Might still tick out in the end, but at the same time, the fight is split up in such a way that it's very favorable to Resilience. They chase down and kill Yume on the Doom. They've isolated Q7 from the rest of his lineup. He's out of mana. He does have a BKB to play with, but the moment that this is down, his life is forfeit. No remnants, no TPs, no life. Erica with a double kill. Team Resilience with another massive team fight victory.
Yeah, there's a bright side and the downside, like the not so bright side, I should say, the dim side. Like, the bright side is Tidehunter is definitely tanky. He's got the heart now. Like, they barely got him to 50% HP. The not so bright side is the rest of his teammates do not have 4.3k HP. So even though he survives, everyone else does not on Team Cloud Rising, and it's rough because what he did there on Tidehunter was actually really good. Like, he baited them really deep. He used the Ravage on multiple heroes. He allowed the Doom to use his Doom freely. But the problem is, like, there is no real follow-up. Like, you cannot fight them. This Kez is still way too big for the Doom to fight into. Just, yeah, they get the Kez once, but the secondary life is almost impossible to take down.
Now Kez and the boys are putting pressure on the map. It's on the siege onto the tier 2 tower. The Tide Hunter will come through to protect it though with the Gush, so this should be fine in the end. Unfortunately though, they are still at a 10k net worth deficit. So if you're a Dire here, what do? Do you just keep trying to find skirmish fights, or do you just wait for the Roshan and hopefully end the game afterwards?
Yeah, skirmish fights are good. Like, the Rosh will respawn in 3 minutes. I don't think it's super necessary to just cower around it at this point. They have a very strong pick-off lineup, Brighton, so every time Ravage is down, you should be searching for some sort of a small skirmish.
It did just come back on cooldown, and Ice Coke is going for the Hex next, okay? So, I want to get a little bit more of that added control. Another way to lock down this puck, another way to deal with the cares after you get through the Lincoln Sphere initially.
Yeah, he had the Hex queued up, by the way, at the same time that he queued up Heart, but he decided to go for the Heart instead.
I think right now, okay, Sheep is about to die. I was literally about to say this, that I feel like one of the big problems that they've had is that almost every fight in the last 10 minutes or so has started with them picking off Lich or the Hoodwink.
Yeah.
And these heroes are necessary for the nature of their team fights. Like, you can't fight without them. Now they're actually going to try and fight into Ice Cold. Resilience. Can they get the kill onto the big beefy boys? Barely taking any damage. And they're like, all right, boys, we tried, but yeah, that's not happening.
Nice try, bros. Let's wrap it up. Try someone else. Yeah, he's basically the wall. Like, he just can position himself up front. The supports should not be dying if he is just breaking the aggression, but Lich is dying again.
What I'm saying, bro, these supports, this has to stop happening. You need to be better positioned, like, behind the Tide Hunter.
He was.
Lich already knew. I mean, he was, but you know there's a puck. He can jump you so easily. Gotta be more careful.
It's not about necessarily being more careful. I think they maybe got debated by their good start when it comes to the item build that they went for. This is a build that I have seen from Liches in the past, like the Tranquils into Blink into Aghanims. It actually becomes game-winning at some point. The question is, like, how many times will you die before it actually becomes not just a fever dream? Like, when will you actually get to play with these items? And Puck is recognizing this. Like, there's no Ghost, there is no Glimmer, there are no Force Staffs, there are no defensive tools on these two supports. So of course Puck is going to just chew them up very easily.
It was Kataomi at Walocha that we saw doing this build first, right? Blink Axe directly, like in a pro game.
Yeah, there are some... There was a game where I saw an Aghanims first into Blink, which looked pretty damn bad. This game, I think Blink Axe is definitely the right way, with a shard as well being purchased very early on. It's strong, it's a strong build. You just have to not feed too many kills. So far 8 deaths on Lich, 7 on Hoodwink. It's not that great.
At least they get the Hex on the Tide Hunter that just arrived now, so we do have that additional control. Wait, what? Bro, click on Ice Coke. Okay, now I think we have the answer of which version of Coke this is. Oh no, he moved it. He was building Radiance. He queued Radiance. Then he changed his mind. It's like, okay.
No, he can still go for Satanic and Deso like build, you know, like we can still dream. Like, for now he has AC queued up. I don't even know where he puts it. I guess you can maybe move out the Mage Slayer, but you need a blessing at some point, right? Like, just buy an Axe blessing so you have another slot. Because right now this man is just fully 6-slotted. He's massive.
Yeah, maybe you go blessing first, and then you actually finish the next item. Really, really big. On the other side, though, for Dire, they are cruising at the moment. 15k net worth in their favor. They have the lion's share of the kills. And scary enough, it's the Kez and the Puck that are occupying the top 2 net worth positions. And these heroes are extremely scary when they're being 6-slotted. So,
yep.
Don't have much time before we even get to that point. I'm very worried about how much damage they're going to suffer on Cloud Rising.
And you don't really scale all too well with Doom. Besides the level 25 mute, of course, that's the massive item spike that they might need a couple of 4 steps for. Just so you can get out of maybe an eventual AoE Doom. Well, he has Aghanims already, nothing eventual about it, so something to look out for.
I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing this puck go for the Aeon Disc. Going for the Shiva is what I've become very accustomed to seeing third, fourth item be the Aeon Disc on puck, but I suppose the game has been going so well that he hasn't felt the need to go for a further defensive item beyond the BKB.
Which can be really good or really bad for you. He hasn't died once, by the way. He's 7-0-12, so I can't really blame him for not buying Aeon Disc, but it's one kill all it takes. He's got the level 25, by the way, the 350 waning rift radius. Pretty good for these backline jumps. Or bad.
They jump the backline, but he gets hexed in the middle of the lane. Do they have the damage to kill him before his team interrupts? There's the Ravage as well, and he's gone. Brought down by the sharpshooter, and now with the slow out onto New, they're trying to catch up with the Doom, but he pops the BKB, hops into the river, the snap fire will try to escape. ZZQ might not be so lucky. The Kez, though, wanting to go directly out onto the Doom, but Doom just gets away. They have to leave the Bane behind, but Bane stalled the Ember long enough that they are still able to kill him. Sinister Gaze from ZZZ will drag New back in, but maybe it's not something he wanted to do with the Rod of Atos. New goes in, Scatterblast, they find the kill. Sheep will buy back on his hoodwink. He wants to get re-engaged in the fight. As Yume blinks forward onto Erica. Erica has the Raptor dodge with the Morty's kisses. They kill off the Doom. All of a sudden, even Ice Coke is in danger. He's gonna die too. A triple kill for New. A team wipe for Team Resilience. And another moment where it becomes really apparent that this chicken cannot be stopped in the late game.
It looked actually really good for Cloud Rising, right? Like they managed to take down Puck so easily. Like his Waning Rift talent, I feel like even worked against him because he jumped a little bit too back behind enemy lines. He didn't connect onto anyone. The Hex was too quick. The kill was too quick. But they didn't manage to connect onto anyone else. Like Snapfire managed to dodge, use the Fire Snap cookie. Of course, with the level 20 talent, you get 2 charges, so he was able to get into the river just too far away from the Doom or anyone else. One thing that I did see from the Dire is Kez probably should be hitting Tidehunter for the majority of the fight.
Yeah. You know, he just picked up this sort of new items. He wanted to test them out in the fight. In the end, though, they thankfully still get the kills for themselves. Now they've cleaned up the first set of barracks. Mid lane is gone. And for Team Resilience, things are feeling like it's a little bit of cruise control. Because like you said earlier, the scaling for this Doom hero, especially with this build, is just not going to be there. So the later this game goes, the more comfortable they feel, the less risks they have to take. And unfortunately, they also push so fast with this Deso Kez. The moment you actually lose a fight, you guarantee to be giving up buildings as well.
I guess the 25 on Doom, right? Is there something bigger that you're waiting for? Maybe a refresher on Tidehunter if he was going for that kind of a build, but he's actually buying a Blade Mill. Minute 40. 7th item Blade Mill after you buy the Aghanim Blessing. Honestly, I can see the idea behind it. Like, the Kez is just constantly hitting you for a little bit of damage, right? Like, constantly poking. It's not a little bit of damage if it's reflected. It's a little bit of damage for Tidehunter because he has so many reductions on his side.
I really want to see him get this item, but doesn't seem like Team Resilience has any interest in allowing them to further have options to come back into the game. They're gonna smoke now. Hoping to find a pick that could open the path to Roshan. Ice Coke is the one that's showing. He's gonna get himself clean foiled, and here comes Erica going in. Morty's kisses raining down from the heavens. Ice Coke eliminated in quick fashion from the mid lane. He did not expect that. ZZQ now also finds the Fiend's Grip. Gonna get cancelled out with the Yume Doom coming through. Will they be able to kill ZZZ? It's going to be done by Echo with the BKB puck. At the same time, they end up losing the Hoodwink to the south side. New just does too much damage. Catchy Dick will be dodged out by the Doom by popping the BKB, so he's going to be okay in the end. But again, he jumped in, he popped Doom, he looked around and he's like, I actually can't do anything, guys. I have to leave. Like, I did the most damage in my team, but I didn't really do all that much to win the fight.
I mean, he did the most damage, but it wasn't really a whole lot of damage. 2.4k. By the way, the grip wasn't even cancelled because the Aghanim is on Bane. He managed to kill the Bane, but he didn't cancel the grip, so Lich dies in the end anyway. And they actually did showcase that this Tidehunter, even with this kind of immortal Tidehunter build, is free game. Like, they can take him down as well.
Radiant are scared.
Mortimer's Kiss, of course, level 25 talent is what played a big part of it. You get +8 Mortimer Kisses launched, but they're launched in the same amount of time. So they're just raining down on you really quickly.
Ice Coke has an opportunity to go powder his nose while he's waiting in the fountain. As he's now looking towards the tier 3 tower being taken. He dropped the Roshan's banner here.
Radiant structure.
On the bright side here, Liz, he does still have Ravage when he respawns. It's still going to be available.
Radiant's top barracks.
They don't have Doom, so without the Doom, Erica feels completely uncontested and uncounted. He just push at his leisure, and it looks like he will succeed in claiming a second lane of barracks for Team Resilience.
Coil actually used on the time. You want to fight this.
Morty's kisses again. Look at Ice Cook just dying. Erica gets the unstoppable streak for it. Did cost the BKB out of him. Q7 now with the BKB of his own. Maybe he wants to turn in onto Erica, but Erica still has an Aegis. So feeling very comfortable to maintain his positioning in this fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I mean, you know what? There's another thing that we didn't talk about too many times. The damage reverb from Largo definitely playing a part in all of these kills on the Tidehunter. And all of these kills on anyone, really. But you just don't expect your Tidehunter that has mates there, hard. It's a Tidehunter with 4.2k HP. You don't expect him to be dying in like 5 seconds as they go on there.
There's a hole that they need to make. Doom will be thrown out by Yume. They might be able to kill the first life here. Then they take the rest. Mew put in a lot of damage. Even the Chain Frost from ZZZ will not be enough to kill him. And in fact, Yume will just die. There's too much right-click damage, too much magic damage, too much on the ground. GG is called. Team Resilience, they take game 1, and I think they also make a lot of people sad who were thinking that we might have an upset. There are levels to the game. And Team Resilience showing right now they are a level above.
They definitely do. I feel like what Cloud Rising did do was kind of cute, right? Like it was kind of cool. Like you put the Tidehunter as the last pick and you relegate the Doom. Well, you promote the Doom from the offlane to the carry. You put the Tidehunter versus the Kaz just so you have a much better lane, a much better offlaner. In this situation right here, when he Ravages, I'm like, okay, they got this. But post-Ravage, there's just nothing happening and you're still playing into an Aegis. So yeah, you do get a couple of kills, you get the snap with the Doom, sure, but in the end, it just wasn't worth it. Like, overall, I think that maybe they didn't feel all too comfortable with this switch-up of putting the Doom on position 1 and the Tide on offlane. Like, Doom is kind of a specific position 1 hero. There isn't really... Not everyone plays Doom super comfortably from position 1. Like, you can play Doom from position 1 as an offlane because it's the stock standard build, if that makes sense. But you kind of have to be like a Doom spammer to really move away from the stock standard build into more specific builds for the game. And I agreed with this build, but maybe I was wrong as well. Maybe just a good old right-clicking Doom would have done more.
At the very least, it would have given them an additional dimension to how they pursue these fights, because the way he built and the way it was, if the Doom didn't connect on the big target at the beginning of the fight, it felt like he wasn't really doing anything. You know, he's running around with the Scorched Earth, the Radiance, doing some of that damage, but never really stand his ground, and there were times he got the Doom out and it still didn't matter anyway. So, I don't know about this build. Or rather, I don't know about the build, or less than I feel maybe a different carry, like a carry that could actually challenge Kez in a real fight. Like, imagine if this was like, I don't know, some Faceless Void instead, how different this game could have been.
Sure, I mean, they were dealt a certain deck, a hand of cards, and they played with it I think this last fight, they were waiting for 25-0, but what they're doing really well on Team Resilience is they're not waiting for your power spikes. They're just constantly ignoring. They're constantly attacking, hitting a little bit. The power of Puck, right? Like, he died once this game, but what he was doing is, like, he constantly jumps back, he catches someone, he forces him to use a defensive spell or forces him back, and then moves back to his teammates, and then they strike again. And you never really have this like composed fight from Cloud Rising. Like, you never had like this big ass ravage into a big ass AoE Aghanim's Lich with some ult of his. It was always like something that was always missing, and you called it out during the game. It's because of this guy, right? Like, he's all the time just assaulting these supports. He was just destroying them.
I mean, combined, so he had, let's see, 28 kill involvement. 21 of those kills were against supports. That's how you know he's just being a terrorist in the backlines there. But he played really well, I must say, especially considering that like he was kind of losing the lane. Not too badly. Obviously, it's Puck, Ember Spirit, whatever. The losses don't mean that much. But the initial movements across the map, it was looking like it's all Q7, right? He's the one that was making those quick jumps. He's the one that was rebalancing how the lanes looked on the other side. But in the end, Echoes, when you have these kind of Puck games, they feel so free. They don't have to buy Aeon Disc. Yeah, what can you do? You know, really good performance from him.
The moment you said he doesn't need the Aeon Disc, or that he should have bought an Aeon Disc, he died after, right? Like, he got hexed that one time. Immediately. But you know what? That also gives another question. Maybe the hex on Tidehunter was a little bit late. Maybe he needed the hex instead of the heart, because heart, realistically, what did it do? Like, it made him a bit tankier, but he was still dying, right? Like, they still found ways of killing him. If you buy a heart and you're literally unkillable, sure, good for you. But he bought a heart and his teammates were still dying. Even if he doesn't die, his teammates are. So maybe a blink hex earlier just to make sure that they can get rid of the Puck was more accurate idea. But in the end, Echoes just played too good of a game. I don't think a blink hex earlier would have actually made a massive difference.
Yeah, the performance coming in from the mid laner, too good on the side of Resilience. However, it's still the first game, so for Cloud Rising, there's still some positives to take away from this game and hopefully leverage those lessons into the second game and try to force our first Game 3 of the qualifiers for TI in 2026. We'll see what Game 2 looks like between the side of Cloud Rising and Team Resilience after we come back from a small break. So go grab some water and join us to continue on this road to the International.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to the road to the international as we are looking for qualified teams out of China to participate at TI 2026. And right now, Cloud Rising have a mountain ahead of them that they need to figure out a way to climb. It's one thing if the game was relatively even early on, but later it really felt like they were out of their depth. So Lizard, pretend yet again that you are the coach. You need to give these guys the talk of their lifetimes to prepare for game 2, because otherwise it feels like it might just be a quick 2-0 for Team Resilience. Oh, you are muted, Lizardo. You are muted, Lizardo.
Am I? No, I'm just
now you're
thinking.
good,
I'm just thinking, like, what? I was muted. My bad. But I'm just thinking, like, which way would I? What would be the thing that I would hype up the most for my team if I was them? I'm not really sure. I feel like I would be more of, guys, listen up. Like, we had 2 offlaners. It didn't work out. Let's just pick a normal carry. And the game is going to be much easier for us. Maybe that's the way to go about it. You find like a very easy culprit, which is like out of your, not super player-oriented, but more like draft-wise, you know? And you just find that culprit in the draft, you blame it, and then you play a different game. No, seriously, like if you want to keep the morale high, of course, like you can blame some individual plays and stuff, but you're not fixing that in 7 minutes between game 1 and game 2. Like you're not fixing any player performance in that short of a time span. So better to just play on the morale, focus that your team has like a good mindset going into game number 2, and that's it. Like they pick themselves up the coddle. They will be treanted on the other side, of course, but this coddle, of course, can be 5, can be mid, can be 4. Most often it's either 4 or mid, and it's a really good hero. So I like their opener already. I feel like Coddle is, of course, when you look at some other players like Saxa, they make the hero shine, and I think that the hero is really damn good.
I do like some of the approach that they've taken in their draft here. They make sure to ban out the puck as well. We do see, unfortunately, a ban on the Draw Ranger. That kind of sucks. I wanted to see Erica play that. However, you know, everything in Dota is a give and take. So you do get those heroes removed, but you're giving up ZZQ Treant Protector. This is literally the hero that this guy made his name on. This is why he's a tier 1 player. It's because of Treant Protector. Yeah. So you give him his best hero. I just say good luck to y'all. Good luck.
He played Treant even when Treant wasn't broken, when he wasn't meta. Like he would be playing Treant. So he definitely knows the hero inside and out. And of course, we'll see. Like Quelling Blade, gotta protect the trees. We'll see how the game goes from minute 0. It just completely changes the dynamic. And it's also very important what he's comboed with, right? Like we'll see what kind of a position 1 they get, because usually it's these glass cannon heroes. Like Drow has already been banned out. Other options, of course, that are really popular right now are SF. SF is like a very straightforward, easy hero to go for with the Treant. If the game allows it, something like a Muerta, of course, is an option. Of course, at all TI qualifiers, TI games, Medusa with Treant is definitely, even though she's not meta, it's also, of course, a probable or a possible hero to go for. Necro will be the ban. Okay, so they banned the Necro to pick the Axe again. Like this is an unplayable lane more or less for the Axe, so they get the Axe with the Coddle. Could be the lane, doesn't have to be. They're still keeping their hand open. Like it could still be Coddle mid. I actually don't mind Coddle as a core versus SF at all, but Coddle versus Pango, like the lane itself already is a bit weird for Coddle, because one swashbuckle level 2 and you're already losing half of your
10
HP.
seconds remaining.
Like you mentioned, the Shadow Fiend will be the one that emerges here for Erica. Classic combination in Dota and especially in China. It's unclear where the Pango goes. You know, it could be position 2, position 3. They'll probably be deciding for themselves on the 18. So now it's going to be Cloud Rising that have to give up some of the information. At the very least, they have to tell us what's the likeliest place the Quaddle will be playing. To be fair, there's a non-zero chance they do what we saw in the previous series that Raw Gaming did and play the Axe position 5. So this could actually be the flex pick on the Axe and a flex pick on the Quaddle as well.
Absolutely. Like we already saw position 5 Axe, so why not? The thing is, like, what are you replacing with so that you justify the X5. And do you have a hero that combos so well with him on the safe lane? It's not going to be an X5, it's going to be a Lich 5. Lich 5 plus a hero that jumps the SF from the safe lane would be good, something that gets on top of him easily. Instead they go with the mid Ember, so they reveal everything, right? Like Coddle plus Axe lane, Lich plus something on the safe lane. If this was January this year, Ursa would be like literally a no-brainer pick for Cloud
10
Rising,
seconds
right? Like just
remaining.
versus SF, it's good. Even versus Treant with Aghanims,
5
like
seconds
within
remaining.
Rage,
Dire
it's pretty
team
decent.
back.
So it'll be a pick.
Bro, you're not going to believe me. I was literally thinking Monkey, this is a perfect Monkey game. How do you stop Monkey King with these heroes? You can lane a mid if you want to try and... It's not as bad as it used to be back in the day against the Ember, but you still just play just fine. But once you start moving on the map, like there's nothing, very little scouting tools that they have from Cloud Rising. They have what? Illuminate Blast to try and find you in the trees. That's not really reliable. That surprise factor of being able to start with the Boundless Strike and then you immediately follow up with Rolling Thunder. There's a reason why these two heroes were picked together in tandem for such a long time. It's extremely difficult to counter, especially with the heroes, the items that these heroes normally tend to build,
10
right? You don't
seconds
go for
remaining.
early, like super early BKB, super early Aeon Disc.
5
You want to be
seconds
playing more
remaining.
up front, more up tempo, and that leaves you vulnerable to those kind of maneuvers that just pierce the backlines instantly in a way that you can't do anything about.
Yeah, we did call for Monkey last game or last series when Ember was picked,
Dire
right? Like
team back.
it's always an option. I feel like when it comes to this matchup, like you can always think about the Monkey King as a hero to be picked. Right now with the Harpoon build as well, it's not It's not that bad. Sometimes Mage Slayer too. Like, yeah, overall, what I'm expecting is Monkey mid
10
and Dolphin
seconds
Pango. Of
remaining.
course, there's some potential with
Radiant
position
team
4
back.
Monkey 2, which is maybe the least likely here, but there is still a little bit of potential with that, so we'll see what they ban. They ban out the techie, so they're basically expecting Monkey mid into the Ember, which is why fix something that's already not only not broken, but it's
10
pretty good,
seconds
right?
remaining.
So
To be fair, if it was the previous series, I would say
5
there's still a
seconds
non-zero
remaining.
chance that you put Boboka on the Monkey King, you know?
That's true,
He's one of the
that's true.
guys that
Yeah, yeah,
invented
yeah.
the playstyle, you know? He's the
Dire
godfather,
team
the spiritual ancestor of 9+.
Radiant team.
yeah, I mean, realistically, yes. Like he truly was the one that it was him, Jerax. They kind of started the whole way of just playing the game in as clowny of a way as possible, but it works as a position 4. They go with the Lion. I mean, it's
10
a good pick.
seconds remaining.
Like, just overall, Lion feels like a really good support right now. Shadowblade
5
Lion
seconds
is
remaining.
plaguing all the pubs, just having that Finger of Death, and then you have some extra attack damage from extra attack speed with the extra attack damage. It's quite nice. Plus, you get a lot of catch for this game, which is exactly what they needed versus the Ember.
Time he gets the Blink Dagger, it'll give them that instant initiation that they needed. You can also follow up very nicely. There's so much good follow-up on the team, right? If Lion just starts things off, or if anybody starts things off, let's say it's Pango that goes in first, Lion can follow up, Treant can follow up. If Tree starts things off, Lion can follow up, Pango can come through. It feels very balanced, gives them the magic damage that they needed. I like this Lion pick quite a lot, but
Templar assassin.
how do you feel about TA? We haven't seen her in a while. When TA was good a couple months ago, she was in literally every single game, either first phase, first picks, but she's sort of fallen off of a cliff in the meta. Why do you think that is, and what do you think it does in this game for Cloud Rising?
I think she's still solid. I think this hero is still very playable. Of course, a lot of things have been changed, like her innate and stuff just completely got reworked. Like now she's got some region and she's standing still and stuff, which isn't nearly as impactful as what she had in the previous patch. But overall, I think the hero is still good. And I think in the right circumstances, in the right matchups, she's still fine. Like when you're playing versus some Timber offlane, when you're playing versus some SF on the other side, when you're playing versus a tiny, basically all of these heroes that have like high burst damage or spells that you can mitigate completely with refraction charges, I think that she's playable. I think she's good. So yeah, right now, when I look at the TA, I think they rounded their draft up very nicely. The lane itself is not that bad at all. Like you've got Lich plus TA, a lot of armor-esque stuff that you've got, like the refraction, the Lich shield as well. On the other side, Team Resilience definitely were the stronger team from game 1. So I expect them to do well in game 2 as well. but I don't think they won this draft. I feel like the draft on Cloud Rising is very playable. Even the laning stage that is kind of good on Team Resilience on safe lane, let's say. Like you have SF plus Treant, right? Like a very strong duo. And it should be very strong into this guy, into I say this guy because I had the player screen as the game is starting, into the Axe. Like, even though it is strong into him, what does Kotl do? Kotl just stands back and makes stacks anyway, right? Like he doesn't have to play the lane. So I feel like for Cloud Rising this time around, even if the lanes go poorly, they have ways of coming back into the game.
I wholeheartedly agree with that, especially since one of the things that we spoke about in the previous game, that the Doom doesn't really provide you, like, it provides you kill pressure, but not like map pressure, right? Objective pressure. TA definitely does that for you. All of a sudden, Roshan is an option. All of a sudden, you can't leave her alone for too long in her side of the map, or you will lose buildings. And if you win a couple of fights, you can actually go high ground. You know, if you think about that draft back in game one, if they don't get a full team wipe, there is no way that draft goes high ground. But at least now they do have, you know, some options to be able to actually close out the game if things go well early on.
And you know what else they've got? They've got one of the most broken combos in the game, and that's the Ember plus Coddle. Like this combo, yeah, there's a reason why it's almost never allowed. Like whenever there's a Coddle, Ember is banned. If Coddle goes through, you ban out, at least like you ban out Ember, you ban out some Storm Spirits, you know, you get rid of one of these heroes because you don't have to deal with the double Sleight of Fist, or you don't have to deal with constant mana being given towards the Storm Spirit. So they let it go through. It's dangerous, especially when you have like some squishy heroes on your side. Like Monkey King, honestly, kind of squishy versus the Ember early on. Same goes for SF. And when you can spam them with double Sleight, it can get a little bit rough to play against that.
Okay, let's dig deep into the tech of what else could be interesting from a double perspective here that could actually happen. How about, we saw this in the previous series, double Aghanim Shard Battle Hunger from the Axe. There's the combo. Basically quadruple, right? You hit them twice, so it keeps stacking, and then you get it again. Like, basically permanent, actually. Level 4 Chakra Magic with level 4 Battle Hunger, permanent Battle Hunger with the shard. Let's go.
I mean, Battle Hunger is like on a 5 seconds cooldown already. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Like like you can double up the Battle Hunger. You just have to wait for the next Chakra Magic though, because its cooldown is 10 seconds. So, but yeah, you're gonna have a Battle Hunger on everyone if you play that way, which is honestly like a fair point. Like they could go for that. They eventually, like, it's not that bad. Unfortunately one downside, it's not even a downside, I'm just putting it out there. Like, there are some heroes that really benefit from Chakra Magic even more, like Terrorblade, you know, or these heroes that have, like, a ultimate as one of their first 3 spells. But I think they're fine. They don't have to be sad about that.
I actually did see Terrorblade being banned at the very end by Team Resilience, so they were aware of the potential of the Terrorblade, Ember, and Coddle, a trio that we've actually seen quite a few times in the last few months. So they got rid of it, making sure that everything's A-okay. They're like, all right, guys, let's just play a normal game of Dota. I will say, though, one thing that is that could be problematic. If they find themselves in a position where they get these super early BKBs for Cloud Rising, some of these fights look impossible to take from Resilience. If the BKBs are up, it's like, what do you do about BKB Ember or BKB TA in those moments?
Yeah. I'm using my phone because I want to use that translate tool with the camera, because there's some chat happening, guys. I'm not being unprofessional, I swear.
Lizard is being our meme reporter, you know? Live on the beat, we've got Lizard trying to report on the memes on the ground, trying to figure out exactly what's happening. So, Big Liz, do you have an update for us? Do you have any news as what these memes are alluding to?
I'm working on it. Just a second. Let's see. A player has reconnected anyway.
For all of you at home who are wondering why we're still here,
there's
just
no
had a
memes.
disconnect. Is there no memes? What does it mean?
He just said coming soon. Like they basically said, what should we do? What's happening? And they wrote, yeah, he's coming soon. That's it. Like, dude, like, actually, technology, like, technologia. We're improving.
Do you remember that Daft Punk song, Technologic?
Yeah, of
Check
course.
that logic. Oh,
There's more in the chat. I think they just wrote they're ready. I can figure that out on my own as they write G's.
well, we are going to have the G's. We had a small disconnect earlier on, but the offending player has fixed any problem. And now Ice Coke has returned. Honestly, of all the players in this team, we want everybody to succeed, of course, but I really hope this guy goes far, man. It'll be so much fun just saying Ice Coke for the rest of our careers.
I know for sure. One of better nicknames that I have seen recently.
See what he can do on his axe. We'll see if the build is also going to be a little bit different or more proactive than what he was doing on the Tidehunter. I guess you don't really have that many options when you're playing offlane axe, right? The build is very well subscribed. Everybody knows what you have to do. The routes have been established even before you start playing the hero.
Yeah, we had like that last patch when you could go Helm of Dom. I don't think that's any longer the case on Axe. I think you need to get your items a bit earlier. The thing is, like, you either go Blade Mill Blink or you go Blink. More or less, that's it. Like, there's another build where you go Vessel, you know, or just you go for some Urn build earlier, but it's definitely a much rarer option.
More little skirmish over the bounties. Vici will be bailed out by the Earth Spike from Planet, and we have a very big boundless of Echoes. We'll force everybody back on the side of Cloud Rising. They pick up the runes, they'll go back. They were just saying hello, Lizard. They're like, listen, guys, it's TI qualifiers. We all want to go to the tournament. It's home turf for all of us. So just let's have a friendly handshake in the mid lane. Even though Resilience will go away, then very rudely collect 3 bounty runes. That's messed up, guys.
They collected 3 bounty runes, but what they did is maybe a little bit more important. They warded up the cliff in the triangle. So we talked a little bit about X and his lane. If it goes badly, like, he can always go back to the stacks, but this ward itself will scout the stacks out. So Treant has many options. He can go and body block. He started the lane with boots, so he can go and body block maybe, or he can let them stack and then contest them. Like, there's just a lot of options for it. I'm on it, by the way. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're translating.
Coming live from the ground, we're going to get the updates. I guess as well, another good thing about it is that you have 3 heroes which are really good at stealing stacks between the SF, the Pango, and the Monkey King.
My translator cannot agree with itself. Is it tripping kid or trip kid, or is kid tripping? Did he trip? But this is
he trip over the LAN cable.
Now it translates it into a fragile guy. He's very fragile. Okay, I get it, because he's disconnecting all the time on Axe. So he's fragile.
Okay, I see. There's no stability in the connection. I see.
Yeah. You brought the actual meaning to what they said.
Maybe they should make us, in order to work in China, we should be forced to learn, not necessarily Mandarin, but at least one dialect of Chinese.
I tried. I hope they don't force us to do that, because I tried Duolingo. I had like 30 days of Duolingo in Chinese. I could count to 3. After a month, it was something.
Speaking of counting to 3, are we going to be counting to game 3 on this one? Like, is there any hope? Is the outdraft, you said that you think they won the draft from Cloud Rising. Is the outdraft hard enough to make up for the skill gap?
I wouldn't say they... Let's put it this way. Like, when I said outdraft, I don't know if I phrased it that way. I think they've got some really nice things going for them. I think you've got like a decent carry matchup. I think you've got this Ember Coddle combo as well, which is really strong. But they have some obvious weaknesses, of course, as well. Like the Axe being a little bit of a greedier offlane, and the lane not being that easy for him with the Treant and SF. There's a lot of ifs on their side, is what I'm saying. Like, if he gets shut down in the lane, and if the camps are blocked as well or contested, this could go. It could be really rough for them. Like, because we did see the same thing, right? Like, we had the same exact duo Ember and Axe in our first series.
It did indeed, and didn't really go well for them. To be fair, though, in the game where the Axe lost in the off lane, that was a game where the Ember mid was getting ruffle stomped by the Viper.
Yep.
You know, so you know, to be fair, that's not the average game of Dota that you're gonna have when these two are in the same team.
True, true. I'm on the translating again. Google Lens, let's go. Where is the referee? How long are we waiting? Okay. And this guy's nickname, by the way, that he wrote one, his nickname translates into 6 bottles, by the way.
6 bottles.
Or
Where's the seventh
maybe,
one?
Maybe,
Where's the sixth, seventh
maybe
bottle?
6-pack. Maybe it's 6-pack that he translates into. That would make sense, I guess. Let's try again. Let's see what it. No, it's still six bottles, by the way.
Maybe that's how he's feeling after work. He's like, I need 6 bottles to be ready for the next day, guys.
By the way, did you really go into 7 bottles? Come on, bro.
Couldn't be avoided, gang. Somebody had to make the meme.
The brain
Somebody
rot.
had to say it. The brain rot has infected all of us, whether we like it or not.
No, it's taking over. It has a mind of its own.
Initially, we were all LARPing as brain rotters, but nope, now that has become who we are for real. Oh, look at Team Resilience. Good guy, Team Resilience. Lending 5 minutes of their pause time to Cloud Rising, because I imagine Cloud Rising ran out of their pause time with how long Mr. Ice Coke has been gone. Unfortunately, we've seen this over the years, Lizard. Sometimes you lend a team your pause time and then you need it later, and then you don't really have any options for yourself.
Yeah, Erica wrote, I tried my best, sent some hearts as well. I mean, it's rough. You're playing TI quals. You really want to, if you are winning, you want to win fair and square, right? Like, you don't want to be in a position in which you're winning because someone disconnected. Yume says that it seems his Dota has started, so he's loading in, with Axe. By the way, I'm finding a lot of views with this translating tool, by the way. Finally can understand what Chinese players are writing as well. Yume just wrote, Snare is the sexiest caster in Dota 2. Yeah.
Well, now I need to go do the translation to be like, no, you're wrong, my friend. It's Lizard that's the sexiest. And besides, you snatched my twink chain, so how can I still be up there, you know?
No,
I need to go train.
You're the twink of Dota. It's you. Out of all the casters. But yeah, hopefully Axe reconnects. There we go.
There we go. Perfect timing. He's in. And Yu is immediately in with the G's. He wants to play some Dota. He's probably feeling to himself that, guys, I've already been to TI. I got, was the top 3, right? Or the top 4? When they were on the Seattle TI. I think they got top 4.
Top 4, I think, right?
If I remember correctly. Obviously, things have not been as smooth sailing since then, so he's needing to try and figure out a way back into the upper echelons of Dota. And we're just giving Ice Coke a minute. Oh, no. No, Ice Coke, don't do this. Don't do this. Okay, translate. What did Q7 say?
Yeah, I'm on it. Just a second. He said, log in with a voice message. I have no idea what that means. You can decipher it, what that means. The app crashed.
Oh, maybe it means like the voice chat, like whatever they're using for voice chat, whether it be Discord or TeamSpeak or Unity.
The app probably is crashing.
Oh,
I knew he DC'd the moment Monkey started spamming the voice lines as well. Yeah, the app crashed. So. Sheep says he's gonna be back in a minute.
Yet again, even if you want the side of Cloud Rising to win, please give some props to Team Resilience for making sure that, like Lizard said, this game is fair and above board. I guarantee there's some very annoyed players in the squad right now, but they want to win. Want to be able to prove that we got to TI fair and square. We deserve to be there. You know, we weren't just gifted an invite.
The thing is, like, Okay, I completely agree with that, right? Like giving them the pause time and stuff, and he has reconnected again. But as we most likely will go into the game, I wonder another thing. Like you give them all the pause time, and then someone on your side DCs, and then you don't have any of the pause time remaining, and you have to play without clear. That would kind of suck.
That's happened before. I forget which set of qualifiers was. I believe it was C region a couple of years back, where there was one team that gave the other team their pause time, and then when they needed a pause, the referees were like, "Nope, sorry, there's no pause time remaining in the game, boys." And then they lost, and then they were eliminated.
That sounds like tragic, honestly.
But now we do have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. So, Team Resilience versus Cloud Rising, Game 2 of the TI qualifiers. We're still in the upper bracket. And talk to me about these lanes. Where's the volatile one? Where's the first blood gonna come from?
Oh, I feel like both side lanes are super volatile. Like top lane, bot lane, like there's skill potential on all sides. On top lane, like you gotta be very careful with Coddle, how you play. Like you're very squishy if Treant gets on top of you. Bot lane, like TA can die, Lich can die, but maybe there's a bit more potential between, of course, from the Lion and Pango to get kills, but if they overcommit, it's also a bit hard for them. So far, Axe is doing really well on top, by the way. It's only, of course, level 2 Axe, but he's been the one pressuring, not the one being pressured.
On bottom, New is managing to keep up with the pace in terms of the CS department. Just Pango things. I must say I was quite impressed with how he played the Snapfire. Like, I wasn't fully confident in his playstyle translating well to the Snap, but definitely proved me wrong on that one.
He adjusted a bit, like he adjusted with the item build that Snap usually goes for when it comes to mid lane. Like he didn't go for the stock standard build that we see from off lane sometimes as well. Instead he went for ATOS and stuff, didn't even buy travels, but he made it work.
You know this TA hero, right? Is there a hero that's had as long a period in the meta with a stable build as she has? It's pretty much the build never really deviates when you people play this hero.
Dazzle and Blink is what you mean, I guess. Top lane, by the way, hold that thought. It's cool.
Coke last will come through onto the Resilience heroes. Ice Coke still running himself away. ZZQ just needs a little bit more. One more right click is moving.
Oh wait,
no!
what? Why?
What happened? ZZQ! Oh no!
Did he lose?
Didn't get off the right click. He lost a little bit of vision, but he didn't keep walking up on the high ground. So, you need to stop for a second. Game is hard.
Yeah. All the disconnects from Axe, they became effective now, you know? They're spreading. The mini stutters. Of course, so far so good for SF. Like 21 last hits versus 11 on Axe. I mean, Axe is getting something out of the lane at least, but they're definitely not winning top lane.
They haven't really had a chance for Sheep to even come back and try and stack some of these camps for the Axe to recover. He's been needed in the lane to protect his offlaner from dying.
Planet?
Oh my goodness, you may. Able to find the first blood by bringing down Planet. You will end up losing ZZZ behind him. He's not even going to bother trying to pressure you. He's going to keep farming in the lane, but first blood for a TA. You always love to see it.
No, absolutely. The faster you get to your Dezo, the faster everything else gets picked up as well on the TA. They're going on her though. Fraction charges, she should be completely fine.
You know, look how confident they are in this lane, bro. ZZZ didn't even take a single point into Frost Shield. He's like, guys, refraction should be more than enough to dissuade these guys from killing my carry.
I think that's a pretty good read of how this lane, at least has been going so far. The extra nuke damage from Lich comes in handy versus Lion as well. Although, like, Frost Shield is pretty damn good versus both of these heroes, especially versus Pango. A lot of damage reduction against them.
Well, let's take a look at the boring lane for a second. Oh, guess what? It's still boring. Let's move on.
It's still boring, but it's like the mid lane is very even. Like 21 last hits on Ember versus 28 on Monkey. Let me just check the net worth. The net worth is very close as well. So even though it's quote-unquote a counter, or has been, like Ember is not suffering like he did versus Viper in Series 1.
Oh, for sure. The days of these Monkey Kings just dominating Ember mid are long gone. Now it's like, Monkey still wins, but it's not as dominating of a victory as it used to be. Although he is dominating him in the deny department, so we're all gonna see a big gap in experience from the mid lane. Level 6 versus level 5 already. We're gonna try connect with this Lion. Lion is just coming through. There's no observers to scout this movement. They wanna kill him before he cracks 6. Sheep is gonna come on the other side though. Q7 throws out the slide, they know where he's at. Unfortunately, ZZZ is also going to show in a moment, but ZZQ also comes through. There's the Wukong. Get out the Earth Strike, Wukong, but immediately in with the Frost Shield. So Q7 going to try and fight this back, but he's taking too much damage. He's still going to end up dead. He didn't leave the command ring in time. Now, ZZQ, will he die? Yes, he will. Sheep will get a double, but so will Echoes, bringing down a ZZZ. Sheep will be able to escape away from this. Echoes wants this Coddle. He is out of mana, but he's underneath the tier 2 tower. Echoes doesn't want to dive him, but they've got what they wanted. The mid laner of the enemy team is dead. Your mid laner is still alive and farming. Team Resilience, very happy with some of these early game moves.
Yeah, very, very important move to slow down the Ember pre-6. Just make sure that he isn't able to already start rotating. Like, top lane is always an option for Ember. The moment you hit 6, like you rotate to Battle Hunger and Chakra Magic, like you can get some kills.
See now finally they are in the jungle trying to recover the game of this axe, but like you mentioned at the beginning of the game, ZZQ able to just scout this out, and in fact they even bring in Echoes. They're going in towards Ice Coke. This axe looking like he's in danger. Sheep will try his best. Does have blinding light to try and throw in. It only bounces back ZZQ, but seemingly it will be enough. He will stay alive on the axe, but his camps are being shown that they are not safe places for them to farm, especially if they end up losing the tier 1 top.
They're just playing the tempo a bit faster, right? Like they are setting a faster tempo than Radiant are able to respond to right now. Like even though you have some stacks, a tree going in alone was not the problem. It was the follow-up from the Monkey, like you mentioned. So, and the Ember just isn't ready. He got the level 6 a little bit later, and because of that, he doesn't have as many resources. He's unable to connect as fast.
Speaking of Ember, he just picked up some weighted dice. I'm laughing because the last time I spoke about anybody with this item, I was talking to Waga, and I had to receive like a 5-minute rant on why this item is terrible. And it's like, okay, bro, I get it. You don't like it. It's fine.
I get it sometimes on supports that farm bot deal. Like, I don't know, I know it's not the greatest, but it's a little bit, you know, it's honest work.
About to find an honest kill onto ZZZ. Echoes, level 8 Monkey King, building in towards having his Desolator here. Having a fantastic game, but in all honesty, all the cores on the side of Team Resilience are playing amazingly right now.
Oh, so Dezo first, no Maid Slayer, nothing like that, no Echo. Okay, I mean, it's pretty good. Like you have Pango and you have that Shadow Fiend on your side, right? So a lot of minus armor coming into play here for heroes that are basically physical. Like when you look at the 3 cores on Dire, their damage is... Okay, SF is a bit mixed, of course, early on, but Pango, only physical. Monkey, only physical as well.
He's in some danger. Mr. Gaze will drag it back. Yume trying to find the right clicks from the TA. They actually lose ZZZ. No way he gets out of this one. Gets slowed down by the TA trap.
Oh, it doesn't jump
shield
over.
Crash.
Oh, what?
He doesn't get all the way over, but maybe the TA thought that he did. Nighttime vision not going to be there. He actually gets out of that one. New, what a god. And while that was happening, Ice Coke, I saw he was farming in between tier 2 and tier 3. Ended up getting jumped and killed off by this Monkey King. So the whole map really right now belongs to Resilience.
It truly does. Keeper of the lights.
Bye-bye. Bro, whose triangle do you think this is? Go home, bro. This is
The
not your
Impale.
hood.
The Impale was truly on point. They don't have the stun now for him. I think he's fine. He will survive. But they are forcing them out of the triangle, like you said. Not a lot of stacks have been made since the first medium camp got taken. Actually, no stacks have been made because it's been blocked for a couple of minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a 3k net worth lead, minute 10, Liz. It's rare that I see leads like this and then the team that has it loses. Usually this is, unless you have alchemists, you know, that's a difference.
Cheap.
No, it's fine. Binding Light will protect them. Dude, that spell just lasts for too long, bro. 4 seconds is kind of crazy.
What, the Blinding Light?
Yep.
I mean, the mischance isn't as incredible as some other mischances. It's 45%, which is nice, but you don't really deal a lot of damage on level 1, and overall, I feel like the spell it's strong, but it's... Like, speaking as a Coral spammer, usually when I spam it, I don't really feel the Blinding Light as the mischance. I don't feel it like it's crucial in escaping. It's more about the movement. The knockback distance, that is.
Well, speaking as a carry player who's always trying to hunt you silly Quaddles down, I can tell you that evasion stacks up.
It's the classic, right? Whenever you're playing Lone Druid, it never entangles. Whenever he's playing against you, it always entangles. It's at least the old Lone Druid. Now it's a different story. Now it's just dumb.
Thankfully, haven't seen a Lone Druid here, but they need to do something about this top lane. They're about to lose their tier 1 tower, and even further access will be locked away from their triangle. And to make matters worse, they might even lose their axe. Counter Strike comes out, he gets a call for their bonus armor, but if Resilience can find the range for the SF raises, it will not matter, and the raise will be there. Erica gets the kill, Ice Coke is dead again. Bro, he's still in search of his second bracer, let alone making the build up towards having a blink or a blade mill.
I don't think this is a blade mill game anymore. We'll see, but I feel like this will be basically a pure blink kind of a build from the axe. I don't think you can afford to wait for the blade mill plus blink. It's no longer the case. Like your stacks have been taken, and this is like literally the worst case scenario that we talked about. The lane didn't go well, plus the stacks got taken from them, and the triangle is just not in their control anymore at all.
It's not like the heroes taking over the triangle cannot clear it out extremely fast. It's an SF that's chilling there, so... He basically just has 2 different jungles to farm now. Must be nice to be Erica. How often have you seen in your games where minute 12, SF is like 1300 gold ahead of its EA?
Actually, like, seeing an SF this fat is a common occurrence right now. I think most players would agree in pubs. Like, this hero just farms. Super fast.
About to finally find a kill onto Planet, getting her second of the game. They tried so many times, but this time they succeed. There was a rotation from Q7, but thankfully he is involved, so he still gets counted for the experience that he needed from that, and he gets an earn charge out of it.
Yeah. They were about to rotate both the Treant and the Shadow Fiend, but with Lion dying, of course, they decided to just continue farming instead. He's about to complete his Manta. 100 gold away on the SF. Why Manta this game? Well, you're playing into the TA, it's always good, but you're also playing into an eventual Solar Bind, so getting a nice little Dispel early on does go a long way.
My favorite thing with Manta style is when I'm playing against Lich, and every now and then I Manta so perfectly that the Chain Frost, I get saved by myself, you know? And then other times I just set myself up for failure, because then the illusions immediately make it bounce back on me, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
They're setting up on SF. Look at this top lane, like they're really baiting hard.
And they take the bait, they come in for it. I spoke what the call out, but there's going to be the overgrowth on the 3, followed up by the Wukong's Requiem. Axe already gone. CZZ follows him. Q7 will come in, looking to try and bring down Erica, but Erica just gets healed up. Did he pop a Lotus or something? Or just a very big one? Either way, he got his HP back, but eventually Yume rotated through, able to get the kill onto the Shadow Fiend. But now Yume stuck inside the corner. The Rolling Thunder from Mew holds him in position. The finger finishes him off. Sheep dies as well. Team Resilience find a 14-minute team wipe around the Shrine of Wisdom. They set up the bait with the Shadow Fiend, and Cloud Rising took it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, the Planet with all of his deaths in the end to TA gets some revenge with Finger. maybe wasn't even that necessary, but who cares? Like, he gets the kill. It was a really big wound on SF, by the way, but it was also a really big Lotus that healed him up. So both things coming into play. Q7.
In danger here, but he needs to get out. Oh my god, see how much damage that one swash did? It's half of his HP. At least they find ZZQ. He gets called back, but Planet find the hero inside the Earth Spike. Doesn't connect onto the Ember Spirit though. Nice little hex to slow down New. Ice Poke still alive. New. Can he get out of this one?
Oh, no way.
So now he's alive. Big shield crash. Big amount of damage, and they get themselves 3 kills. The boundless strike of Echoes turned that entire fight around, and he's still on the chase, looking towards Sheep. Not going to be able to find him though, so backs off from the Coddle. But nonetheless, his appearance from out of nowhere turns everything around. He's now on 14 Deso charges here, Liz. Minute 15 in the game.
Yeah, they just tried to kill a Treant. That's it. That's all they tried to. They tried to kill a Treant, and in the end they lose like 3 heroes instead. They do get the 3 in the end. It was a necessary rotation by Yume as well. Meanwhile, SF, of course, was just completely free farming on the opposite side of the map, so even if they got a couple of kills, it won't really be that worth it for them. Just the line things, right? Like, he gets an Impale on one at least, but on a crucial one, because it prevents Culling Blade. Then he uses the Hex as well to stop it. Then the Pango doesn't die either. Yeah, just a unfortunate series of events for Radiant.
Feels like the entire game has just been unfortunate. It's 9,000 in the net worth department, 16 and a half minutes in. Erica has 10k net worth, has his D-Lance flying out. He's got D-Lance Manta power treads at 17 minutes in the game, bro.
And he's like, whenever you're playing versus SF, right, like, he's always the target, right? Like, he's a glass cannon hero. Early on, at least, like, up to minute 15, 16, I mean, even up to minute 20, really, if he doesn't buy some crazy early BKB. This is the hero to go for. He's the easiest kill on the map, and the most worth it of a kill. But Treant is just playing a fantastic game as well. Like, ZZQ, like, look at him. He's constantly just between the SF. As SF is moving, he's just like drawing a line between him and any possible aggression. He's just breaking it. So if they go on SF, he just overgrowths it and he's fine.
It's the thing I said immediately in the draft. Why would you give ZZQ tree? And getting to see right now the kind of impact this can have. Even in the lane, you know, it's like it's not like they were like dominating the lane heavily by getting a bajillion kills, but he was applying so much pressure.
Yep.
It kept the Axe under farmed. It kept the Coddle in the lane, so he couldn't go stack to create more farm for the Coddle. He's the one that got that vision in the triangle, like you mentioned. He's just so good at this hero. Literally perfect gameplay so far. And now middle, New going in, rolling thunder. They connect onto the Coddle. He's not dead just yet. He should die in a couple of right clicks from Echoes. He gets brought down. Planet found 2 heroes, Lich and the Ember Spirit with his Earth Spike. They kill off the Lich. Now with the vision being granted, they found the Ember Spirit. They do jump back in with Ice Cold, getting the call onto New. Planet though bails him out with the Earth Spike. Shield crash to buy him time. Yume does kill him, but he jumped into the fight to do it. Hashtag not worth, my friend. He's gonna end up dead. Q7 scurries into the base, tail between his legs, no options to pursue the fight. But Team Resilience, yet again, just dominating in the middle of these engagements. And Planet, bro, they need to do something about this line. This is becoming a bit ridiculous now.
Yeah, it's not only his Impale, by the way. That his Earth Spike was fantastic, but it's also the Boundless Strike, by the way, that connected on all 3 heroes that were left alive. Basically at the end of this fight. One thing that I'm noticing from Sheep though is like they have this extremely strong combo between the Ember and the Coddle, but they're not using it. Like Ember uses his Slide and Coddle doesn't chakra him. Instead he chakras himself after Illuminate. In some games this would be worth it, but he doesn't even have maxed out Illuminate. So using Chakra on himself, it's like what, level 2 Illuminate being refreshed. I feel like it's not, like they're missing the opportunity to just letting Ember go ham.
Oh, this Ember needs a lot of help. Has a Spirit Vessel, but deciding that he needs a Yule Scepter, and he might not even survive right now because Planet is here. Planet gets the Hex. Echoes right next to him to provide the damage. They don't even need any more. Okay, all right, Planet, I hope you're enjoying life, my friends. You're not going to be playing much Lion in those tournaments. Have a good time.
The hero is in a really good spot, but I think they got two of the supports that are maybe the freshest, more or less freshest in the meta. Treant, of course, was meta for quite some time, but ever since the Shard nerf, it fell off, and now he is just constantly being picked up in buffs. Lion, however, has been that way in quite some time. Like, Lion is being super contested all the time.
Bro, ZZQ, firstly, he gets this ward out that actually scouted where the Lich was. When the Lich comes forward to try de-ward the lane, he realizes that the wards are in an awkward position. He de-wards the other observer ward on the far side, and then still grants the vision necessary to kill the Lich. Nah, bro. ZZQ, enjoy life, guys. Don't play tree again.
I love your calls, like, he's never gonna play this hero again, and then the next game he plays it. Because there's just too many bans that you have to already commit, right? No matter what team you're playing against. Even when Resilience is drafting against Cloud Rising, like, I don't know if you saw it, but in Game 1 and Game 2, Meepo was first phase ban. Yeah, so just respecting a lot of comfort picks.
21 minutes in, and a Daedalus has emerged for the Shadow Fiend. Are you kidding me? Full Daedalus up. Good luck, guys. How do you even approach these guys? Because yes, you mentioned earlier you have to target the Shadow Fiend first. If you don't manage to 100 to 0 him, what do you do next? What's the plan?
Well, even if you manage to 100 to 0 him, he will be having an Aegis now, or maybe it will be given to Monkey. Let's see. Maybe Monkey will be. Never mind. It's SF. Of course, it's SF. SF without the BKB, Monkey with one. Plus the SF is the actual right-clicking hero here for your team.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, I've got a trivia question for you here. There have been 879 purchases of Daedalus, including this one. Oh, hold on. Ice Coke gets a beautiful call onto two, but unfortunately, there's not enough follow-up and there's too much damage. Oh my god! Erica 3 shots the enemy mid? Are you kidding me? And they're still on the chase right now. Echoes is here. They find ZZZ. He's already gone. Yume about to get demolished. Requiem in the shore. He can't move. Bro, this is GG. This game is over.
Yeah, I would. It's sad to say, but I have to agree. At this point, 22 minutes in, your mid laner is literally getting two-shotted by the Shadow Fiend. And that was Cloud Rising's idea. They were the ones initiating. They were the ones jumping. I guess Axe really wanted to showcase his Blink Dagger because he didn't really have it for way too long. He went Blink Dagger after the Bracer into the Soul Ring.
He's like, look, boys, I bought the item. You know, you can't blame me. I actually did buy it.
Let's see.
Axe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, he has Lich Armor, so he should be fine. And Medallion on him as well.
We'll pop the Glyph of Fortification. However, between the SF and the Monkey King, they should be able to at least get the melee barracks here. Melee barracks taken away. Williams not going to be able to escape cleanly though. They get a nice call onto Echo. The follow-up damage though gets interrupted by the Bouncer Strike. Echo still does die in the end though. That is very good. Resilience, they need to try and get out right now, but they can't. Blinding Light pushing Erica deeper into the base. They don't have additional follow-up. New might be the one that gets caught instead. Ice Cold getting him with the blink call. And they do connect and kill the Pangolier. That's something. That's something. But they had to lose a lane of barracks to finally get something positive for themselves.
I think they should be happy with that, considering they just got wiped. The moment they respawn, they get 2 kills. They get the Monkey and the Pango. Just a very good read on which targets were vulnerable. The fact that there was no overgrowth either on the other side to give them that just saving grace. 1 second where they could reset, perhaps. And they can leave their high ground finally after quite some time.
Well, that also gives me time to ask you the trivia question. Check this out. 879 purchases of Daedalus on Shadow Fiend. Where in the number ranking do you think this one is?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Over, under, or what's the precision I have to go for?
I'll allow it within 10. Yeah, 10 bound on either side should be acceptable.
I would say, like, considering how fast this one was, I would say like top 15.
You are literally perfectly correct. Number 15. All time.
Nice. Nice. I wasn't thinking like 15 exact. I was thinking like, yeah, like equal or less than, basically is what I was going for. But yeah, but basically the point is it's a very early Daedalus, but it's also not really an item that SF always goes for as a very early item. So it did make sense that it was top 15-ish.
One of the items that SF normally does go for is BKB early, but he's skipping it entirely, going straight in for the Satanic, which he actually has already. Are you kidding me?
I mean, 19k net worth, 4k ahead of the TA, basically an item ahead. All things said and done, Yume is doing a really good job at keeping up, right? Like when you look at the net worth, he's the only one of his team that is actually keeping up with everyone else. Like Ember is 10k net worth, 9k on the Axe. Like the two other cores really are not having the best time.
Not going to be as fast as Satanic, but still in the top 30 all time. Good job from him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But now the question is here, Lizard, what do we do next? What is the plan? How do you actually recover here? Is there a place to farm for Yume? Yume is an item that she has to wait for. Can you go after you pick up the BKB?
So I think you have the BKB and that's it.
Oh, ZZQ gets found out here. There's going to be a Rolling Thunder coming through. SF putting in the right click damage, and they do manage to find the kill. One down. Will they be able to make it more? Because they got the TA. She's inside the Wukong's command right now. She can't get out. She's just dead. No buyback available for the Templar Assassin. And for Erica, that happens literally just as the Aegis was expiring. What a perfect time to be alive for him.
Yeah, but they forced it, right? Like they forced this fight just before Aegis was reclaimed, and they forced it on the tree. I feel like there was a play for them, and the play is wait for the Aegis to expire and then try to 100 to 0 the SF before he can sit down. But instead they chose the wrong target. Monkey.
Getting gone on, being caught in the very awkward position. He's still going to be able to get himself back though. New. Falling low, Spirit Vessel's on top of him. Q7 doesn't want to have to go too deep. And they'll allow Erica to just pick up the tier 3 tower. But they come back. They're beating down on top of it. What can they do here? Still 13 seconds until the TA is back alive. And in the meantime, with the Echo's Illusion, applying some of those Desos to the racks, and they should be able to pick up the melee barracks. Are they still feeling confident enough to stick around? I guess they are. 20k net worth lead at minute 28. You can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, he still has Satanic fight with him. So it's still something that he didn't really click on. Like in the active, I meant. He still had, even with the TA respawning. I was thinking maybe they can go on him because he was on 50% HP, but probably too afraid to initiate without the TA. The most net worth on their side, of course, was still respawning in the fountain. I think the game plan shouldn't be really altered all too much for Cloud Rising. The game is difficult, but get the BKB on TA and try to blow up the SF. I don't think there is really a better option for them. SF was on a trap, I think.
Did get the call now out with Icicle Cook. Unfortunately, Planet still were able to get himself away. He's still alive. Now look at Erica ripping through these heroes with the right clicks. They catch Sheep on the high ground as well with the shield crash. Q7 doing what he can to at least kill ZZQ, but he can't even accomplish that. Finally, he does tick out, but it comes at the cost of 4 heroes having to die and for another triple kill to be granted to New. They're just doing whatever they want with these cores. Like every now and then they do pick up some of these supports, but look at the scores on these cores, bro. 7-1-9 on Shadow Fiend, 9-1-15 on Monkey, 10-2-12 on Penguin. Good God, this is a tough game.
We got the inverse of the last fight. Everyone else died but the TA. In the last fight, TA died and everyone else was fine. But yeah, they get the Lich buyback at least to keep the tower alive for a bit longer. But this feels like mega creeps. I mean, Axe is up, but how do you go through Wukong's command? I don't think you can. This is mega creeps basically.
Get the call out onto Erica, but there's the follow-up. There's going to be Yume immediately having to go back, realizing that this is a terrible place to be. And
I think the call missed. Am I correct? I think he didn't really connect on the SF, so he was able to just press Satanic and start hitting the axe. On the BKB was used, the call as well.
Oh boy. Rolling Thunder being triggered by Mew. He's going in towards ZZZ. Able to keep him in the corner. Echoes. Oh, we found the 2 euro bounder strike on top of the Earth Spike. Finger of Death burst through the TA. She is down for the count. ZZQ blink forward, overgrowth onto 4 euros. Echoes will remove ZZZ from play. They follow that up by killing Ice Coke. Sheep will just be the dessert on top, as Team Resilience have secured their way to the next round of the upper bracket. GG called. Team Resilience, a 2-0 sweep over the side of Cloud Rising.
Yeah, just a beautiful gameplay from them in game number 2 and game number 1, really. Like game number 2, even more convincing. I think it wasn't only the draft in game number 2, it was like how they converted from a strong laning stage into preventing Cloud Rising from basically having anything on the map. And 15 minutes in, they're already all around the triangle, right? Like, I think Resilience actually lives here, yeah, of course, with the wing armor. He dies at the end of the TA, exactly in this fight, but the thing is, the focal point is where they're fighting, and where they were always fighting. Like, when did they actually go over the river on the side of Radiant? Never. Like, tier 1 top standing, tier 1 mid standing, tier 1 bottom standing. They didn't take a single tier 1 tower in this game. And it's just like testament to how well Team Resilience played the overall strategy. The first ward on the cliff from Treant just gave away everything, like gave away their plans, and their plans were good. The plans were good, and they were executed even better.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do feel like there's very little to even like poke holes at in terms of what Team Resilience is doing. They always found, even in difficult fights, difficult moments, they always try to find a way back into it. We're also seeing more and more like very similar dynamic that what happened in the previous series, right? When we had that synergy between Yang and Paparazzi, you know, Paparazzi always being kept alive last minute by Yang. This game, it felt like it was every single time that you even could think that Echoes might die, all of a sudden Yu is just showing up with the Rolling Thunder, putting pressure onto him. The synergy worked too well, but for me, bro, this ZZ key, this can't happen again. It's the last game you're allowed to play Tree, my friend. This can't be allowed. No way. This is too strong.
Yeah, the ZZ3 is insane. Like, he's breaking too many smokes. He's constantly between enemy lines and your own. Like, he is just protecting the carry. Sometimes Treants get a little bit lost in the jungle, you know. They're trying to find the right spots to put their shard on, but no. Like, he was just making sure that Erika was never really assaulted. He was also making sure that all the triangle camps were blocked so that TA cannot get all too much onto the map, and because TA cannot farm the triangle, it kind of trickles down and relegates Axe into even worse positions when it comes to farming, right? So, yeah, sure, you're farming the enemy side, you're getting a little bit out of them, but at the same time, you're way more susceptible to being ganked and killed, and they had so many heroes that can jump you, so he got punished multiple times. Ice Coke, I feel bad for him. He ended this game with 1-8, but he was truly set up for a terrible game. Like, the mid lane, the matchup was hard for Ember, offlane matchup was hard for Axe, but Axe had nowhere to farm after.
Absolutely no recovery mechanism available for that accident. That's why it ends up in such an awkward position. Super late blink dagger, and to make matters worse, the first blink that they use on the axe is into a fight that basically ends the game at that point because they get wiped close to their own base. Bro, I want you. So normally when we hype up support players, right? They're playing some Rubik, some Hoodwink, some Lion. How are you involved in 32 out of 36 kills on Treant Protector? What are you doing, bro? How are you playing this hero? What's happening?
Yeah, he's just way too good. Living Armor was on point every single time, and he was setting up all the kills. Like, he was setting up all the fights, which is, you know, another thing. Like, this hero is actually really slow, usually, right? Like, he cannot really be everywhere on the map. He can Living Armor across the map, but he cannot be there himself. However, this game was not played everywhere. It was only played on the Radiant side, and when the area is so constricted, that's where Treant really shines, because he can constantly scout you, scan you, break your smokes, and then on top of that, of course, he can break any sort of your movements with the overgrowth. So yeah, just a fantastic playstyle, not only from him but from the whole squad of Team Resilience.
You know, you were reminding us earlier that this is World Cup season, and this was similar to if you see a team play the entire match in your half, there's no way you can win. You know that the game is cooked from that point onwards. So Cloud Rising will be dropping down to the lower bracket and now face the prospect of elimination and no longer being able to continue on the road to the international. To be fair to the side of Cloud Rising, they're playing one of the stronger sides here in the qualifiers. So Team Resilience, for them, it's like, whatever, we expected to 2-0. Now they have to prepare themselves to play up against Team Refuser tomorrow, which will be a very exciting game. That one's going to be a banger for sure. Although, for now, this is not going to be the end of the day. We still have more action in the upper bracket. So we're going to be taking a quick break. And when we return, we have our next series of the day, which will also mean the debut of B-Cop and Lacoste to the TI15 qualifiers. So make sure you stick around to see the boys. Brother Lizard, any final words before we wrap this one up?
No, can't wait for tomorrow, man. Like, I'm looking forward to B-Cop and Lacoste and what they have to say about some good old Chinese Dota. B-Cop is always a pleasure to listen to. You and him, basically, like the two most knowledgeable Chinese enjoyers out there.
Yeah, some China weebs are coming out. The current China weebs are going to be signing off, but we will still see you tomorrow for more action on the mic. We'll see you later in chat, but most importantly, we'll see you as we all enjoy more Dota 2 action. So in a few minutes, we have more from the Chinese region to qualify for TI.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, guys, for Chinese regional qualifiers. It's me and my boy B-Cop taking over and making sure that there's going to be everything okay. The draft already started for the next one. We're going in super fast. How you feeling, B-Cop, about this one?
I'm feeling pretty good. This is the battle of X's. It's a fun one. Yakatu getting rid of 3 players that are now on Game Master. It's, hey, you know, you guys could still text us, but... you know, maybe we won't talk as much because now you're over there and you used to be over here. And I'm happy. I'm excited. Anything that has to do with Chinese Dota, you know, I'm excited. I'm repping old school Aster, but I'm cut off at the chest. You can't see the logo. Just assume that it looks like Team Aster, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a lot on the line here because like literally 10 days ago, Fly Moon and JT, they left the team, and then Lu, Setsu,
5 seconds
and
remaining.
Zhang Yu, they joined the team. So there's going to be a lot on the line, knowing that, you know, there's a lot of pride in Chinese Dota community, but we can focus on some of the picks. Yakuto Brothers opening up with a bit of a different one. This is something that is like very old school. We're not seeing it anymore. Ember Spirit plus Mirana, it's an old school combo. It's 2 heroes that can easily pair up and try to find a kill on the Storm Spirit, pretty much find any kill on the map. So I want to see maybe if the response is going to be, we are going to pick up a support that has a way to break the combo, potentially something like a Shadow Demon maybe, something, or a Ringmaster, something that can give you that extra bit of an oomph, because this is like very simple, very easy to execute strategy. You need to be like out there, but one of the issue is you have Mirana. Like she, that's really not the greatest hero at the moment.
No, not really. And you've been watching a lot of professional Dota. You know, you've been working a lot. What do you see from Snapfire that is like made this a pick one almost? Like it's this first phase pick that's just constantly being picked up.
She was like Giga OP in the previous patch. In the small patch, she did receive a nerf because your innate ability, it doesn't work on denies anymore. We did fix that on Sniper as well. But it's a super good scaling core. If you're going to be playing it from the core role, it's still potentially a flex pick in this one, knowing that Snapfire can go to the offlane as well. But it's basically 4 different roles that hero can be played with, except for the carry role. A very good scaling, insane amount of damage. 1-2 pairing with any kind of a hero that has a stun or some kind of a setup feels really good. Mortimer's Kisses, insane amount of damage. You have a soft save with the cookie. It's just overall very good hero. Like we're in meta where Phoenix is also relatively popular as a hero that can one-shot the egg. Not many supports can do that. Actually, Mirana can, but she's I would say somewhere in the C or even D tier as a hero at the moment.
Oof, God, you never want to hear D tier for a hero, especially one that you're picking very early on. And they go to the Dawnbreaker, and you know, I am looking at the players here. Obviously, I feel like the name Setsu hasn't really settled with everybody. Existing in a moment like this, he hasn't played much Pro Dota. He played a little bit of Immortal Cup. He played in the last qualifiers with a team called Old Warrior, which is always great.
Sorry. I just had to laugh, dude. It's Kaka. He has to play Shaman or Lion.
Or Lion.
It doesn't nothing changed. It's been like 15 years of covering this guy, and he's still gonna go for it every single time. I mean, it makes sense in this one, knowing that they are lacking some of the stuns. Mirana, it's like not a reliable stun by any means. When paired up with Ember, it's okay-ish. Dawnbreaker is also not a reliable stun against Storm Spirit, but yeah, Shaman, Dawnbreaker, it's a strong lane. It's a super strong lane. However, I think Dawnbreaker is also a hero that gives them the team fight, gives them a reset. Very good against what you want to do with the Disruptor, where you're glimpsing somebody back, and you're also using the Static Storm, so extra bit of a healing. Sometimes you might lack a little bit of a damage, and Dawnbreaker and this would be a very good pipe game if pipe was a good item, because you're playing against Storm, and both supports have insane amount of magic damage, and then Kez. Kez is, you know, not magical damage, but it is other 3 heroes are kind of countered by it. So Glimmer Caves and stuff like that are going to be very potent against what they have. What is JT's setup? Like, what is this?
Yeah, I was looking at the same thing. He just looked confused at the draft for a second. Also, love the shirt, the Mickey Mouse shirt. And a lot of, I don't know if they're playing at a boot camp or anything, but I feel like a lot of Chinese players, because I know FY's got that giant Phoenix poster behind him, have giant pictures of heroes behind them in their gaming room. It's always something, some very expansive mural of Dota. And it's interesting to see, especially, you know, how much this game has taken over our lives and their lives. But K-Class on your screen, he's been around for a little while, been doing his thing, trying to make some TI moves. You know, he used to be on Aster Ares. This is the moment to try and qualify for TI.
Aster Ares. It's been a while since I heard that name. It's been like 4 or 5 years now. This was during the DPC time. They were like always there, maybe causing an upset, winning 1 or 2 series, but never really able to like jump into that tier 1 tier that they wanted it to be.
Right. So coming into these final bans is you have that Necro ban, the Axe, which we saw in that previous game, that Snare and Lizard were covering. Although that Axe didn't really feel like it did so well. It was very one-sided, I would say, of a game. So even if you were making those blink calls, you were dying almost immediately. It was a tough game for the Axe, but it is banned in this moment. What do you think they're looking for Game Master?
They banned Underlord. They banned Axe. So they're looking for a hero that kind of sucks in the lane. I would say Underlord would be a very good pickup. It just gives them a body that goes in as well. It gives them extra bit of a global presence that can play with the Storm Spirit, but unfortunately it did get banned. Axe, however, very good. Like, Axe in general is very good hero. You can pick him blindly no matter what. The hero is going to get the farm. And also being able to kill Shadow Shaman so that his innate ability doesn't proc is something that is very potent throughout the game, knowing that he can't do it insta-kill. And they will get Rubik as overall last pick. So that means that the flex that we were talking about, potentially Snapfire going to the off lane, is going to be the thing. I would maybe prefer if they went with the more traditional offlaner in this one, but there are some really good spells to steal. Like, you go in with the Solar Guardian, you know that you can steal that spell. Anything from Shaman is going to be good. When me and Fog, whenever we have like Rubik and Shadow Shaman in the game, there's like one specific game that we played together that we always talk about. Like, we told the guy, don't cast Shackles. It's the only way we lose the game. The dude casts Shackles, Rubik steals it, bam, it's GG. Like, you cannot, like, problem is you don't have anything to cancel. There's like so many good spells that you can steal from Shadow Shaman, but Shackles being the best one, especially if you don't have enough ways to interrupt it.
Yeah, you and Fog live on the same time zone, even though you guys are so far away. You guys are playing Dota at all hours of the night, and it's all I see is you and him on my friends list just playing Dota together at all times. And then I'll always make a comment every now and then about your games where I see you, like, you know, playing Pudge or some shit like that. So it's interesting with this final pick, Windrunner. Kaka on the classic Shadow Shaman. It doesn't get any better than this, honestly. I like Game Master's lineup. You know, I like the Rubik. I've always been a big fan. I like PYW as a support in terms of, like, his playability. And, you know, maybe there's a little bit in me that kind of likes to see the whole, you know, you dumped us on the side of the road. Let me beat you guys and show you what's what. So I'm kind of
revenge is the best if you can execute, that's for sure. But I kind of like Game Master. I said maybe if Snapfire was something slightly different, but it's overall a very good Rubik game. PYW Rubik. I would say back in the days it was very good. Haven't seen really much from him recently. I feel like we're going to be saying that a lot for some of these Chinese teams in the qualifiers, because we have a lot of big names coming back, which makes me very excited. You know, this is something that I always liked. The Chinese Dota scene, always kind of felt attracted to it. I don't know if I'm feeling this Wind Ranger pick. This is the hero that can pop off, and pre-BKB, there are good ways of dealing with the Wind Ranger, either with just like one glimpse when your Wind Run falls off. It's going to be I'd say a lot of skirmishes early on because pretty much every single hero does want to go in and make something happen. You know, these heroes kind of thrive in a scenario where they're joining these early fights. All of the spells are on a relatively short cooldown, and it does allow you to take some of these engagements. So I want to see if in this one, both of the teams are going to try to look for that slight edge where they're going to be like, yeah, we're the ones who think that we can win these early skirmishes, and there's going to be a smoke coming out from Game Masters. Let's see where they're going to go.
Yeah, both teams smoking up. By the way, you were talking about seeing old names. We were one game, one victory away from seeing a team that consisted of How, D-Stones, Inflame, Fade, and Red Panda. I mean, that would have been an interesting team to see in the closed qualifiers. How playing carry on that team. That open qualifier was fun to watch with those guys. But the side of Gray Track, which we'll see later today, they beat them in that final game 3, and that's with Dust Beyond, Rico, and Undyne. But let's see what we get with this smoke, if anything at all. A lot of these smokes that seem to, especially in China, end up not really, not the SEA that we used to see, you know?
No, this
Obviously,
is a
two different
defensive
regions.
smoke. Yeah, this is a more of a defensive smoke. Let's pretend that we're making a move.
We're
but
gonna do
just
something.
camping, and we're gonna get the trade-off. 2 for 2. Yeah, the top lane is gonna be the one where I'm expecting kind of the most action to happen. This is Dawnbreaker plus Shadow Shaman. So you need to have, like, you don't have many ways of stopping them from going in. You have a Glint, you have a Silence from Kez. So if one of these abilities are used, you need to be able to stop the Starbreaker and stop the Shackles from going off. Which is not going to be as easy.
Especially because he took Thunderstrike level 1, and I feel like they're just going to try and immediately go for this, and that's exactly what they do. Blood Grenade thrown out on Fly. The chase is on for the Kez. They don't quite have the damage. Kaka actually taking a lot there from the Thunderstrike and the damage coming in from the Echo Slash from Fly while he held those shackles. Tight between the two. And a good Disruptor is a Disruptor that no longer has any mana, because you know that means he's getting the harassment in with that Thunderstrike. See how Kaka does with this Shadow Shaman, a hero that I believe used to have the second highest base damage. Not sure that's the case these days. But
I'm not sure if that's true anymore. With all the changes and everything, he was always hitting like a Truck Train Protector. Still pretty much the hero that cannot be beaten in terms of early damage, but maybe tiny even when it comes down to Shadow Shaman. Could be having a higher damage, but we can keep that discussion for later, because Fly, I want to talk about Fly. You know, we always mention his Morphling performances where he was just dying to Kobold, shifting backwards in a different direction.
catching strays right now.
Yeah. This is a hero that can also go very bad very quickly. This is like one of the heroes that is very difficult to use. Kaka in trouble.
Shackles again, but Kaka is going to be the one who might die for first blood. They'll give it over to the Kez, and Fly will in fact get that first blood. Drop me from your team. I'm getting first blood, buddy.
Yeah, he's not gonna let this one fly. He's not gonna be the one catching the strays for no reason.
Oh, the trouble,
gets
and
the
that's
first
going to be
blood
another
and low.
kill. Ooh, UIW ends up being traded, but the kill on low and getting that first blood is a great start for Game Master. They should be very happy with what they've accomplished so far. And why not? Taking a look over towards mid and favoring Moon, at least by 6 or so last hits.
Pretty big
But how does
advantage.
this matchup
usually,
go?
yeah, pretty big advantage. Usually it doesn't go this bad for Ember Spirit. I know a lot of people will say, you know, it's a Storm Spirit against melee, but Ember Spirit, he's the one who can also kind of get even, maybe like 55-45 in favor of Storm Spirit. But this time around, Setsu, he's getting the treatment. Small Panda on Mirana. Mirana is in a bit of a weird spot because in the previous patch, Celestial Quiver, you got like max charges have been increased. Second meter damage has also been increased from 70 to 80%. So some slight buffs, but nothing too crazy for Mirana to be like first phase. It's a 5 Mirana. This is something that maybe Falcons are going to be playing if they feel these buffs are good enough. But other than that, we're not really seeing the hero too much.
Seems like it may not be really accomplishing as much as they'd like it to. Especially in this bottom lane, JT sitting here alone while Rubik went over towards mid to help out with this water room. We'll end up securing one for Moon, the other one going, being picked up by TK. He's just about looking like he might die here to Kaka as he chases him. The glimpse is back onto the Ember Spirit, and he actually gets the distance away from Kaka to survive.
Is DK related to ROTK? Is this his like younger brother, or they're not connected in any way?
Lost the RO, just the TK. That's how it works. Yeah. You know, maybe. It's the best answer I could give you. I have no idea. All I know is the letters are similar. Talking about older players, ROTK, where is that guy? I'd love to see him. Maybe coaching or doing something. Would especially fit the brand of Setsu's over mid, but a telekinesis on a low bottom. Bug grenades exchanged, and that's going to be a kill there for JT as he continues to have a good lane.
Yeah, one disruptor, like one glimpse, is going to cause a lot of pain for Wind Ranger pre-BKB. And this is also not an item that you buy. I think in this one, he might need to be able to adjust his item build, because a lot of the times you see full Mjolnir and then you go for a BKB. Maybe you can get away with Dragonlance in between if you're having that good of a game. I think in this one, it might need to be Maelstrom straight into BKB, just to have that extra bit of a protection.
Mm-hmm. Some of the vision here. I like that little addition of the Dire Radiant vision cue in the middle of the screen that we had. Always cool to see. Shackle connection low. Look for a power shot, and it looks like TK is kind of being left for dead here, as that will be a return eventually there for Windrunner.
Yeah, we're going to
try
pretend we
and
didn't see the
make the lane.
combo. We did not see the combo with the shackle shot into missed arrow. It's a lot of skill shots.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you gotta be really good at hitting your skill shots, putting them down together. Moon gets that illusion rune. He'll bottle that up. Speaking of Mirana, they're gonna die next to this rune, and they will get that kill. Easily done as Moon is not only dominating in the CS department, he does have a very significant lead when it comes to net worth at this point, and he's happy with the way it goes, and that's kind of something that we've seen that's been a trend a little bit. As they go for Moon, and Setsu's just not really going to have the damage for it. And then the trend I mean is, you know, Setsu, one of those older mids who hasn't played as much. I feel like I get similar vibes to him as I see with like Paparazzi, who's also in this qualifier.
Yeah, they're coming back. They're coming back from law school or whatever Paparazzi was doing to quit Dota.
That's
Made
Ori.
me very
Ori was in
sad.
law
I'm like,
school.
yeah, it's probably good for his overall life decision making, but
Yeah.
I'm kind of sad that we're not seeing Paparazzi more at these like tier 1 tournaments. But we might still see him. Anything is possible. They still have a chance. They managed to get through the qualifiers.
Yeah, Paparazzi looked really good in the open. I'm really proud of what he was able to accomplish. And there's that Vortex. Kaka trying to survive, going under the tier 1 tower, but they will commit, and they should get this killing well. Moon
Very
with an
good
easy
dodge.
bit of movement.
Yeah, using that rune, making sure that Kaka doesn't get the shackles off immediately, and a very good start for Game Master.
Really impressed with what they've been able to get done in this first 8 minutes or so. Only a 1,000 net worth lead, but there really is a significant difference over mid that might plague the side of Yakatu, as JT's getting focused over bottom with some focus fire, some power shots, and, well, now some help. As TK comes over, Fly is there, and they'll save the life of this JT Snapfire. Keep him alive as much as they can, as he's second on the net worth.
Yeah, very good disruptor rotation. Again, one glimpse to counter the hero makes it very difficult for Wind Ranger to, like, even itemize against it. BKB is going to be the core item to try to deal with that. The Static Storm as well. But once your BKB's down, there's the combo in the mid lane. Finally, support, they find something, and they find the big one.
Yeah, getting that mid laner and trying to even up that net worth differential between the two. And now Murmur's Kiss is over bottom. They're going to try and get a kill on a low. Ooh, we run towards JT. They've got the Solar Guardian dropping in as well. Celestial Hammer, and now glimpsed all the way back from once they came. But Low looking to try and get this kill with a power shot. Doesn't quite have it. Small Panda's looking for JT. Doesn't find him as he leaped up top, but Setsu's here with the rotation to get the kill onto the Snapfire. They're still looking for Low. They cannot get him while Setsu is cleaning up. He gets PYW, Fly goes into the Raven's Veil, thinking about going for Low, but he will not commit to that, and the side of Yakutu does come out advantageous as they get 2 kills.
A very nice play from Low. He runs in, making sure that those kisses are not going to hit him, coming into the flank range, and then immediately Dawnbreaker coming in with the ulti with the extra bit of a heal. And all these small items that he purchased on Wind Range are actually making the difference. Having Wand, having Bracer and Null Talisman, and also Polywog Charm. Extra bit of regeneration did kick in. He survives on like 50 HP, manages to TP out. So rotations that they did make, and also the move that they did make in the mid lane, plus the Observer that they placed behind, allows them to play this type of a game. With the Searing Chains, try to catch up whoever. There's another one.
Again.
Arrow. Should be a kill.
Combo one more time. Pretty much a replay of how they just got Moon, honestly. And that was that's the combination that we talked about in the draft, the combination that we talked about a minute ago. And one that we were kind of recapping as that happened again. The OIW, he's right here, and you said this ward is giving them a lot. And the information that they've got from this ward is going to get them potentially another kill as PYW tries to get out under the tier 2 tower, but the slight Setsu starting to pop off. Feels like the good glory days of Setsu on Royal Never Give Up, but right now the banner is Yakutu.
Yeah, why were they not called Royal Never Don't Give Up? I never understood that. Like it's the
That's a double negative.
Meme
I don't know if you can
tattoo.
do that.
Yeah, it's a meme tattoo. That's the usual. They should also be aware of this Observer ward that gave them like 3 or 4 kills, and TK is going to be able to be warded. Setsu still picking it up. He wants to go, seeing the Disruptor's level 5.
And again, here they are one more time. TK, Aaron's on him. The kill is there. Setsu with another. He is unstoppable. Wow. Okay. So slow start turns into a cliff jump into a really, really good spot. Now second to the net worth for this Ember Spirit.
He has a full Spirit Vessel already. That's going to be good way, like it's just an insane amount of damage that you deal throughout the whole game. It's an item that scales really well into the late game. Everybody having like more health restoration, more regen, and also more HP. It's your current HP, not max HP, but if you use it on a target that has, I don't know, 2,000-3,000 HP in the mid game, it's gonna feel very nice. Rubik's still level 5.
Well, still in some trouble too. That Spirit Vessel and the Arrow connect, but they just don't have the damage to get the kill. They go into the Moonlight Shadow, they go to the Shackles on a Fly. Power Shot flies through, Solar Guardian going to jump in, and the Raptor Dance from Fly looks like it's going to do enough damage, but just short of getting that kill onto the Shadow Shaman. Mortimer's Kisses once again as Fly still trying to get a kill here onto the Marana. They're one shot away from finishing him off. They'll get the kill on Akaka as well. Fly neutral got the kill. They got 2, but there's a one on Setsu, and the Rod of Atos locks up this Dawnbreaker for a second to give them that glimpse, to get that control, and get this kill. JT with a triple. Oh, baby, a triple, as he guns them down.
That's an insane amount. I want to see damage coming out from Snapfire in that fight. Only 1,600. Actually, Kez dealing the most damage. But you can see that the supports, they were still not level 6. Like, they're still not level 6 on PK, who's just about to get it. 13 minutes into the game, and as we said at the start, it's going to be a lot of these skirmishes fights, knowing that both of these teams, they want to go in and test the waters, see how much they can achieve with the heroes that they have, because a lot of these spells early, they deal a lot of damage, and they initiate really well. This Dawnbreaker ulti doesn't really connect onto anything. Sure, it gives them extra bit of a heal, but it doesn't really do much in terms of the damage, and then Kisses, and very good deny. Like, he gets rooted, Spirit Vessel on him, 8-1 Lotus, making sure that he gets it. And this is a massive kill. JT, he got a triple kill, plus he also got a big streak off Setsu.
They got a lot of gold off this, and Fly, you know, go and get you gone, and that's the one who got the neutral kill on him. They'll still find this Storm Spirit, though. They need at all points the pick-off potential for the Radiant side is going to exist. with the shackle, with the arrow, the searing change, that constant lockdown, that CC that they have is very viable for them. Even though they just lost that fight bottom, but still a good spot in terms of control for where they're at and trying to get this tier 1 up towards top. And top of the net worth after that fight is JT, so he's got Kaya BKB after the Rod of Atos, and this is the typical build we're seeing from Snapfires, right?
Not really. Like from the mid lane, you see Boots of Travel most of the time, even though we've seen... It was very popular back in the days when Road of Atos was being built from the crown, so it gave you stats, which felt really nice. But we also saw power trides from GPK multiple times. People have been picking up Blink Dagger, Yashikaya, if you're going that route. If you want to be going to the damage route, picking up, Blink BKB is kind of your core item, and then you can decide where you want to go. Like Casual Kaya feels really nice, but then later you can, because it's a mixed damage hero. It's a magical plus physical, so you can still scale later with Hydra's Breath if you go for little shredder targets on 15 and 20, and then on 25. But if you go for a different route with the Yashikaya, more damage amp, then you go for the cookie shard, snap cookie charges, and 8 Mortimer's Kisses, which is insane to think about, like how much damage, especially if you have some kind of a setup. That's why usually we see snap from the mid lane, because you have the stunner from the off lane, which can easily set it up.
Dodges the Rod of Atos and then looks for an arrow. By the way, Snapfire completely changed the build, went for a shard as it was immediately available to him, and they'll get the kill on Nakaka over mid. Mortimer's Kisses was used by JT. Fly is the one who gets credit for that, and he's now on a killing spree. Oh, shard was almost delivered to Snapfire. Courier now having to do some extra work to go towards top. Making the Courier work, you know? Yeah, it helps your farm. Really good upgrade. Like, do you think it's a good enough upgrade where, from what he had queued up, Kaya BKB, that's worth the change?
Oh, absolutely.
All that thought. They'll go for this kill over mid. Setsu's gonna die at least to start. So we're Guardian to jump into the Celestial Hammer that's just gonna be stolen here by BYW. The shackle on the two supports. But Low stunned up with a Vortex for a second. They'll finally get the kill to BYW. They had the shackles on to TK. Low's going to get a double. Might even get a triple here. Fly dead. Low's got a triple. That looks so big to start with Setsu, but Low's back into the game.
Again, we said that both of these teams are going to try to push the limits, because I feel like with these cookie cutter type of drafts, you need to go in. Like, you need to be able to fight back, because you don't want to be farming. Like, Mirana is not a farming hero by any means. Neither is Shadow Shaman, and both supports as well. Like, they're not very good at farming. They want to be using their abilities to try to grab a kill. And both of the teams kind of have the same mentality. That's why we're seeing both of them trying to push for it. For the first 15 minutes, we have 23 kills, which is a bit of a unconventional for China, especially at TI qualifiers. A lot of the times, like in the past few years when we were covering them, you would see like 3-2 score, 2 kills in 15 minutes, because everyone's playing super cautious. But with these type of drafts, they are ready to go in and really test the water, see how much they can push it.
Yeah, the open qualifiers were a little bit of that, with some lower scoring games. Some very quiet games, as we saw. And you said 15 minutes. You could have said 50 minutes, and you still probably would have been right, honestly. 3-2 score that late with what, our typical 9-minute first blood that we had been seeing in previous qualifiers for China. But this is a bloodbath for the region. And they're going to make a rotation with Setsu finding TK. TK is going to drop to this Ember. Will in fact get JT out. He'll TP towards top and get these heroes away.
And JT, he went full greed. He went shard, he went bots after this, thinking that maybe he can get more out of the map, where he can still join the fights with bots, and also make sure that he's playing on a different side of the map, leaving some of the camps open for his Storm Spirit or Kez, and then joining a fight with the Boots of Travel. Moon picking up Haste Rune while having double damage, which is going to expire in the next 15 seconds or so, but they're going to be looking for a fight.
See if they
Big damage increase
there.
For Game Master. Level 2 ulti on Snapfire. Deso just finished. Doesn't matter, he got caught.
Lo getting that kill on the Fly and getting credit on that, taking out the Kez once again. 3, 3, and 4 for Fly. Felt like it started well for Game Master with this Kez, but we've continued to talk about it. The singular target pickoff at any point in the game is just so quick and so deadly. And they are going to get this tier 1 tower down bottom as well.
And really glad that Lo is listening to this stream and said, yeah, this Lacoste guy, he's pretty smart. I want to actually go for what he mentioned. I want to pick up a BKB. Jokes aside, it's a better option, especially because he knows that he needs to get the BKB. There are no abilities that go through the buff immunity, so he has a pretty free reign with the first BKB usage, which does allow him to get a kill. Whoever gets initiated on pretty much is going to grab them the kill. And this is going to be a very potent duo 1-2 combo that they're going to have throughout the whole game, especially now that Kaka picked up a Blink Dagger, which does allow him to blink in, use Serpent Wards, and then have plenty of time for Dawnbreaker to come in with the ulti, because they have no saves other than Cookie, pretty much. That's your only save up until a point where Rubik gets a 4-stab. Maybe he gets the shard from Tormentor. That's going to be their kind of soft save. But again, on the other side of the map, they are going for it. Kaka, this is why his Shadow Shaman was one of the more feared ones when we talk about him. As soon as we saw anything with a Hex, Kaka, like he's good at, this guy's very good at 2 things. Nyx Assassin, Shadow Shaman, or Lion, playing these type of heroes, and also calling GG mid-ravage.
It's the classic. I watched that clip recently again. I always bring, whenever I see Kaka playing in a game, I'm like, all right, I gotta refresh the memory here of the Kaka GG calls. But you see him playing Shadow Shaman, he can be playing Lion. It's the same exact thing. It's that Blink Dagger, the Hex, the stun.
If he doesn't have it,
sure
he's going to build the text from position 4. That's how much he values a spell like this. Just an instant initiation tool, which can give you the kill. And after getting a kill on the other side of the map, on Storm Spirit, Moon did die. They are going to give Aegis to
Static Storm. Yule's used to try and survive here. Solar Guardian is going to be used. They're going for Setsu. They don't have the damage. They just don't have the control, especially with that Yule's. They're going to try and parry their way out, but Fly's in a lot of trouble. The Shackle connects. They'll get the kill. They'll take the Kez, and it's a 3k net worth lead for Yakutu as they're going to try and TP out this Rubik, but he is rooted with the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains combo. He will end up dead to the Mirana.
Very good itemization coming out from Yakuto, getting that Yule Scepter, getting the early BKB as well, and also neutral item choices. He went for Essence Ring Brawny combination, which basically gives you extra 400 HP once you go and click that Essence Ring, and also Dawnbreaker also on top of that, knowing that they need to survive the initial burst with the Cookies, with the Kez combo, Stormford getting in, and potentially Static Storm. So this is such a valuable pickup, and now Kaka, he gets the shard, he gets the Ernaconda. He did earn that Conda by some of his good play so far in the game.
Didn't know he had so much gold to have that Conda. I tried. What can you do? Anyway, mid, as they look over, grab that stun for a second from JT. JT, who was top of the net, we're still holding that spot. He's farming well, but we've seen moments where just the pickoff game from Yakutu, and I know I've been harping on it so much, but it has really gained them a lot in this game, to the point of a 5k net worth lead. So they were trying to see if Game Master can kind of bring it back, but here it is again. It's the Hex, into the Shackle, eat an arrow, we've got the damage, we're going to make sure we got that kill, and they're going to be holding the Shackle shot if they need it on the back end of those lockdowns with Shackles anyway, so.
Death by 1,000 arrows. And they're going to rotate to the mid lane as well, getting a pick-off. Seems like right now in Game Master, they don't have the answer. They can't really find anything. Oh, this could be pretty massive.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to happen too with the Shackles coming through, and Moon's going to end up dead. Kaka again involved in yet another kill. And it's just net worth lead climbing. Climbing and climbing. They keep getting these kills. They're moving around the map so efficiently. And TK now, he's in trouble despite the fact that they were able to glimpse him away. He had the Remnant down. There's another kill for the side of Yakutu. They just are not slowing down. The pressure that they're keeping is just very immense.
Yeah, Moon, he also needs to respect the sun. Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian turns into the daytime. Like, it's just an insane combo because Break of the Dawn gives you such an insane amount of damage once it turns into daytime. And with Shadow Shaman finding you on any side of the map, it's going to feel very good. And it seems like Small Panda as well. Like, he's itemizing to kind of end the game, like potentially with this first Aegis. Drums plus Vlad's amping up the damage of his cores and making sure just to buy all of these small items, which are relatively easy in terms of building, and another Essence Ring. Like, they seem to be understanding that it's all about survivability. Shadow Shaman has one as well. So 3 plus the Poor Man's Shield, and the other side you see Game Master, they're opting to go for more mana-based items. 3 mana drafts. On Soul Spread, it does make sense. Yeah, Essence Rings. So try to get the most out of the map. They right now feel like they need to get some extra gold on the map, but the map is getting smaller and smaller.
It's getting smaller, and like, I almost want to say Titan is also there too because of how aggressive Yakult are playing. Like, yeah, the map has felt small for teams when they're behind, of course, but not this tight. It feels like they are just moving constantly, and they are going to get themselves yet another kill on Fly. They have just gone top to bottom, 3-4 times now, and have gotten kills every single time they've moved, as that's another one on PYW.
They're running out of steam on Game Master. They don't have enough damage, especially if you take out Kez out of the equation, and that's going to be another pickup. Disruptor, Dawnbreaker ulti on top of that with the amplified damage. And GG, they're going to call
GG.
it. Okay.
The Kaka-style GG call, but that's a Game Master call, and that's going to be GG. Wow. Yakutu just, I mean, they pressured him out, right? Like, that was, you couldn't breathe on Game Master's side at all.
No, it was pretty even up until the point where this bottom fight happened, and then you had a mid fight where they overextended a little bit. The low, he got the triple kill on Wind Ranger, and this is pretty much the beginning of an end. And also having Setsu on Ember Spirit, he kind of popped off. Like, I really liked the way he played, where he was going in, and after not having that good of a lane, both supports, they came to the mid lane and making sure to fix his lane, having Server Ward behind the tier 1 tower, grab them 3 kills, and allow them to snowball out of control.
They were doing really well on Game Master. They had about a 2K net worth lead at their peak, and it looked like the early parts of this game were going according to plan, and they get this kill here on JT. They end up finding this Snapfire. And this is kind of where the game changed. It felt like, you know, not being able to get that kill on a low and Setsu starting to pop off really made a big difference. And yes, this fight here is going to go the way of Game Master, but overall the map was still shrinking and things were not evolving for Game Master in terms of the way the game was going.
Yeah, they couldn't really utilize the Storm Spirit in this game. Like, he didn't really have, like, pool early on isn't really that big of a setup for Kisses. It's more about Cookie and Scatterblast, because you saw in a couple of situations where JT, he can't really land his Kisses because they don't really have the setup. And in this one, sure, Setsu did die, but did also allow them to land a 2-man shackle, which he gets the kill immediately. And at that point, the fight's kind of over. Moon, he has no mana whatsoever. Fly, he's in no man's land. A hero that really has no strength game whatsoever. And if he's not hitting you, if he's not life-stealing, if he's not applying that Mage Slayer, means that you're just got to be dealing the full damage. And we never saw Fly pop off on Kez, and at this point, the game was pretty much already over. I was also surprised that the way they called GG. Sure, the game is over, but it's also TI qualifiers. I would definitely play it out until the end. Maybe they can make a mistake. Maybe they can try to overextend, and you could potentially punish it. But yeah, Game Master, they decided to call it.
Yeah, they call it 23-11, and you could see things not really working out for Fly. 3-5-4 on a Kez, and it just was not opening up for him at all, and the same could be said for Moon. The only one who really had, honestly, any semblance of a game was JT, and JT got that triple kill. He was farming really well, but overall, you know, Yakutu, they really recovered because Setsu was kind of getting beat pretty hard over mid, but you see that final KDA, 10-2-7, they turned it around, and it all starts with that ward that was over mid, that kill on Moon, the control that they had to make sure that they could recover Setsu's game. And I think that was really well done by them.
Yeah, it was pretty much well executed. Setsu, also the itemization, relatively early Spirit Vessel that he picked up, and then Yule Scepter that did allow him to survive the engagement in the bottom lane. And I was looking at the damage numbers. JT, lowest damage in the game as an offlane Snapfire that did have like triple kills, so didn't really have that much of an impact, even though it looked like he did.
Yeah. Would you have wanted him to go for maybe not the Boots of Travel in retrospect in the shard that earlier, or you think that
maybe
really
I like the ATOS. I like the ATOS pickup, but I think he went super greedy with the Boots of Travel, picking up the shard as well. They never had the front line that they kind of needed as well.
Yeah, it was something that they just weren't able to accomplish, and I don't know. I kind of want to see more from Game Master coming into Game 2, right?
Yeah, and we're going to see it relatively soon because we are about to go to break and see if they're going to have a plan to come back to match this aggression from Yakuto Brothers.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the best time of year. China qualifiers for TI. Obviously, you guys all knew that answer. It's my favorite time of the year. I get to spend it with one of my closest friends. I'm not one of his closest friends, but he's one of my closest friends, Lucas.
Throw me under the bus for no reason.
You're catching strays like fly, morphling. So, we're here in game number 2. I was shocked, honestly. I really like Game Master's game 1 draft, and clearly they did enough to repick this Snapfire. But Yakutu, they seem to have the number picked. They were ready to go. They had it all pretty much settled, and very impressed with what they were able to accomplish in game number 1.
Yeah, I also maybe want to see Snapfire, that's just with the different item build. I also want to maybe see Snapfire changing the role. Especially, sure, you first face this hero. It can be played across 4 different roles, position 4, 5, mid and off lane. Mid seems to be the best role for the hero. It did get nerfed in terms of the tower damage that she deals, so her innate ability doesn't deal extra damage the closer you are to the target, and you also don't do extra damage on the denies, which was kind of a necessary thing. We saw some of these matchups being almost impossible to play against the Snapfire, but also to have something in the back of your head. This was the lowest damage dealing hero in the previous game, combined, even though he got a triple kill in that triangle engagement. So gotta keep in mind to also have a relatively good setup for the hero. You just can't pick Snapfire and be like, YOLO, you set up your own kisses. Somebody needs to be able to stun them. Even though they had some ways of stopping it, level 1 fence from Disruptor is really not enough. Level 1 pull from Storm Spirit early is also not enough to secure you. Compared to the other side, where we've seen Kaka on Lion going in, pairing him up with Dawnbreaker, making sure that they are getting the value out of their heroes and they're getting the spells. And I'm looking at the band speak up. Lion, Nyx Assassin.
I saw that. I was waiting for you to give a breath so I could say something, but you're getting to it first. It's the Kaka bands. You gotta focus them.
These bands are Kaka focused, but also Snapfire heavily focused. Nyx Assassin, Ruin Snapfire with the Carapace. Silencer also, you never can use ulti. It's gonna be immediately stopped. Puck is also super annoying. So a lot of, basically they have 3/4 heroes that are good against core Snapfire in the game. So I want to see the Snapfire being played from the mid lane because you protected it so much. You don't want to waste 4 bans just to make sure that your Snapfire is now going to support role.
Yeah, it's a lot of bans to unfortunately have them there, but they go Underlord Rubik with these next 2 picks, and it's one of those things where you can't really pick Underlord if you don't pick Rubik and it didn't get banned, right? Because giving Rubik Firestorm is the worst thing you can do.
It's the way to lose a game, definitely. Now you have you have very strong offlane duo, Rubik plus Underlord, which can get you the kills no matter what. It's also almost infinite setup for Snapfire ulti, pit into lift, into another pit proc. It's going to be enough to pretty much kill any hero on the map. And now they need to find a way how to deal with this. It's an insane amount of damage. You have Rubik that's going to be reducing their damage on top of that. That's why the hero is also very popular in combination with Underlord, because you're reducing both physical and magical, and then you also have Underlord who reduces physical. So not an easy pick. Carries definitely don't like to play into these type of heroes, knowing that their damage is reduced by half.
Let's see what they go with this Storm and this Bane. They already picked the Storm. I was kind of hoping that, maybe we see something for Setsu that's a little out there. Not sure you can really do anything that's going to be weird. Sorry.
It's funny. We saw small panda on the screen. They pick panda.
Yeah. Well, that was his classic. If you remember him with Elephant, he was 5-position Brewmaster all the time.
Yeah. And that didn't work well for him. He was the one who kind of took the blame, because this was the lineup that was supposed to be the next big thing, and it flopped so hard, and somebody had to take the blame. So it was him, because all the other Chinese legends, it could not be their fault.
No, it couldn't. Not even.
But this
10
time around, I don't want to see
seconds
Brewmaster 5. I don't care how many times you played it from position 5 in your career
5
or whatever
seconds
happened. I want to see this hero as a core hero. Like, I want to see him using the split because their damage isn't really instant. Like, this is a lot of damage over time from Snapfire Kisses, Firestorm. Even Weaver is not an explosive damage. It's a damage that does build up with the Swarm on top of you, and then you start to run in. So these are the heroes that like to reset the fight multiple times. This is why it's such a good Brewmaster game, because it does allow you to get your ulti off no matter what. But again,
seconds
looking at the heroes on Yakuto's side, they don't have much against Fever.
5
Like, you
seconds
have Bane, ulti, maybe you have like Nightmare. Could be very good, to be fair. It's a very good hero against Fever, but you also need to have some kind of a follow-up. You need like Nightmare into Bushwhack, into Pull from Storm Spirit to be able to kill the hero, but they also have ways of saving them. Like Rubik Shard, one of the better shards in the game at the moment, one of the reasons why the hero is super popular. Snapfire Cookie could push you out of the trouble as well. So it feels really nice. And then if you get the ulti off on Weaver, you could potentially win the game off of that.
Hear me out. We used to see this a lot in China back in the day. You'd see like Mugi pick Weaver, and the instant counter was Bloodseeker. Is Bloodseeker viable enough?
No, shut up. It's not. I don't want to see this hero. This hero is terrible. It's one of my favorite heroes. They're doing it dirty. This hero does absolutely nothing.
Oh, that was a visceral shut up. I felt that.
Yeah, I'm mad because I'm mad. Like every other hero, it's kind of playable except for, the hero is so trash when Pango has been good for such a long time and you can't pick this hero.
When was the last time Bloodseeker was good?
Like never. I don't know. Like the hero was, I was like, Crystallis is playing it. Congrats. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, then somebody tries an offlane Bloodseeker. Maybe you see it from the carrier role. And the problem with the hero is, like, he has 2 abilities. That's what he has. That's absolutely not like, wow, you're moving fast. Cool. You have more attack speed. Like, why is this not combined into one spell? You have Silence, AoE Silence, and Rupture, which is a single target ability.
One day, Lacoste. I promise. They'll bring him back. They'll make him good. They'll make
He was good. Like, he had a meme build with Aghanim Scepter and Radiance and being unkillable, running around Dagon 5. So he was okay. I guess he was imbalanced in pub, so we nerfed him, and that's why we're not seeing him in the professional Dota.
I am worried. They did not get a typical Kaka hero here. That might be the downfall. No Lion, no Shadow Shaman for him. Is that the glue that keeps this roster together? Is the Kaka hero?
Kaka super glue.
Tusk last pick. So that would infer that Snapfire's mid, right?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. They spent so many bans on Snapfire. It's a massive waste if you don't put this hero in a core role where she shines the most. And very good Tusk pickup as well, making sure that you are having a bit of a save as well for the grip. You have ways of killing heroes. Weaver plus Tusk, insanely strong lane. Like, looking at the lanes that they have, I don't see the last pick for Yakuto Brothers yet. It would be a very good Faceless Void game because time dilation, it destroys Weaver, it destroys Underlord, and also if you don't manage to kill Faceless Void with your combo with the Lift, Fade Bolt, Firestorm, and Pit, he gets the time walk off. You dealt no damage whatsoever. He's going to lose maybe 15-20% HP, and the rest is going to be removed. So very good ban there. Right now, Yakuto Brothers, they lack some control. They lack ways of heroes that Underlord is afraid of, that Weaver is afraid of. And after seeing Faceless Void being banned out, I'm not sure if there is a hero that's going to be like, gotcha. That's definitely not the hero. It's good in the lane against Underlord and Rubik, but carry-to-carry matchup, you do absolutely nothing.
5 seconds remaining.
That's why I said that it's going to be a tough pick for them, knowing that they have a BKB piercing ability. You're playing against Rubik, who can easily steal Fiend's Grip. I don't think Small Panda is going to have a good time either. You're playing against heroes who can jump the backline easily, and you're also playing against Rubik. At least what they have on Yakuto Brothers is they have Storm Spirit that can be infested by Life Stealer. So maybe that's going to be the play where they're going to try to outnumber the opponents. Nowadays, you're still farming your Radiance as your first item, no matter what. You're
Right.
not going to be going for Armlet. You can go Armlet as your second item, but that also means that you don't want to be as active, maybe compared to the previous Life Stealers back in the days where you were picking up Armlet and then building a different items where you just wanted to get involved early on. Nowadays, you want to be farming, so that Infest Bomb is not going to be as potent as early as maybe you would want it to be.
Yeah, well, it may not be so potent, but we'll see if Yakatu can kind of get themselves into a 2-0 victory here and join two other teams in that upper bracket semifinal. Refuser and Resilience, two teams that have made it past their first opponents. But it's not an easy road for any of these Chinese teams. A lot of these guys are very close in skill, and I do kind of feel as though Game Master have a little bit of a better draft again, but I said that last game, and Yakatu did a really good job of kind of shutting down that early advantage that they had. So we'll have to see going into game number 2 whether or not this is going to end up being the same story or if we're going to a game 3. The first game 3 of the qualifier, 3 series in, of course, but, you know, there's always a chance. And we do get a pause, so we'll have a little bit more time to talk about the key things in these drafts. And, you know, you're talking about Bane potentially struggling here, Rubik being the big game changer for the dire side of Game Master. You know, they have a lot of saves. I feel like holding these targets down for Radiant or for the side of Yakatu is going to be very difficult.
It's definitely going to be. Like, you have multiple saves. You have Weaver, who is a super slippery hero as well. Mm-hmm. Slow duration as well, something that is pretty massive upgrade in terms of what the hero wants to do, is Threads of Fate. Her innate ability is... It did got increased by 0.2. So it went up from 0.2 to 0.4 seconds slow duration. Allows you to get a better chase. You're playing with Tusk, who also has extra bit of a slow. So this is going to be super strong lane. At least Brewmaster is going to have his way of dealing with that, because even 1 point in Drunken Brawler gives you 15% evasion before you get brewed up. And also Hoodwink. She has redirect chances 15%. That does also scale, but feels really nice to have any kind of evasion in this lane, which is heavily relying on getting the right clicks in.
We see Kaka on this Hoodwink. I'm actually doing some research here because I know his Shadow Shaman and his Lion numbers are relatively good. As you know, we did get the Lion ban on him. He's got 208 games on said Lion, but Hoodwink, not exactly up there in terms of the amount of pro games that he has played with this
You know
hero.
why? Because it's a relatively new hero, and Kaka hasn't really been really active in the last couple of years. Like, sure, he makes an appearance here and there, but wasn't really a part of a team for a long time.
That is very true, but he's 15 games, 53% win rate, so not too shabby.
Not great, not terrible, yeah.
8 and 7. I believe that adds up to 15, so makes sense to me. And that is the win rate that he's got. I'm a little worried for Yakatu, by the way. Just in the general sense. Because once you pick up Kaka, that might be your last roster ever.
Oh, yeah, it's just like, if you fail, like, this is it. It's not like this roster is going to come into the next season and stick together, work on the problems that they have. Like, this is it. One and done, pretty much.
It's one and done, and maybe even the org shuts down a la Keen Gaming, Newbie Gaming. I mean, there was a lot of that going on when Kaka leaves the team. Isabs does spot TK. Setsu is smoked up. Both teams kind of wrapping around to the enemy's area, but TK is going to take up the obs. And Fly just going to take this twin gate and eat one right click. Very worth it for low there. 2 for 2 again.
Yep, Lifestealer highest damage in the game at the moment. Let's see if he can keep that throughout the whole game. He should have an okay lane, It's nothing like super crazy, but at least you can't kill him. Like, you can't kill him in the lane as long, because your combo is going to be Fate Bolt into Firestorm, into Lift, into Pit of Malice, keep him inside of the Firestorm, keep proccing Pit of Malice.
Right.
With Rage, it just makes it super difficult for him to die in the lane. And Bane, one of the stronger position 5s. There was a huge buff to Bane that happened in the 41C patch, where his mana cost got decreased on Brain Sap by 15 on level 1. Something that he struggled with is using his mana. His spells are extremely costly at the early levels, so it does allow him to get better trades early on, so it makes his laning stage even stronger. Oh, 2 creeps on him. We'll block the camp though.
We'll block the camp and Firestorm from JT, which, you know, Low has to kind of eat if he's that melee hero up in this creep wave. Mid lane, Moon this time on the Snapfire against what he played in the last game. Storm, Setsu's going to be on that. And it was favoring Moon early, but now Pit of Malice comes in. Telekinesis, Firestorm, first blood. They get the kill on a low, and that's an early kill for the side of Game Master. Something very reminiscent of what they did in game number 1.
That pull also, like the way they play the lane was pretty much how you should play it to get that level 2 as fast as you can. And also Lifestealer, he was still level 1, so he didn't have that rage. He was getting a couple of right clicks from Underlord, a couple of right clicks from Rubik as well, but it's also very mana consuming, especially for JT in this lane. Having Pit of Malice, Firestorm, if you use that multiple times, so you will need some kind of mana. He is bringing Clarity and Mango on the courier. Clarity, a bit more difficult to use in the lane. You might use it when your lane is close to your tower, but other than that, you can't just really pop it. It's 25 seconds to get the full value out of it.
It's a lot of time. This bottom lane is going to be very important. I think if they could slow down this Lifestealer in any way, slow down that Radiance build-up, which is pretty far. Of course, he wants the boots, he wants the wand, then he wants the Radiance, and it might take some time for him to get there, especially if this lane is favoring the side of Game Master pretty heavily. And Qualifiers having an easy time top. Like, this has not been much of a troublesome lane for him at all.
Yeah, he should not die. If he dies on Weaver in this lane, they messed it up somehow. Like, Brewmaster provides you with absolutely nothing. Bushwhack shouldn't be enough to kill you, and later on you will have Snowball to save you. So Fly should be okay. Even though he had a good start in this first game of the series, he didn't really manage to deliver. He had a pretty good timing on his Mage Slayer plus Deso, but unable to achieve much.
Bottom lane still just looking a lot of the same. Dang you on the Brewmaster, we'll see how good he is. I wonder if he's getting any pointers from Small Panda at all. The artist formerly known as Red Panda, keeping the panda in the name, just changing up what kind. And things just quiet. This is kind of what we were expecting when it comes to the Chinese region, maybe a little bit quieter as the game kind of starts to develop. But all things considered right now, it does look as though the Dire are benefiting more from the way the laning phase has gone. As Bane came over, he takes one water rune, Setsu takes the other, bottles that up, so that'll make life a little bit more difficult for Moon in terms of having that regen, but he's got a sip and he's got a couple stick charges anyway.
Yeah, he's still pretty healthy anyway. Raindrop,
Yeah.
one charge, stick as well, and also didn't use that much mana early on. Doing a good job in the mid lane, 22 and 8, 23 and 5 for Setsu. Having an extra bit of experience on him as well.
I'm just trying to clear up these creeps. He's doing a good job. Setsu's recovered. He's 25 and 5. More denies there so for Moon, but I mean overall, pretty even lane. Things pretty even around the horn. And kind of looking at what's next. And what are you expecting from either of these teams as TK throws out some shards on Akaka. Just play aggressive on Zhang Yu and Kaka for a second, but just not really finding the control. And there really isn't much there for him over in this top lane.
They want to take it slow. I think it's going to be 2 supports playing with Storm Spirit for Yakuto, once he gets level 6, it's going to allow them to make a move, because Lifestealer is not a hero that wants to make a move. Neither is Brewmaster. You want to bring supports to their lane to make sure something happens. So it can be Stormthread coming to the top lane, where they can maybe kill Tusk, try to push Fly out of the lane, which is not going to be the easiest thing, considering the Brewmaster is not even level 4 yet. And for the other team, again, 2 supports paired up with Snapfire, you can get kill pretty much on any hero on the map. Maybe not Lifestealer if he's holding the rage, but other than that, everybody else can easily die. I love when you have Snapfire, like just Tusk in general. I feel like it's such an underrated hero. If you asked me who's the best position 4 hero for the last 5 years, I would say Tusk without even thinking. He's still level 5 because of this reason.
Easy kill to
set
get.
things up. Yeah, it's just pretty much everything. The hero has roach taking potential with tag team, save, block, and the BKB piercing ability, plus relatively good scaling. Like, how many times have we seen in Dota history this hero winning you the game with the Aghanim Scepter if the game goes late?
Yeah.
You always have something with this hero.
Yeah, definitely the case. And that death on Setsu was very predictable. Once I saw both supports moving over, I'm like, oh, he's only level 5, he's going to TP in immediately. It's just going to be caught in the kisses, and that's exactly what went down. He did get level 6 while he was dying, so he does have access to Ball Lightning now. But we'll see how much of a difference that makes. The Shards blocking Jiang Yu for a second. Kaka comes back over to make sure that he can protect that Brewmaster. And how long is Kaka going to sit up here? Because is Brewmaster going to want the solo lane at some point, right?
He wants the solo XP for sure. But also, he was fine. He gets brewed up, he goes up to 38% evasion, even with 1 point in Drunken Brawler, which is more than enough. This is tag team, this is like damage from Weaver, so pretty much almost half of your, not half, but let's say more than a third of your hits are gonna miss.
Schwack connects onto the Weaver, doing some decent damage on a Fly, but other than that, really not much to say. PYW does make the rotation over towards top. He's going to try and help out to get a kill onto the Brewmaster. They will commit to the snowball and the tag team. 2-man bushwhack, though, well placed by Kaka. That should save him, but the Shard's just short of catching that through.
Nice bushwhack from Kaka, making sure that Shards do not connect. Underlord is also level 6. He's keeping a point, doesn't have too much mana to work with at the moment. And something that we did mention during the previous draft is potentially a pipe for one of the teams, because it looked very good. All of their damage was magical. I'll hold that thought. Lifestealer
over here.
That's such a baller move.
TP attempts the damage, though. Too much for him to handle, and Low will get that kill, and that is good gold for him. He's skipping out on the wand so far. They're trying to get a kill on the Tusk at the same time. And Kaka, can he get over? He's got Bushwhack in a second. He just needs to land it here, but Fly comes in. The Bushwhack connects onto this Rubik, and now the chase is on from Fly. Kaka's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's in no man's land and doesn't have the mana to TP out. Does seem like an eventual kill for the side of Game Master. But the Shards are short, blocks him in. Doesn't matter, the last right click from Fly gets the kill.
DK, he needs to be on point with those Shards. It's an ability that can also grief you, which was what almost happened in this one. It's a bit of a slower game. Like, I really like the move that Low made with infesting the creep, knowing that supports, they're not having that great of a time. You need Hoodwink to play with your Storm Spirit. You want to have that Sharpshooter online as fast as possible. Bane is even sitting in the mid lane, collecting some XP because he didn't really achieve much in the bottom lane. They didn't really secure the lane for Lifestealer. They're not getting any kills, so he's trying to get something done from this one. Just sitting here, getting the XP, getting himself closer to level 6.
Anything he can do while giving the lane solo to Low, who's working on that Radiance we talked about. 1,000 gold away from having the gold for the Relic.
That's pretty good farm. Like, he also has Tough and Dagger of Ristul, which is just right-click damage. It's more damage that he can use to get some extra bit of a farm. And again, that one death that they did have at the early stages didn't really cost him as much, because he was still keeping up even the first 3 or 4 minutes. He was keeping up with Weaver in the top lane. Setsu now trying to make a move. Rune's going to be bottom. Regeneration for him. He's going to be pretty happy with this one.
See if he uses this to move somewhere, potentially top or look for a kill. in one of these side lanes. Wi-Fi sitting a little bit low in the top lane if they can get over there and get that control and maybe kill him before he's able to get the time lapse off. But does pop his own wand. PYW sitting over mid to try and get his level 6. He's halfway through 5. So is Red Panda. Both these supports just trying to make something of the solo lane they have, and they get a kill in a 5-5 very easily. That bushwhack connected, they get the kill. They'll look for the snowball now to survive.
One.
And they are going to try and get the second kill on a TK. He'll shard, but that only blocks in one Panda. The bushwhack actually misses. There's a stun thrown his way. They're looking for the damage. They'll drop him down, but Fiend's Gate coming in. Back to form Zhang Yu. They should have got this second kill, but unfortunately just didn't really put together the skills. And JT ends up getting the kill onto the Brewmaster and what looked to be a definite kill on the TK, but it's something that they couldn't really get done.
TK is good at one thing. He's good at blocking with the shards. His teammates, this time around, he blocks off Panda, so the green Panda was unable to get through, which is the damage, which is the stun that they needed to lock him down. So he survives. Oh, no, not again. This is a massive kill. Moon, 2 deaths already, and he did pick up Boots of Travel, which also means that he can be anywhere on the map. Fly Courier also dies.
PYW just stole Fiend's Grip, by the way.
That's why we said it's a good Rubik game. It's very easy to steal some of these spells. Let's see how they're going to utilize this. In terms of ways of disrupting the Fiend's Grip, they don't really have much. You have Bushwhack, you have Pull from Storm Spirit, and maybe a Nightmare, but that's about it.
Maybe they can use it to go over bottom and get a kill somewhere, or smoke up and use that. Shards in, TP from Red Panda, Nightmare onto Fly. TK, he is in trouble because Sets is also into the rotation, and that's going to be a kill onto the Tusk. Fly couldn't really help him. He was within his own thoughts inside that Nightmare.
Also, interesting build from Setsu, and he's deeping to the bottom lane immediately. Wants to make a move. Invis ready. Maybe they were thinking about potentially getting the Infest Bomb. Oh, Pit of Malice already used. They need to bring in numbers. Growth is coming. Kaka's here.
They want to kill PYW as quickly as they can so he can't use that Fiend's Grip, and that's exactly what they were able to accomplish by having Setsu Invis and being able to get right onto the Rubik and having that control to get the kill. So that shuts down anything that really Game Master were looking for. The Pit of Malice miss was also pretty significant there, but now this time lands on the Kaka. Mortimer's Kisses are there to get the kill, at least onto the Hoodwink, but the Primal Split is used. They've got the stun, the pop, the Infest. They get the kill to TK, and now in the back line, it's going to be Setsu going after Moon. He's got the help of Red Panda. The Cyclone onto this Underworld. JT's going to try and get out with Fiend's Gate. Do they have something to stop him from getting to the Fiend's Gate? They do the stun from the Brewmaster, and the kill is split between 3, as that is a very good fight from Yakatu to shut down Game Master. And it all starts with that invisibility there for Setsu to kill off that Rubik, and from there it spirals out of control as they take a very significant advantage at 13 minutes into the game.
Setsu's dominating this game as well, pretty much the whole series so far, because in the first game he played Ember. He also was the driving force of the team, making sure that he's going in, setting things up, and immediately killing off Rubik, so it means no Fiend's Grip that he did steal, and then goes back to full HP almost using the Magic Wand. He had 21 charges, and then easy cleanup. Nice try from JT, I gotta give him credit. But also Moon, he needs to be much more careful how he joins the fight. And for the next one, they are gonna have
Dire's middle tower
Radiance on low. Not just Radiance, he might even have an extra armlet on top of that, because things are looking good for him. We said it's a good lifestealer game. Like, even in the lane, that first death surprised him because he was still level 1, but other than that, he looks more than comfortable playing into this one. Carry-to-carry matchup is not the greatest, but against everything else, he feels very good.
Pit of Malice, Stratavetos, that'll lock him up into the Pit of Malice again. He doesn't really quite care.
This is what
Weaver's also here.
It's the damage over time, so as long as he can hold this rage and not, like, he doesn't need to care. He doesn't need to pop it immediately. There isn't the chain combo that can't stun him. Unless you use, like, Snowball, Cookie into Lift. I also don't feel like they're going to be able to kill him. This could be a game where Low just doesn't die for the rest of the game if he gets to another item. And look at what he has in his quick buy. It is armlet, it is SNY, so extra bit of a status resistance, extra bit of a like slow resistance on top of that. Feels really nice. And just tank up. So Low having a good game, which he can transition that. Like, considering how well Setsu's playing on the Storm Spirit, we talked about the Infest Bomb as well. They can easily set things up on pretty much any hero on the map right now. And Flyfly, I don't know how he's always so low HP. Like, what is actually damaging him?
He gets hit by like one spell from Yakult and then just kind of sits there at that same health. And Jiang Yu, who's got this Midas, is almost got this Aghanim Scepter to follow it up. All aiming with PYW, Bushwhack connects from Kaka. Maybe a newer hero for him, but he has played this Hoodwink very well. He's had some pretty important Bushwhacks that have put this game in the spot that it's at right now.
Definitely did. But also Setsu, his itemization, no Kaya on Storm Spirit. Opting to go for Witchblade, which gives you that extra bit of oomph in terms of the damage, extra bit of a slow, gives you a better chase. Kaka
looking over at Kaka, but Bushwhack again on the 2. They've got the Fiend's Grip. Sharpshooter coming in as he died. And JT's already dead. They're going to get themselves a second. TK gone. Ball Lightning looking for one more. Setsu might be in a little bit too far, but they just don't have the damage to follow it up at the moment. Weaver trying to make it happen. They've got the telekinesis. They have the damage for a second, and the little shredder, they'll finally take out Setsu. Back to former Jiang Yu. With Fly coming in, they might just have the damage, but he TP's out successfully. With the Enfeeble on Fly, they just didn't have enough to get the Brewmaster after killing off the Storm.
I said Lifestealer, he might not die for the rest of the game. Well, he's definitely not going to die if he's not going to be joining with the rest of the team. I think he needs to come into that fight. They still have a tier 1 tower in the mid lane, which would allow you to easily TP and even just walking from the bottom lane. So he took the tower in the bottom lane, still a 5k gold lead for them, but also giving them good amount of XP and gold. He's underneath the ward. Ready to fly. Can he get to the low ground? No, he can't. The whole squad is there.
Too many heroes there to survive that one. Now 2 charges on the Desolator for Fly. He's going into that shard. They're gonna try and take the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Aghanim Scepter is just about ready for Jiang Yu. Went from Midas into that. He's had some good farm. He was ahead of everybody on the Dire side. The net worth was looking really good for Yaku in general. And you can see now Game Master coming in to steal some of these stacks and take away the farm that was available for the side of the Radiant end. But they're pressuring. They're putting some pressure in the triangle, at least for the moment. I'm kind of hitting away at the tier 2 tower. How much are they going to let go down on YB?
Aghanim Scepter about to be completed on Panda, and he's also going to hit level 12, so that's basically your level 3 ulti. And you can also cancel it early if you need it for whatever reason. Again, we talked about Lifestealer, Brewmaster, no real burst damage on Dire side, which means that Split and Rage can easily be used. Let's see if they have enough to actually kill him.
Ooh,
he got it off.
Saves him again! They get the Primal Split. Setsu with the Infest Bomb. Down goes TK. There goes Moon. And now they've got the follow-up with the Fiend's Grip onto Fly. And that is a big turnaround again. All starting with Kaka saving him from Fly and the rest of the team as they just saved this Brewmaster and he's able to get the Primal Split off. They look over for another. That's going to be a 4th. PYW dead. Setsu's got yet another as he's 5-2-8. And that is a big turnaround for Yakutu that really just makes this game so difficult for Game Master.
I think this game kind of broke them. Like, they might lose one more fight and call it after what happened in the previous game as well. Because Liquid Courage from Brewmaster, he drops below 30%, 50%, and he gets extra bit of status resistance. So that feels really nice. So you're unable to block him, like you're not able to stun him, and then the Bushwhack comes through, saves him, gives him just extra bit of oomph that he needed to get that ulti off, and as soon as he gets it, that fight's over.
The KDA says 2, 3, and 7 for Kaka, but man, there should be an assist for a save. And just keeping him alive. Add a couple more 1 and 2 zeros to that number, and that's what he's been doing to this team, keeping them alive and giving them the opportunity to be at the position that they're at right now. And I said that earlier, and I'll say it again, because man, he has had some clutch moments in this game. There, smoked up his 5, really searching, and you can kind of feel the desperation coming out from Dyer with a smoke like that. Them not getting anything from it, too, is, at least for the Dyer, a little bit depressing. They will find Red Panda now. Fiend's Gate coming through. Buyback from Small Panda. Hit a Malice, the lockdown for a second. Setsu Ball Lightning avoids the Scatterblast that came through from Moon. They'll get the kill to PYW, and now they'll look over at Moon to get this kill. Low is there. That's 2 heroes dead. Make it a third. TK gone. Fly again. Hit with the Fiend's Grip. You got the kill on the Bane, but what did it cost you? 4 heroes.
Oh, he got the Legion off as well, so gonna go back to full mana. There's also Lifestealer close to him, which had Infest already, so he wasn't even close to dying. And now SNY completed on Lifestealer. I said they might call it, but yeah, they seem to be running out of steam. Maybe slightly tilted as well what happened in the previous fight, where they were unable to kill the Brewmaster from 100 to 0. And then Rubik, I like the fact that Setsu goes for Rubik, knowing that he can steal potentially the Brew Split after it's done. He can steal the Fiend's Grip, he can steal some of the more annoying spells, and immediately taking out another support as well. And also Moon, he's in no man's land multiple times in this game, already has 5 deaths.
Well-deserved shard for Kaka. Add that to the 4-staff Essence Distiller that he has purchased already. And with that shard pickup, not to worry anybody who's rooting for Game Master here, but Kaka's almost got as much gold as the Weaver on the other side. My almost is a big range, but...
Yeah, Fly, he got ruined. This is going to be a solo kill. Kaka, after picking up that boomerang, the Boomer still got it. Look at him go.
Retirement home players coming out to get one last ride in this Chinese qualifier.
For the 5th time,
well.
yeah. One.
Yeah. Chinese retirement, eh? Never done. There's the Vortex, the Infest pop, but Fly not gonna die. At least not currently. He's gonna try and Shikuchi out. They just don't have the vision for him to hold him down. Bushwhack again. Hunter's Boomerang, Kaka forced to run. The Primal Split is used. Moon's in trouble. Ball Lightning in. They get the kill on the Snapfire. And that is a snowball into a BKB usage from Setsu, and another kill should be claimed for the side of Yakutu. And that will be there too. They look for Fly. The sharpshooter connects. Kaka snipes him out. They'll get PYW, and there's the GG. 2-0 for Yakutu. Not missing a beat in this BO3.
I gotta say, like, looking at both of the drafts, their draft on Dire side on Game Master, it looks pretty strong. It looks good. It looks like they have 2 strong lanes on the side. They have Snapfire from the mid lane. It's just the execution. It is not there. And YB showing what they're made of. Setsu, extremely good performance in game 1. Second one, also completely dominated. And they also didn't have this extra bit of a burst damage that we talked about. So you need to have something to kill the Lifestealer, to kill the Brewmaster from 100 to 0. Otherwise, if he gets the Infest, if he gets the Rage off, or if he gets the Split, which we're probably going to be seeing in the highlight reel, is something that you can't really deal with. Like, the fight is completely over if you don't kill him there.
Yeah, and this is... Honestly, if you're rooting for Yakutu coming out of this qualifier, this is a very positive series. Like, it looked very clean from them. I think their level 1 maybe is like the one thing you have to worry about, but their movements were so fluid, their chemistry was there. For a roster that's not been together for that long, and I don't know what the deal is here with Tia Ming and Red Panda. Is Red Panda just the sub for today? You know, is Tia Ming still on the team? But either way, the team looked like they were ready to play together, and everything was just so in unison from them. I was really impressed. And you could just see time and time again, just lacking the damage, lacking that last shot to get these kills. This one, the most important of them all as Kaka lands that bushwhack of the acorn shot, and that lets the split happen. And they get a couple of kills where these fights are, hey, Game Master are going to try and take it. Okay, well, they lose 4. They lose 3. It just never really worked out for them.
I thought this was going to be a closer series after seeing the matchups for today. I thought this one's going to be the closest one. I would even say that it would go to game 3. After seeing the drafts as well, I kind of favored Game Master in this one. It's just the execution, the matchups that they're playing. It really shouldn't be like this. So definitely they felt like they were tilted after what happened in game 1, relatively early GG, but we gotta give credit to YG. They definitely surprised me, some like small mistakes here and there, but they're very cohesive how they're using their spells, choosing the fight. I love the combination between Kaka and Setsu in both of the games, choosing the targets, priority, who's like who needs to be insta-killed in those moments, and then afterwards choosing how they're gonna approach the fight, whether they're going back, whether they need to reset, can they push for more, because we haven't seen them really overextend. And yeah, man, Kaka, he still got it.
Yeah. Check on the inmates, because they've all broken out. The retirement home is out and about in this qualifier, and Setsu, Kaka, and next series as well, Paparazzi, Monet, Yang, dead Yang strats. Anybody? We're getting that in the next series, but Setsu, yeah, gonna be your standout player. Definitely deserved. His laning has looked really solid, and I've been very impressed with him overall. Like, that looked really good from the side of Yakatu, and really just quite honestly a really good series from them. So we're going to look over at that series being a 2-0, but the next and final series is going to be Vici Gaming against Grey Track. I mean, this is going to be exciting. I'm really happy for what we're going to see next, and we'll be back with that series in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with, the final series of the day. We are back with the Chinese qualifiers. It's going to be Vici up against Gray Track, and the last series should be fun. I'm always excited. There's some players from both these teams that have been around for a while. Lacoste, of course, Vici, we know them pretty well at this point, but Gray Track, the likes of Dust, Beyond, Undyne, Rico, and their carry, Raincloud.
I'm not familiar with the Raincloud. I don't know if you have any information on him. The rest I know from before. Undying, Beyond, Dust, they ring a bell. Rico, he was the one who played for, again, Astra Ares at one point. Yep. But other than that, these players are kind of known in a tier 2.5 Chinese scene. We saw them good amount during the DPC back in the days.
Yeah, Raincloud is, he's been on a couple teams, like, for qualifiers, but he's never really done anything. Like, I think he's come around post-DPC. Obviously, you can see that Vici banned the Meepo. He is a Meepo guy. That is definitely one of the ways that they made it into this closed qualifier, was using that Meepo. And in Game 2 against the Hal lineup, he played Meepo, and he played it significantly well. So they got to take care of that Meepo, see what they could do. But this is definitely number 1 team against number 8, I would say, in the qualifier. And a tough road for Gray Track to see if they can secure themselves a victory. But Vici, in my eyes, definitely heavily favored coming into this one.
Oh, absolutely. Even though the results for Vici Gaming, they're not where they want to be. Their Wallachia performance in April, Season 8, they got 12th place. Dream League Season 29, they got 9th place as well. This is not what this team is aiming to do. These are couple of TI winners that you have on the squad. You have also very experienced player. Shiro is also the one that I think we need to mention when we talk about the best carries coming out of China. Ame is kind of always going to have that first place, considering the results and everything. But Shiro, he had some good performances. Like, I remember, like, previous TIs as well, like last couple of tournaments that he played. And this guy always has a massive hero pool. He's kind of playing different hero every single time, so he can play anything, and having that versatility. Sometimes it can be good, but also I feel like you need to specialize in a couple of heroes that when they're meta, you are going to be picking them, and you're also going to be banning out some of his stronger heroes, which we a lot of the times don't see other teams do, because his hero pool is so wide, so he's going to be playing anything. And now, like, we see Drow Ranger and Lone Druid, which are super strong heroes in general, especially Drow Ranger. Nobody likes to lane against that hero. And Wind Ranger is going to be his hero of the choice. The draft is going pretty quickly. Right now, they don't really have ways of killing the egg other than Shadowfin right-click. Supports are pretty bad about it. They have good ways of protecting the egg. They have Axe, they have Snapfire Kisses. When they go like and try to kill the egg, one shackle shot could turn the whole fight around. And it's also a good way of dealing with Bane ulti, because when he pops that, you dive in, and then like who you're gonna focus. And it also allows your Axe to get the better initiation. Me being the offlane player as well, I love when I have other heroes that also love to go in. Somebody that can not necessarily like have a blink initiator, but somebody that's going to drive a lot of focus towards you in the enemy team. So they're going to group up, which does allow you to get a better call, like two-man stomps, starter crushes, arenas. Anything that has a blink initiation tool is going to feel nice.
They've got a quick draft going on, and Yao's coaching for them. I don't know if you remember him back in the day.
Oh, absolutely, Yao. He was kind of like a model guy. Like if he never wanted to play Dota, he could be, I don't know, a model for some clothing company. Yeah,
I kind of agree with that. I could see.
He was good. He was also good back in the days. Yao. Haven't heard that name in a while though.
He's sporadically coached, especially with Shiro and a couple of these guys, because he was also coaching Tidebound for a short stint back when that team was together. And it's just interesting to see how Vici is going to approach this with Yao coaching, of course. He did win what was a big qualifier. Yao was coaching in the ESL China Challenger. That was a qualifier for the Esports World Cup. And I think that, you know, despite the fact that Vici's international results aren't exactly what they would like, they have technically gotten better from Wallachia to Dream League because they went top 12, 14th to 9th, 12th, and you know they are getting a little bit better, and they are still finding their groove. I think this is a really good roster. XM, Bach, definitely two guys that you can really rely on. You know, there with, of course, Jinkyu and Innocence, who I think are a really good duo together in the support role. So it'll be a good tune-up here if it's to be believed that they're going to be the favorites quite heavily in this draft. And Yao, with how quick the draft is going, kind of knows what he wants and knows what he wants to give this team. So definitely curious to see how the rest of this goes. And it potentially could be... I mean, it could be that they're going to replace this Wind Ranger, put him into a support role, or put her in a support role and go somewhere else. But they've also got the Snap open to be moved potentially as well. Like, I like the way that Yao's draft this.
Yeah, they have some flexibility in the draft. I would kind of love this Wind Ranger to be played as a core. Even though there are like multiple BKB piercing abilities, carry-to-carry matchup feels nice because you're never going to get right-click by Shadow Fiend unless you get locked down, you don't get the Wind Run off. They have a bit of a save with the Phoenix Sunray and the Cookie that can push you out of the trouble. Cookie is a very good saving tool against the chains, even against the Fiend's Grip if you're facing the other way. Great against the shards so you can jump over them. And they're going to ban Pango and the Centaur. Overall, Vici Gaming, they have the last pick. So something potentially beefy that can deal with the Wind Ranger. I think Centaur was a good ban. Like, it's a Blade Mail buyer. It's also Crimson potentially buyer against Wind Ranger. You never get to use Focus Fire on that hero, so you're kind of good. Unless you want to pop the BKB and Focus Fire, which is still not, might be able to like even get a kill on the hero. So something that can potentially start a fight, something beefy from the off lane. It'd be a very good Axe game. Like, Wind Ranger really hates to play against Axe, but it is already on the other side. So far, Ember Spirit not really shining. Pretty much the only one who saw Ember Spirit win in hands of Setsu in the previous series.
Trying to really figure out how this hero can work, and I like the draft that Great Track has gotten so far with the control that they have from both their supports and this Ember. Just curious how they finish it up with this offlane. And it ends up being Timbersaw. They didn't need a lot of lockdown, or extra lockdown in this pick, so I really like Timber. I want to ask, I swear when the last time we worked together on LAN, we were talking about how Timber sucked and how this hero... But this was a while ago.
He's broken now.
But now now he seems broken. He can 1v9 games.
He definitely... This is the hero that pretty much in every single game has the highest damage and the most damage tanked. This is also a hero that... Like, I think the change that did benefit him, because he didn't receive any, like, massive buffs other than his regen. Every time his reactive armor is good, he's going to be picked, but also... BKB change, where you can't refresh BKB. He's the king of the late game. You have 6 seconds on your BKB, and that's pretty much it. Like, otherwise, then you're going to be having to deal with Timbersaw, which nobody wants to play. Like, he gets on top of you, bursts you down. So they picked up Jinkyu, Nature's Prophet as their last pick. Not sure how I feel about this hero. In general, especially from the support role. I think from the carrier role, it feels good.
Right.
Maybe they wanted to have a Spirit Vessel buyer from position for somebody that can get it relatively early, so you're going to be able to kill the Timbersaw. Combined with the... I mean, the reason why Timbersaw is also good is this hero, for whatever reason, has pure damage. Like, we don't have heroes who deal pure damage in Dota on all of their spells. Bane is kind of up there, but other than that... We're talking about the core heroes. So he doesn't care about anything. He's just like, yeah, the damage that I deal is the damage that I'm gonna be dealing. That's how simple it sounds, and it's very effective. It's just the scaling as well, like the combination between the items where he can pick up the Shiva's bigger AoE that has been changed a couple of patches ago. Feels really nice on the hero if he wants to go for Aghanim Scepter. His Kaya Sanj is the main item, but yeah, he has like, this is probably one of the best, if not the best, scaling off lane in terms of how much damage he can deal and how much damage he can soak, plus also his scaling. Just having a hero like Timbersaw, knowing that he can provide vision, like basically when we say like, oh, this hero like soaks up a lot of damage, not just that he tanks the damage for the team, it's also he provides vision for his team, so you get to choose which target you're going to go for, which makes the fight so much easier, where you know that you have a hero who goes in and doesn't die straight away.
Yeah, and one of the games I saw in the Open Qualifiers, JT went 21-13 with that Timbersaw. Carried the game on his back because the other two lanes got absolutely destroyed, and he was able to just carry it the entire way. A little worried about this Nature's Prophet. I feel like he might end up causing his team a little bit of strife if he sprouts somebody, and then there's a whirling death nearby that ends up making everybody's life miserable. But we'll see how it goes for Vici. You know, expecting them to be the better team in the sense that they are the better players. I kind of expect them to do well in the laning stage to a point where maybe this Timbersaw is not going to be as much of a problem for them. But like you said, Timbersaw does feel like that broken hero, where maybe that makes up the gap a little bit too much. But Rain Cloud,
yeah, the gap might be slightly too big, and yeah, Rico baby, that's a younger brother from Nico baby, who's now playing a support. His brother taught him everything, and he moved to China. Just kidding, I just made that up.
oh yeah, you couldn't commit to the bid. I had you for a couple sentences.
Yeah, I gotta say they have a good draft on Dire side. It's a cookie cutter. It's relatively good scaling. They have Shadow Fiend Bane. It's a strong duo. You have Timbersaw and Tusk as well. It's just a lot of heroes that they feel like they can do well in the laning stage and also mid lane. It's Snapfire favorite. It's something that is very difficult to play because of her innate ability. Boomstick, if you're sitting on top of somebody, you're getting extra 35% damage. Now, again, it doesn't work on denies anymore. It doesn't work on tower, but it still works on heroes. So with the cookie and Scatterblast, you got to be aware. And this is the matchup where I could potentially see Snapfire killing Ember Spirit, and then Nature's Prophet can't TP in, so you gotta be aware of that. It could snowball out of control in this mid lane. The side lanes are fine.
Looking at Timber, you know, Beyond is no slouch when it comes to how good he is as a player. I think he's heavily underrated. He's had a pretty long career. I think he's done well at times with the teams that he's been on. He's never really had this, like, massive chance with a tier 1 team, but expect Beyond to kind of do well with this Timber, and you know, curious to see how it kind of just pans out for him. Want to see? I want to see how greedy Jin-Q is going to be too. He gives
like
me
before.
the Bobica vibes.
I mean, you just get the farm. Like, you can TP Wrath of Nature. You accidentally, on purpose, can steal a lot of gold on the map as well. It's a good scaling hero. I just want to see how good of a start and the lane he's going to have, because this is not an easy lane for him. Something that Bane always struggled against is having any kind of summons in the lane. So not the best to deal in the lane against Treants. So level 1 Treants, they have 16 damage. And there's still going to be a Bounty Rune in this area. Why is pinging it out? Machine Q's like, nah, I'm just going to kill that. Really glad that Jin-Q is back, though. Like, his way of playing Dota is really hard to match how creative he was. Like, if we look at the heroes that he played during the last Dream League, he was, you know, bringing out Shaker position 4. He was playing his IO, Dark Willow, a hero that not many people want to play. So still has that extra bit of oomph when it comes down to the draft. He's also flexing some of the heroes like Rubik. Not really flex, but he's going to be playing Wind Ranger. We saw like Saksa play it, Save play it. Not many others can make this hero work. And of course, like some of the more standard stuff like Keeper of the Light, But yeah, he's always going to be crazy with his itemization. This is what I love, and the reason why I think they picked this Nature's Prophet is after seeing it is the Spirit Vessel. You want to be able to deal with Timbersaw, have that extra bit of oomph, and now he's changing his build as we're talking, because he had Spirit Vessel immediately queued up into Treads, and now just a casual Urn into Treads, and thinking about maybe getting an Orchid.
Ooh. Yeah, he's very creative when it comes to his builds. When he had first, I mean, not first come out of the scene, but, you know, I feel like first got into the public eye, he was doing things like farming with Peckies, you know, in the jungle back in the day, and kind of finding space to be this aggressive, very greedy forward position. So, you know, those days with LGD, he really stood out to me. But he has been around for a very long time. I think a lot of these Chinese players, especially the ones that are still in the game today, have been around, you know, all over the place. And I don't think as many people really expect or know the massive history. Jinky's played every position in his life. Back in the day, he was a one position when he first came into the pro scene.
Yeah, people know him only for playing pretty much position 4, doing the crazy shit that people just enjoy playing, doing different things. This is why some of the best position 4s are always going to be talked about, like Jarex, for example.
Yeah.
Like how creative he was as well. And looking at the mid lane, there's a lot of pressure already Dust bringing in Feel himself, knowing that he needs to have that extra bit of regeneration relatively early, because Snapfire damage is just too much to handle. Already bottle on him, and we're seeing some of the issues that Q is going to be having in this lane as Bane, dealing with the Treants. Not just Treants, but you're also dealing with Axe, so Battle Hunger plus Treants, which nullifies what Bane wants to do in the lane. He's not going to be able to go in and try to bully the enemy offlaner, trade with enemy position 4. Shadowfin's still CSing nicely, but Bane is not going to have that massive impact that you want to be having from the lane. That's why you pick the hero.
Makes you wonder if they're able to put the pressure on at this top lane. Potentially we see, like, if they can get away with it, Innocence maybe come through the Twin Gate or something like that. Or maybe even if they're pressuring you, send the Nature's Prophet elsewhere, and he tries to get a kill in one of these other lanes.
He already did the thing. He already sent his Nature's Prophet summons and denied one of the runes, making sure that XM gets his.
Phoenix in trouble, but Rico Baby gonna be first blooded as Innocence gets that kill. One last thing of note, because we've been talking a lot of retiree and old school China today. Jinky, one of the final players that have existed today that played for Tong Fu back in the day.
Oh, that's the name I haven't
I knew
heard
you'd
in a
like
really
that
long
one.
time. Yeah, I think I played against Tong Fu back at TI2. If I remember correctly. It was a long time ago. I'm still sad that there's no E-Home anymore. Like, this is such a iconic Chinese powerhouse. Like, so many good names, so many good games that I've seen this organization have in Dota 2. Like, even back in Dota 1 days.
I don't know who owns it, because I know it changed to Knights at some point, but
Yeah, like,
let's crowdfund bringing it back.
It was so popular that back in the days, in Dota 1 days, when, like, the first time when, like, Misery and the crew went to China, they were called Not Home. That's the... because it was a funny name, and they were the one that kind of started this trend where people are moving to different regions as well.
And they were what, ID3 or something like that?
I don't remember that name.
They're a very low number team ID. And that was the big thing when eHome originally sold their ID number to Unity, which eventually became Knights. It was a big deal because of the history that existed with that team. Blood Grenade top and Rain Cloud's in trouble. A Blood Grenade on the Jinky with a snowball. And can they get the survivability on the Jinky? No, but Battle Hunger, Rain Cloud, that runs out. Box in trouble. He's trying to run. He might die here, and he will too. Rain Cloud not able to be killed as they went and played aggressive on that Shadow Fiend, but the rotation from Rico Baby is massive and successful.
Very good response immediately, knowing that Timbersaw in the bottom lane, he's not gonna die. Like he can't really die to Phoenix. He is level 4, saving a point in case he needs to put a point in Timber Chain. This is not something you want to have in the lane, but sometimes you need to skill it. So kind of forcing you to skill Timber Chain because you want to be putting out the pressure with Whirling Death to get those extra levels, get yourself to level 6. Mid lane is the one which is struggling quite a bit. Extra 10 denies and extra 10 CS as well. Jin-Q gonna grab the kill on Bane.
Getting that kill. And trying to take a look because everybody's got different names than I was used to seeing. And Undyne, if this is Undyne, has the name Q.
I think he used that
again.
I think he used that nickname in one of the qualifiers before.
Yeah, he went by QC once before, so I assume it's him because there is
I think
a
it was
Q.
CQ. I think it was close qualifiers, CQ.
Oh, okay.
And then he changed to nothing because he didn't qualify.
To not qualify.
Yeah, NQ.
One of the kisses over mid, just in trouble. He ends up dying. XM gets the kill with the help of both supports, and now they're going to put the pressure onto the tier 1 tower with the catapult there with
this
it.
tower might be in trouble. Like this, they have glyph available, but the problem is you have catapult, you have 2 heroes working around. Your Ember Spirit is still level 5, and he's not going to be close to level 6. So supports, they need to make a move, try to make something happen, but not sure if it's going to be enough. The damage has already been done.
Coming over just again. He's only level 5 at the moment. You need to be very careful. Scatterblast hits on a Rico Baby. 3 heroes here from both teams. It's a party over mid. What do you want to risk from both sides? Nightmare onto the Phoenix. 7-minute shrines are also going to be available. The offlaners will take that. Y ends up dead. Scatterblast connects, and that's going to be a kill for XM.
They're definitely fine with this trade. Jin-Q replenishes his Urn of Shadow charges. They get the XP. Level 7 now in Snapfire, but so is the other team. Dust about to crack level 6. They need one more creep. He's still level 5 though. Ooh, they need to kill one treant, and they got it.
Yeah, they finally get it, but Shiro comes over. Focus fire, shackle to the creep, to the Bane. And now they've got the Nightmare. Snowball's going to be elsewhere. Still alive for now. They did pull off that Nightmare, and Power Shot connects onto this Bane and gets the kill. But XM, if he ends up dead, that's a big issue. Beyond made the teleportation over mid, and he's not going to find anything with it. So just leaving the lane and not finding success.
They're getting good trades on Vici Gaming, getting the kills. Even Shiro decides to join in. There's a massive wave bottom, but they're still going to stick around, making sure that maybe XM gets the rune. Not going to be the easiest pickup. Beyond spotting them just by standing there. That's how strong this hero is. Easy combo.
Terrain Cloud.
Nightmare into Requiem. Pulls him back in. Yeah, that's a good damage. That's a good damage coming out from him. Axe can sometimes be slowed down, especially in a game where he's not getting much done. Like, you want to be getting involved, but you're also playing into 2-range heroes. Like, it's the range turret carry meta. It's you're playing against Shadow Fiends, Wind Rangers, Drow Rangers. So your lane's not going to be the easiest one, but eventually it's going to be a good game. If they kill him one more time here, this could be pretty massive how much they're going to be able to slow him down.
So Jin-Q, he will sprout himself. Dust is here with Rico Baby, who's going to be battle hungered. Scatterblast connects, Snowball to extend his life a little bit. There's this ward here that he placed a moment ago, but this should be a kill for XM.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Jin-Q
tower
gonna
is
pressure
under
this tower top again and just try and open some space up for bot by taking this tower and opening this lane if you can. It's not gonna be a kill with just him in the moment, but it's gonna be good damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They are bringing in numbers. They want to take this fight. Requiem ready in 25 seconds. Bane Rip available, level 6. Dusk is a bit of a lower level, about to crack level 5.
Yeah, Phoenix also in that same category of not a lot of experience on him at the moment. Bach looking for this blade mail to start off, and looking over his bottom lane, Shiro, Fiend's Grip on him. Beyond's there, Whirling Death. Can they get this kill before he's able to Windrun away? No, he can't get out. Windrun was on cooldown. That Fiend's Grip there completely. Nobody TPing over to help Shiro out, so they use the Fiend's Grip down bottom to help push Beyond's game a little bit further up. And nope, go on Rico, but there's the TP from Beyond. He's going to show up the other way. Timber Chain across. Chakram, Snowball connecting on the Bach, Whirling Death, but not the damage that they'd like on this axe. Beyond did make the commitment here to come towards the top lane. Then they almost got this tower with these treants. They're going to focus on taking it down, and that will be the tower for the Nature's Prophet.
They outmaneuvered them, putting Bane through the Queen Gate, killing the enemy carry, and then also trying to make something happen in the top lane. Unsuccessful in getting the kill, but other than that, they are still doing a pretty good job. 2K gold lead for Vici Gaming. Ember Spirit has haste in the bottle, so he can make the move. Needs to keep you back home first.
Dust, we've seen him previously with IGV. He has had some interesting moments.
Define interesting.
Can I use it in a sentence? Yes, I can. He's had interesting moments that I feel have left him looking at the cusp of being a tier 1 player. And I really like how he plays, but there have been times when he played for that short stint with IG. I think you remember the moment where he was Batrider, dove under the tier 3 tower very early on in the game, using Firefly, trying to get a kill, desperation, dies, and it's moments like that that I feel like I can't remember.
Did he call GG?
I don't think so.
After did he queue up Shadow Amulet?
No,
If not, I'm okay. I'm still okay with that. It happens.
It was happening a lot. Let's just say that DPC season was interesting. Define interesting. God damn. Yeah, you know, I liked him as a player. Had his time with Magma, had his time with IG, and you know, I just feel like he's missing that next step. Yeah, that because it used to be him and Butterfly Effect, if I recall correctly.
I was about to mention him. That's the name that rings a bell. That was like always there, but never really there. Like he has one good game and then 2-3 bad games, like really bad games.
Because at the time they were playing on IGV back in like 2017, Dust was a carry. He wasn't a mid. And Butterfly Effect was the mid for that team. And then he took over as mid when they split up from that roster. And I think that was when they officially had moved either Butterfly Effect up or Dust up.
Also, for someone calling himself Dust, he bought none. Like, he doesn't even have a... Like, what is this?
We'll look at his account, see how many times he's purchased it. Fiend's Grip onto this Phoenix. Dust is here to help out. No Supernova. Nothing really to help out with this kill either. Wonderful Kisses. Jing2 still alive for a second with the Chakram with the Whirling Death to get the kill. That's kind of what I was talking about and alluding to, where you put yourself in this Sprout and then you're just making Beyond's life a little bit easier.
Yeah, the impact that he had in the lane was good, with trading with Bane, rotating to the mid lane, getting the tower with the treants, putting a lot of pressure, denying the rune. But now is the timing where you can't really put that much pressure anymore. So you're going to need to farm up, go play on the other side of the map, because you don't have that combo anymore. Your axe doesn't have a blink dagger. And also Shackle Shot did not connect. They planted down Observer and Sentry Ward near that tier 1 tower, making sure that they have vision, which did allow them to get the better trade in the previous fight.
And this net worth lead that was a little bit more expansive for Vici is now settled down to about even, and Beyond is doing Timbersaw things. Not that high in the net worth, but he is having that impact. Nothing too crazy, right? Not yet.
Didn't die in the middle of the pack. Eventually, you're gonna catch up no matter what. Like, even in the bad fight, you're still doing a lot with Timbersaw. Making sure that you're providing vision. He does have chipped west, 2 points in reactive armor right now. So maxing out his spells, making sure that he can blow up people relatively easily. We'll need some kind of a way of dispelling things. I think this is a very, very good Lotus game, pretty much. You can remove everything. Shackle is the big one.
Snowball follow-up, Walrus Punch. Y is just not really finding time for himself to have impact.
Yeah, when I say remove, I mean you can bounce them back, but there's some annoying spells you can remove, like Fire Spirits. And if he commits with Orchid on Jin-Q, that's going to be pretty big, because you don't necessarily need an early BKB on Timbersaw, especially when you play against heroes who have BKB piercing tools like Focus Fire, Axe with the Call.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
We're in a pretty good spot right now. Dire.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. Yeah.
Are scanned.
In the last couple of minutes, making sure that the gold lead that Vici Gaming had is completely nullified now.
Didn't even have to buy the item.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mjolnir almost there for Wind Ranger. And this time I'm serious. It's not the the typical me almost there. He's actually almost at Mjolnir.
Yeah, you're almost there. Mjolnir,
3,000 gold away.
Guys, yeah.
Attack is under attack.
Oh,
I'm getting better. I'm getting
Look
better.
at the angles. They're approaching from multiple different angles. Could be pretty big.
Longer. And Mortimer's Kiss is coming in, as well as that Fiend's Grip once again. Walrus Punch is there. They end up trading supports. XM dominating, Dust dominating. They're going to continue to go for this fight to try and get a kill out of the Ember Spirit. They at least get him. Doesn't have buyback. He can't come back into the fight. And beyond now, going to be run at by Hero. Scatterblast slows him up. He goes into the Timber Chain. They miss the power shot. Trying to juke around these trees and get away from this focus fire, but there's the kill from XM on a Rico Baby. Now they're going to look over at Rain Cloud. Shackle, it connects. He's in a lot of trouble. The call is there. The Culling Blade cuts him in half, and 4 heroes are dead on the side of Great Track. So Vici take advantage of a good moment for themselves, despite the fact that they lost the Phoenix early and the fight looked a little bit disjointed, but they cleaned it up and continued on forward to knock down Grey Track a step or two.
Most importantly, they're not losing their cores in these engagements. And also, I like the Hero that he has Possessed Mask, which kind of nullifies completely what your Chipped Vest is doing. Because you're returning some of the damage, but he's also healing, so that feels pretty nice. So you can still focus fire. And Shiro, Mjolnir actually completed 7.5 minutes in, going into Dragonlance. We'll still need a BKB, I think, eventually, because you still want to have it, even though there are multiple BKB piercing abilities in this game.
Bada Betos. Upgraded Cookie, Shackle, and Nightmare saves. There's a chance that he survives this, and he's able to remnant away. Q, even if he loses his life, it's worth it to save your Ember. At least the first time it's worth it to save your Ember, but if every time you're dying to save your Ember and he's not really getting the net worth, then it starts not having the value. This time, worth it.
At one point, you just have to stop. Timber's also having an issue if your Bane, if your Ember Spirit is not in the fight, you don't have enough ways of setting things up for your spells. And these heroes are relatively maneuverable with the Cookie. You're getting kind of Road of Atos, Shackled Shot, Axe can blink out. So they need Ember Spirit to be paired up with Timbersaw to try to kill a hero. And there's going to be another massive issue. This item that we talked about that Jin-Q had queued up, Jin queued up from the start, is Orchid. And there's nowhere in the near future that Ember Spirit is going to have a way of dispelling it. So he goes in, even though they have a Nightmare save, maybe they can buy a little bit more time, Snowball, but it also sets things up for Kisses, for double Shackle Shot, and even Call from Axe, who does have a Blink Dagger available now.
Yeah, so he has that way to close the gap. And try to get it done here. Bach, the artist formerly known as Faith Beyond. When Bach was in the green room when we were at that PGL, I wish I had remembered what I wanted to ask him, but I was so starstruck. that I forgot. But I wanted to ask him why the change to Bach, and is that his favorite musician of all time? Or is there a double meaning to it?
Remember it for the next time, and then you can ask him. Bach is like one of the good guys. Like he's like super chill dude. Always happy to have him around. Like always doesn't give a damn. Like he's gonna come in, he's gonna talk. Sometimes he can be maybe a bit shy, but aren't we all when there's like a group of people? Maybe you don't know all of them, but
especially if you're not speaking your main language.
Hey, exactly. Like he's just one of the goats for a reason.
Well, I was gonna ask him a bunch of questions, but then he caught me off guard. And I'll finish the story after this. Beyond attack. They're going to try and go for the Timber Saw, and Mortimer's Kisses will confirm this kill. Ooh, getting a kill on a Jingqiu with the help of this Bane before he dies. But that is 2 kills. That is XM on a monster kill streak. Ends up being a 2 for 1. But yeah, Bach was in there, and I wanted to ask him, and he caught me off guard because he said...
Sounds like a cool story, bro.
I'm trying to get to the end of it. I'm sorry. You know. Then I found $20. But
all right,
no, yeah, I'll end it there. You know what? Forget it. I found $20 and then it was all over.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And you didn't give me any. Didn't even buy me a coffee with those $20. You're like,
no, I got you Luca.
Yeah, you got me Happy Luca, which is
traditional.
Just very good bakery in Romania, by the way. Back to the game. XM, he's completely dumpstering this game. 8-0-2, involved in 10 out of 13 kills. Rod of Atos. You did talk about this item. Whether this is still an item build. Usually it's not, but in this game it feels really good because you're playing against Timber. He can't use the snowball save. Great against Ember. Now there's going to be 2 items that Ember is going to be afraid of. Rod of Atos, and Jingqiu is about to finish that Orchid. Needs another 150 gold.
Going for the Tormentor. Called the Tormentor, but I feel like the players do the tormenting.
Ooh, and everybody back to full HP. Sunray extra to the regeneration.
Is under attack.
And Ember Spirit, after seeing what he's going for, changes his mind. We saw earlier Yule Scepter in the previous series. It worked amazingly for him against the Disruptor, try to buy extra time. In this one, it's also very good against Axe. It's a cheap way of dealing with the Orchid, so you don't have to commit with the BKB, Manta Styles, Lincoln Sphere, any of these spell items feel too costly. Just remove one item, especially if it's built that early on. Nobody has Lotus on their team, but there's nothing that can save you in terms of items. But Rico Baby, he does have a Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger plus a Tumbler Slave, so he can be the one keeping the distance and wait for Axe to Blink Initiate.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Rain Cloud, he's been pretty quiet, but he is second in the net worth.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Pretty sure it's this way.
He's trying to get everything he can out of the game currently.
Onward.
Radiant are scanning.
Has himself Tomb of Shadowblade, has Dragonlance, Falcon Blade, Manta Style. They're smoked up on Gray Track. Let's see if they can find anybody. It doesn't look as though they're going to find anybody with a smoke as it dissipates. And the whole time, Jingqiu's just continuing to farm. He's got this Orchid. He picked up that shard from the Tormentor. He's got Curse of the Old Growth now, going into the Hurricane Pike, kind of becoming this core, or this 4th core that potentially can have quite a bit of impact. Fire Spirits do hit on to Rico, but Bach not going to take the chance in blinking up there and looking to get that kill, because it's not going to be easy, and I doubt he gets it, and he would just put himself in a bad position. So instead, we got a smoke on XM. They go towards top. Rod of Atos used. Blink Call comes in. Nightmare onto the Snapfire, but not much to follow that up initially. They look over at Jingqiu. One of his kisses come through. Here's the turnaround. One Glowing Blade looking for a second. He does get 2. Can he get a 3rd? XM gets the kill beforehand. He's godlike. 3 for 1 for the life of that Nature's Prophet. He got another one. Blink Call. He does get the cat. Cookie. No, Yules is there. But can he survive? Sleight of Fist with the Remnant away, but he's got nowhere else to go. Another Remnant, but an Icarus dive, a power shot. They stick on to Dust. And they'll wait for him to get out of that sight of fist and get themselves a 4th kill. Right in the Roach they go.
Seriously, right in front of my Roach pit? and they're gonna take it. Like, this time around, they don't bring the numbers. It was 2 supports plus Timbersaw. They need to bring more. They need to use this Shadow Fiend, who's still having a good amount of farm. Like, he was top network before this fight started, I believe. And then good snowball save, but there's no real follow-up. And again, XM, if he finds himself in a position where he can get the kisses off that doesn't get interrupted, and once you see the axe coming in with the Mjolnir, with the blade mail, you need to be able to find something. Like, this is the timing where I think Ember needs to go in, use the Yule Scepter on him, dispel that thing, buy a little bit more time, but also Shadow Fiend, he needs to join.
Not enough Shadow Fiend impact. And
now he's
now you're working against an Aegis.
He's damaged. He's definitely one of the lower ones in the game, which is not where you want your Shadow Fiend to be. If you want to see this hero be involved, dictate control of the game. Level 17, pretty high level, good amount of farm still, but again, if you're the current matchup, it's not going to be there. It's just an insane amount of damage. I'm going to try to keep you out.
Oof. Maybe if that power shot hits. Don't think it would have been enough. But I thought maybe Shiro could have shackle shot inside that sprout to stop that TP.
That's what I was about to mention. This is something that they have, that they haven't used yet, but a very potent combo. Super easy to execute.
Beyond 2, I want to say was having a bigger impact earlier. Hasn't really had it the last 5-7 minutes or so, but he's going to get this BKB, and then maybe that's the moment where he feels confident enough in these fights to really press the issue home. Radovatos, Scatterblast, Orchid, and the Nightmare, but that won't save Rico, baby. Another kill for XM, who's now beyond godlike. This Snapfire out of control, 11-0-4.
Level 3 globs as well, 60 damage, plus extra burn DPS. It's pretty much like 500 per glob if you're sitting inside.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And they've got ways to keep these heroes still. I don't think we've seen an egg yet. Have we? I don't think there's been a supernova. It's the threat of a supernova that's the scariest.
Yeah, it's these things in space that we fear the most. This dark matter, dark energy, black hole,
antimatter,
supernova.
Of course.
Yeah, quasars. And keep going.
Oh, those things are nasty. Yeah.
I feel like I'm somehow in an episode of Star Trek. Blink call connects. Shackle is there. Probably unnecessary with the shackle, but confirming the kill on the Q. Gets that kill, and now they put themselves to work by getting this outpost. Up about 10,000 net worth. Big lead to have just 27 minutes into the game. And one that really doesn't feel like it's slowing down as Shiro focus fire on that bottom tower. They'll glyph it, but shouldn't quite matter. Axe is coming over. None of these heroes from the Dire side are coming in to help out anyway.
That's the tower. He has a full squad behind him. You see a force farming on a different side of the map. You said he's becoming another core. Orchid, Hurricane Pike, almost about to be completed. Gonna be level 15 as well.
Cloud's been 2-1 for a while. He wants this BKB badly. They've gotten their BKB on Beyond. He wants to keep his guard, but gotta feel the impact. It's gonna be a triple BKB timing because Tusk almost has his too. Is this going to be enough? Triple BKB. Or are they just too far behind?
Doesn't feel like. I mean, they need to be able to kill one. There's no save whatsoever on Vici Gaming, so if they manage to grip a hero, they have more than enough burst damage. Shadow Fiend coming out from the Shadow Blade, the Timbersaw with the Blink and his combo should be able to delete the hero, but if you kill one of the supports, if they have enough money for buyback, they will definitely come back into the fight. Aegis about to expire.
Has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Doesn't feel as though the Aegis gave them as much impact as I thought it would.
Secured them all tier 2 towers. The map is getting smaller and smaller.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just clearing out beyond on the other side of the map. He's farming where he can. He TP's back. They're gonna look for a 5-man smoke. This could be game changing in the sense that I feel like if Vici win this outright, it could just be the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See what they can get out of it. Shackle's next. Oh, the call on the 3. That was great there from Bach. Mortimer's Kisses follow it up. They get the kill and a Q. The link over Rico Baby with pops his BKB, but it doesn't matter now. They'll find themselves Rain Cloud. XM, the damage overwhelming, the power overwhelming. They can see it all as XM secures that triple. 4 heroes dead.
It would have been even
That
better.
was a
Like,
great
that Shackle
call.
did set things up, but they were also stunned for a relatively long time, so they were not dealing the damage to themselves through the blade mail. How much damage was that? 5,000 damage coming out from Windbreak from the previous fight. Still an insane hero. After we removed the facets, I thought the hero might be dead, but people are still playing it from the support role. We talked about Jinkyu that played it, Socks Up, and Save. I think Save is the best Wind Ranger player in the world when it comes down to at least from position 4. He just doesn't miss. Like, the impact that he has is pretty nuts. But also the facet change where you don't have your like kill shot anymore, which is now part of your 25 talent, so you don't pick that for the support anyway, and the level 25 talent on the other side is even better. So kind of meh, and you also lost what the hero was good for, but then again we added the tailwind and it feels really nice, and we're gonna see that again. But they got like triple battle hunger, and Bach almost dying. Shadowfin, he's committed pretty heavily. He's left on 1 hit, gets barriered in the last second. The damage didn't even go through, and yeah, that fight's completely over. Let's see if they can maybe try to find something on the map right now. After Shiro even gets the Tormentor, so he gets the shard for free.
That's always good. Yeah, Bach there said answer the phone because you just got called, and 3-man call locks it up, and surviving that fight is a great way to end it out for him. And again, I said that next fight looked as though it was going to be the difference maker. If they won it, they were back in. If they lost it, it felt like this game was all but gone, and it does kind of feel like we're at that moment where they're just kind of waiting for Roche.
You can see the carry-to-carry matchup, how slow it is for Shadowfiend. He's not supposed to hit the Wind Ranger at all. This is not something that he wants to do. Can't really commit. Hero. Nice play.
Still trying to go for this. Mortimer's Kisses come out, and Requiem, BKBs all used on the back end.
Mortimer, it's not playtime. And not that sort anyhow.
Again, a 5-man smoke, but is this a 5-man smoke where they're looking to do something? There's a BKB on cooldown on Rico. Is this really what they want to commit to?
And the counter smoke. Both teams, they feel like they can still take the fight. BKBs have not been used on Vici Gaming. 3 BKBs are at the ready.
Can they find anybody? Are they using this setup towards Roche? Blinks away, blink call well off the mark. Beyond it already blinked out of there. They have that obs up on the high ground, so they saw that they have left the area. Does just feel like it is a waiting game at this point, because they are just waiting for Roche.
Yeah, it's about to respawn in 25 seconds, guaranteed respawn. Dust playing on the other side. Maybe he can make something happen, but killing a solo hero, not going to be as easy. And now Jin-Q doesn't have a BKB. Atos should be
Blink
enough.
call and the cookie, the culling blade, the jump in from beyond. Odosorb purges off the shackles from these searing chains. Back in a Roche they go.
I think they need to take the fight. I don't think they can just let them pick up this Roche, get the banner on top of that. So they need to go. Shiva's Guard on Beyond. He needs to blink in and provide vision for the team.
They're going to jump in. Beyond goes in looking for Bach, but Bach's going to go for the call. BKBs, and now finally a Supernova for the first time, and it's 0 for 1. They scrambled that egg. They get the kill on a Y. Fiends grip
Getting
there on
gripped.
XM. Roche, the Aegis is down.
Aegis
Can somebody
still
pick
on
it
the
up?
ground.
Beyond's going to be dead. Rain Cloud is gone. Shiro's gone as
XM
well.
got it.
XM finally picks up the Aegis. He goes after Bane. They get the kill there, and it's going to be this Ember in the fight with the blink, the call with low life. Box back in. They have the Orchid. They'll get the kill. Dust flies back. Still trying to get a kill here on a Box. He's looking for blood. He'll get it, but it may not be worth his life. Dust still trying to salvage anything he can from this fight. Force step from Jin-Q, getting the
another
distance
remnant.
away. There's the Yules, but a remnant forward, the searing chains.
Very
Another
good
kill for
buyback.
Dust. Now maybe even looking for XM, but won't find him as he blinks away. He's
He might
still
get him
alive
still.
with a sliver of health, but Dust. He might get it. All the shards. He jumps over him. He pisses the shield rune. He's got the shield rune. The
1500.
snowball connects.
It's not going to be enough.
Oh boy, and he's got the Aegis, so
He
you
does.
kill him, you gotta leave, right? Certainly.
I think they might want to stay. Bane?
Blink where
does have a
to?
TP
Down
ready.
bottom.
They were thinking about it. Not a bad sequence, at least for Dust. For Rest, not as much. He had to buy back to get those 2 kills, and now he's level 22. That Aegis is on the ground for a really long time. Very nice grip coming out from Q, but just not enough. It felt like they needed that Tusk to be alive, just to have that extra bit of oomph. If they picked up the Aegis on Shadowfiend, it could have been a completely different fight.
It was on the ground for so long. Kind of seems like that was an opportunity to get back into the game, right? Pick up that Aegis, but unfortunately not there.
Uh-oh, Snapfire is about to hit level 25. This is the massive timing for her. Yashikaya, it's just too much. The reason why some of these heroes are also popular, like we're seeing quite a lot of Axe, we're seeing, these heroes, Timbersaw, that can pick up the GPM for themselves. Snapfire can do the same thing because you don't care too much about farming. Like, you're farming with your spells, so having extra 100 GPM on top of that, even the previous one, even the tier 2 one, feels really nice. Even for certain offlaners, like I mentioned, Axe, Centaur, maybe not be, he's not the most popular hero at the moment, but he's also the one who can pick it up because you're farming with your Retaliate and you're farming with your Double Edge.
X on the list for XM. Unfortunate for Phoenix. 1 egg used, 1 egg scrambled. After all that time, we were waiting for the Supernova. 35 minutes go by, and doesn't end up happening. Like what he's got, though, with the Solar Crest and the Lotus, and looking to pick up a shard, trying to heal up some of these allies while he's inside that egg. And they find Beyond. He blinks back. Bach might have a chance to get a blink call, but that's back towards the tier 3, and that's not where they want to be diving into. Not where he wants to take a risk at all.
Bach went for an interesting choice, because I had this happen to me in one of the games. I was like, why am I not dealing the damage? He does have Prophet's Pendulum with the Blade Mail, so 30% of the damage is delayed over 5 seconds, which means that your Blade Mail is not dealing as much damage as you would want to. But maybe also he thinks that he just wants to be able to survive, because we saw that if Shadowfiend is still going to be clicking him, even with all that extra armor. This is pre-Shivas. Now he has extra 17 armor from that. He got a couple of dunk kills, so sitting at the extra 10 from Calling Blade.
This is all the way out. And the look for Shiro, BKB. Snowball
Yeah,
picking up
still.
beyond. Supernova way back, Remnant forward, trying to get a kill there on Shiro. Doesn't quite get him, and now the Scatter Blast hits onto the Tusk. The only one dead so far is Q.
Oh, Shiro, he found the angle. Managed to get the shackle and blinks out. Goes with the pike down the river.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
$20K down, and Great Track not afraid to still try and take these fights. And they kind of feel like they have to take some of these fights. They can't allow Vici to really stabilize and plant their feet in these moments. So now they'll go. Blink call, snowball save. Jump over, Cookie lands, and Tusk is going to end up dead. Unable to get the kill there onto the Ember, but they at least get something for their trouble. Now 17-30, favoring Vici.
Except
And what do you do if
completely
you're
popping
Great
off.
Track?
I mean, they're still showing signs of life in some of these fights. You gotta respect the Shadow Team. There's gonna be Hex available on Beyond
Right.
after finishing off this camp, so that's gonna be a pretty massive item. Like we saw in the previous fight, that Wind Ranger, she can die. Like she was very close to dying. All they needed was one extra spell, like literally one hit to be able to kill her.
Trying as best they can to bring this one back. Who does it start with? Potentially the Timber Saw. It seems like he's done a good job. More and more that they're just corralled in their base. The bigger this net worth deficit gets. More items that they're going to start to pick up here on Vici that should secure them the game.
Seems like they're gonna respect it. They're gonna be respecting, potentially going for the high ground and throwing the game instead. They are gonna wait for the next round of items and maybe wait for the next row. Shiro getting very close to his Satanic. Needs another 1K gold to finish it off, and then he has a second life, maybe even a third life, depending whether he's gonna be holding that Aegis. Map is getting smaller.
Yeah, definitely getting
Dire.
way smaller.
They're not getting too much out of this map at the moment.
Definitely getting much smaller and probably at a point where it does feel as though they're just waiting to get and finish this game out. We'll have to see as they pick up the Tormentor, and they will get a bunch of gold for it, as everybody's already got their shards.
Already moving.
Gem picked up for the
Radiant
Tusk is
are scanning.
any way that they could take away this vision and make sure that they feel a little bit safer on their side of the map. But they are grouped up together, and there's a chance that they fight this at Roche and try to take the game back, getting themselves an Aegis this time around. They're grouped together, and Rico, you've talked about this with Tusk too, right? Where games go late, and Tusk has been that classic I've got kick save or kick to put somebody deep inside the base. Ags is finished for the Bane, so the Fiend's grip is going to be tough to deal with.
Yeah, they definitely wish they had that Aghanim Scepter on Tusk. They didn't go for GPM. He did go for Quickened. I mean, he could have still saved his tier 3 neutral item. Maybe that would be the better choice. Keep it, make sure that you're getting that goal, because right now he isn't really farming much.
Right.
Maybe it would be enough to get 3 components out of the Axe. They still would need one more fight, but if they can delay that Aghanim Scepter, it could be really big. Axe goes in, you kick him out, or you kick him towards your Timbersaw, who does have Hex available. Plenty of options that they have if that Axe was available. Double Hex now. One on Snapfire, one on Timbersaw. This is Jinky.
Blink away. Blink call.
With the call.
That connects. Dust, slight of searing change, but the BKB's been popped by Hero. Box still in the face of these heroes. Walrus Punch, Supernova, and a very good spot. They get the kill on a rain cloud, they take out Q, and they look for the rest. The snowball to extend the inevitable here for Rico as he's going to end up dead beyond jumping in, Blink, whirling death. But it's not going to be enough to survive, it seems, with him hit with that Orchid, and just getting boxed, not enough.
Yeah, Shadowfin, he has no buyback. He committed MKB, Flare's Boda, Alert 1, so he wants to go in and pump in the damage. Finally, this is like 45 minutes into the game where he can square up, maybe try to deal with the enemy carry, but it's way too late. And right now, you have no buybacks available. You invested all of your gold, at least on 2 of your cores. Ember Spirit also doesn't have buyback available if he dies. So they're going to be playing against Megas 60 seconds without Timbersaw. That's a really long time.
Yeah, it is. Buyback was used, just trying to really defend again. Fiend's Grip, but it's just not enough. They take care of it very quickly. Dust can really only be a spectator to the demise of their base, and they'll call GG as Vici, 45 minutes in, will take game number 1.
Oh, what a perfect game from XM. Didn't die a single time. 18-0 and 13. Completely dominated from start to finish. We said it's going to be a good matchup for him because he's playing against the melee hero. Makes it very difficult for any melee hero to play against the Snapfire. But this one was pretty brutal. Even though he recovered semi-nicely, there was another round of issues that did happen immediately after this relatively early Orchid. So forced him to buy an item that he also doesn't want to buy. And this is the fight where he lands a 2-man shackle, a 3-man call. Bach does survive, not losing, I believe, a single hero in this engagement. And again, showing that these turrets in the current meta, like, even though both of the teams do have it, the other one comes on top because this is the one that gets involved. This is the one that gets involved, gets the kills, while Shadow Fiend, he always feels in this matchup like he needs an extra item. He never feels fight ready.
Yeah, it was always just give me one more, and we see here actually the Aegis.
Yeah, this is me when
so
I lose
late.
the game. If I lose the game post 10 p.m., I'm not going to bed until 3 a.m. Depends. I gotta get that dub, and this is also a fight where maybe it could have been slightly different. Good buyback from Beyond, but from Dust, but it wasn't enough. Right. To get anything done afterwards. Sure, he got kills, he got some like really good XP, but I felt like if the Tusk didn't die in the previous engagement, because he was not in that fight with one control for Snapfire, should have been be able to pick up the Aegis and maybe they could have gone from there. But yeah, the previous fight is just too much. Shadowfiend again, he needs to try to commit, but he's also playing into the Link Blade Mail, you're playing into Hex at this point, and you're playing into Focus Fire. So you're going to be found, get Focus Fire, then die from 100 to 0.
Very good job from Vici overall. They closed this one out 46 minutes in, and you can see Scotty at the end for the Nature's Prophet as Jinky doing what he does is he gets a significant amount of gold, becomes a 4th core, and there's not much that you can do in the way of stopping it. Doubling the kill is a great track. And it just never really panned out as a 5-stack for Great Track. Vici, they did a very good job. Bach, 5-4 and 13, had pretty big impact. There were times where it felt like he just died, but overall did really well. And Vici, again, showing why they're the favorites to be one of the teams to qualify from this closed qualifier. Makes a lot of sense that they're in a spot as such. So we'll see how they do in game number 2. Can they continue on to the upper bracket semifinal where they would face Yakatu, where things probably get a little bit harder? But for right now, XM, he looks like he's in peak form. 18-0 and 13. This is classic XM.
Yeah, definitely locked in. You can tell in this game, not missing cookies, not missing kisses as well. Great automation, picking up this early Road of Atos. it's a setup for his cookie with the blink dagger afterwards, then having 2 cookie charges going in, going out, whatever was needed, and just playing with the rest of the team. Like, I like the fact that the 2 supports also understood that he's getting quite a lot more levels than the enemy mid laner, so they get to the mid lane, they kill him once, they pressure the tower, they kill it from 100 to 0 pretty much, playing with the glyph behind enemy lines, knowing that XM can be the driving force of the team, and it definitely showed in this game.
Yeah, definitely showed a lot, and a very good game from Vici overall. Like I said, they're up 1-0. They're 1 game away from going to the next round and putting themselves 1 step closer to qualifying for the International. And we're going to be back with game number 2 in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
everybody, and welcome back to the final series of the day. We got ourselves Vici up against Grade Track. Into the draft for Game 2 we go. Game 1 went the way of Vici, and Vici now one game away from going to the upper bracket semi-final. It looked okay to start from Grade Track, but I feel as though their inexperience in a moment like that kind of shined in how to really turn that game around, and it felt as though it didn't really... They didn't have the experience or success there to really turn that one around. They had opportunities, and they were pretty apparent, but unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, the execution wasn't really there. They were keeping up. Like, I think this is the issue with some of the sub-tier 1 teams, tier 1.5, tier 2 teams, where they will give the opportunity to tier 1 team and they will embrace it. Like, they will take it in both their hands and they will make it happen. Like, compared to the other side where maybe they make this opportunity viable only if the execution is perfect. Like, sometimes they don't know how to punish some of these smaller mistakes that are made in the game. There was like good move that Bane did where they outmaneuvered them. He went through the twin gate, they killed Shiro, and then they tried to defend the tier 1 tower, but also needed to bring an extra hero. Their touch needed to be higher level at that time. And removing Snapfire, I think this is just the right move, considering what happened in the previous game, especially if you don't play it by yourself. I think in this meta you need to, but also Vici Gaming having the first pick, so you kind of had to remove it, and now Vici Gaming will pick up the Shadowfiend for themselves. Let's see if Great Track will take Wind Ranger for themselves, considering how well the matchup was in the previous game, but the option is going to be Dawnbreaker. Sitting at 100% win rate so far. The hero is good. Like, the hero is insanely good. One of the stronger laners when it comes down to the offlane. Has so many good ways that you can, like, even itemize, but I like the itemization that allows you to scale. With the Echo Saber, with the Shard, you're always in the fight. You always have to worry about one extra hero coming into the fight. Not just the global heal that she has, but also extra bit of a stun, slow, extra bit of a damage that is also coming in. And removing Lion straight away, I think this is the good approach, because this hero loves to lane with pretty much any hero, but most of the time she wants to have a hero that does have a stun in the lane. Somebody that can set things up. Hoodwink, Rubik, these are the other options that they're going to be probably looking into.
Kaka's not even playing, and the Lion still gets banned, but obviously a very good hero. I'm just giving a little bit of a chuckle. Ban of the Lion, the Storm. Let's see what they ban here for Grey Track, going into the next phase of picks. And you can see the notes being read there, just trying to figure out what they want with Yao at the helm. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see them go back to the Axe.
Yeah, I could definitely see Axe. Picking Axe blindly is also more than okay. You can always farm the jungle, creep skip, drag while you're creep skipping and getting extra bit of a farm, especially if the enemy doesn't have anyways, like if their position 5 is something like a Warlock, some Ancient Apparition, something that doesn't threaten you in any way. And now this Axe looks even juicier. Like, Dawnbreaker counters Axe in a way where you're getting the initiation and putting yourself in a spot knowing that Dawnbreaker ulti is going to come on top of your call. But it's also very good against Shadow Shaman, where you can dunk him from 100 to 0, so you don't care about the foul play.
Winter Wyvern and then a Wind Ranger pick 2. Wind Ranger was played by Shiro in the last game. XM is a very proficient mid Shadowfiend player, though.
I like Wyvern as a response. It's very good against Shaman to break the fight. You don't care about the damage coming on from the wards, but also whoever gets initiated on, the counter initiation Dawn ulti is going to come through, and then it's always going to be a setup for a 2-man curse. I think this hero slaps. I feel like Undying is a hero that we've seen during Blast Slam that was run a couple of times from the offlane, and I immediately tested it out because I felt this hero was still good but was kind of forgotten, where
10
Miro played it
seconds
multiple
remaining.
times and it felt extremely strong. It's something that surprised. I also want to
5
see what kind of a
seconds
build he's going to be
remaining.
going for in terms of the skill build and itemization. I think this is a very good Lotus game. And also, just to make sure that on level 2, you have Soul Rip. Soul Rip deals so much damage. Problem with Wyvern is you're not winning the lane against this hero because she just heals for way too much. It's 160 base heal plus the percentage of your HP, which should be around 200-ish plus, depending how much max HP you have at those early levels, which makes it very difficult for you to like get a kill. I think the combination with Dawnbreaker plus Shaman could do it. Because if somebody steps up, you have multiple ways of disabling early Wind Ranger. If this is going to be carry Wind Ranger, it doesn't have that much ways of stopping Shaman from casting the spells, neither does Dawnbreaker. And let's see how Grey Track reads this. Whether this Wind Ranger is going to be played by Jin Q, or if this is going to be carry Wind Ranger, or if they're going to be looking for something in the mid lane. A lot of options available for Vici Gaming.
Something that I feel like
10
Yao
seconds
has been
remaining.
doing really well has been keeping their drafts open.
5 seconds remaining.
Which has been very beneficial for them. Ember Spirit getting banned out, and 125 left for Grey Track here on their reserve time, looking down the barrel of a final pick. But what is the idea behind the draft? What is the thing that really ties a bow on this
Bad.
Grey Track draft? They will get the final pick. So they'll see what Vici go to before they have to make that decision.
The reason why I mentioned like offlane Undying, because I think maybe there's a chance that this Dawnbreaker goes to safe lane. But looking at the
10
heroes that they
seconds
have right
remaining.
now with Morta and everything, it's just probably going to be 2 side
5
lanes that they
seconds
have,
remaining.
and they're going to be looking for a mid lane. 2 very strong side lanes though, Undying plus Muerta, and then you have Shaman plus Dawnbreaker. On paper, this sounds very, very strong. Like just in terms of how the heroes lane, and also survivability. They have a bit of a mixed damage, so I want to see if Vici Gaming shifts things around. If they want to put this
Radiant
Wind Ranger
team
now in a
back.
position 4, seeing that there is Muerta available, which counters the carry Wind Ranger. You can still play around it. You can still play into this matchup, but it's like not as good because all the items that you buy on carry Muerta, you buy into Mjolnir, which procs through evasion. You are also
10 seconds remaining.
very okay with buying MKB later on, but
5 seconds
not being
remaining.
able to be attacked is something that you don't want to be playing into. Something that we've seen in the previous matchup where Shadowfiend almost never right-clicked Wind Ranger. So most likely they're going to be looking for a hero. I mean, Beastmaster can still go to mid lane. They don't have the overall last pick. There's plenty of options for them, which is always going to be good because this type of a draft with multiple flex heroes feels really nice to have.
Team
And the team fight with all the team fight control feels really good.
Quap gets banned. There goes that Viper. Some time here for Vici. Beastmaster
10 seconds remaining.
and Noose Winter Wyvern offer a lot of control, but I'd like to see them
5 seconds
have maybe. I'd like to see them have one more stun here, especially one that isn't an ultimate. And they have shackles, but I would really like to see something else. And we see what Vici go for is they've got 50 seconds remaining on their reserve time. What do you think this is going to end up being? Because they ban Pango, they ban the Quab. Puck's not free. You do
Radiant team pick.
have some options. They go Kez, so they will replace the Windrunner to a support and go Kez, safe lane, Shadow Fiend mid, right?
Yeah, that's going to be the only option pretty much available at the moment.
10
Kez
seconds
is
remaining.
a hero that
5
can be
seconds
very
remaining.
tricky in terms of getting him killed, especially if you have Wyvern behind you, Beastmaster, all of this support like Requiem. We're talking about some like mid-game fights. In the lane, hero doesn't have that much HP, so can be bursted, but again, there is Winter Wyvern heal behind him. So let's see how Grey Track approaches. A lot of the mid laners have been removed.
It was a tough selection. Definitely had to go safe laner there.
I don't know if they feel comfortable playing something like a sniper, maybe, from the mid lane.
Death Prophet.
Choose your hero.
Okay. Death Prophet for mid and a safely Muerta. You've got Silence, you have Lockdown with Shackles. I kind of like it.
You have so much random crap that is going to be dealing the damage. Shadow Shaman wards, ghosts. Then you have, I'm looking at Undying set. He has Death Prophet's head on his shoulders. So this is the Ghost draft. They needed to have Wraith King maybe instead, and it would fit the lore perfectly.
A lot of wraiths that could have existed in this draft.
No, but for real, the fights that they're going to be fighting into makes it very simple for them to choose. If you drop down Shaman wards, if you drop down Tombstone, DP uses ulti, Vici Gaming, they will need to disengage from that area and then try to fight somewhere else because you're not fighting into this. And then you have Muerta, who is like the highest DPS hero in the game. If she's off to a good start where she can stand her ground, Lockdown is a little bit limited. You have Shadow Shaman and some spells from Dawnbreaker. Other than that, you're lacking extra bit of control to keep them in that area where you can, or your Tombstone, your Shaman wards, your Death Prophet ulti can actually deal damage. But this is a very snowbally lineup. If let's say they are off to a good start, your Death Prophet is getting the level, she's controlling the map. This type of a lineup can definitely work.
I'm worried when you say lack of lockdown. Like, I just see Kez, and Kez is one of those heroes when he's not getting touched and he's able to move through these fights, just finds success. And it scares me to see if they have the answers necessary to shut him down and shut him out. But we'll have to check and see what Grey Track can do. Are they on the right track or are they on a lower bracket track?
I think they could do it with this type of a lineup. I believe in these drafts, and you're playing against a higher caliber team, knowing that they are their decision making is gonna outscale you. You need to find a way to win the game because in an even game you can't really match against them. And with this type of a lineup, I think you could potentially do it.
30 seconds.
I'll hold you to that. I'll hold you to that. 5-man smoke for both teams, but they are across the map from each other. See if they choose to engage, if that's the plan. Currently doesn't look as though that'll be the case.
I think I see something.
Well, maybe Bach gets caught, but once the smoke breaks, he backs away from really anything he was looking at. His double board to kind of throw some shots over on the Q. But like I said, nothing and no one really worse for wear. How will they go about this in the side of Grey Track? They don't want to go down to the lower bracket this early on. They want to force a game 3. Definitely seemed as though their best efforts could have been with that Timbersaw in the last game, but I'm listening, Lacoste, when you tell me you trust the lineup they're bringing to the table this time.
I'm saying that this lineup can do it. Like, this is the type of a draft that is, I would say, like, fairly simple to execute with the group around, and I love the aggression immediately.
Here it is.
Level 1, Beyond, we'll get the first blood. That's a good start.
What percent did that add up to you now?
This first blood, oh yeah, as an offlane, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna own this game. Like, the good start. If you hit the first creep and you get the first blood, that's actual GG. If you have a free CS on the first creep and you miss it, it's gonna be a bad game. There's no coming back from that.
You tell that to Fogg when you guys are playing together?
He knows. I don't have to tell him anything. Also, the fact that they picked Death Prophet into Shadow Fiend is a bit of a tricky one. Like, this hero, like, always was considered to be good against Death Prophet, because what the hero wants to do is she wants to use the Spirit Siphon, be very annoying for you, but Shadow Fiend with the triple raise, you're always going to threaten a kill onto Death Prophet. Nowadays, you don't have that extra bit of a slow that you did have before, but still, that extra bit of a damage is definitely going to start to add up.
This mid matchup. See how it ends up really popping off as the game goes on, but does taking a lot of damage. XM not afraid of just throwing some of these right clicks in. First hit behind in the CS by one. Shackles onto Kez, but Shiro really not caring all too much. And Rico Baby now on the run from this Kez, who had used that Echo Slash a little bit earlier. It's a pretty long cooldown, level 1.
They can always go onto Kez knowing that there's not going to be any way of stopping from their spells from going off. So you can't stop Shackles, you can't stop Starbreaker. You can get some heal, but that's about it. And one thing I like from Vici Gaming's approach in both of these games from the offlane is they pick a support on the enemy team that is known to be a lane bully. And what they did is they picked Nature's Prophet against Bane, so you don't deal well with the summons, and now they picked Beastmaster, so Windranger can't trade against Undying on the side whenever you use Boar or Razorback nowadays.
Is this a name change you approve of?
Not sure why
Boar
that
to Razorback?
happened. Nah, I don't. It's always going to be Boar for me.
I think they should have kept it the old way. The new way, the Razorback. Let's see how it does for Bach. He's got the level 2 summon Razorback. XM in trouble, and by in trouble, I mean dead. Just getting that kill and throwing out that Crypt Storm. He's gone 2-0-2 and gets a solo kill on XM. XM, who was doing some decent bullying a moment ago, now ends up suffering as he's pushed all the way back to the brink and dies.
He brought all the right items, having the stick, having the Raindrop, and having a Fairy Fire.
Top lane, Cold Embrace, and Shiro goes after Beyond. Will heal up, tries to soul up Beyond. The damage doesn't quite seem to be there, but Shiro now needing to be careful about the shackles that'll come through. Beyond Celestial Hammer. The Echo Slash away, they still hit this Hex. They don't want to continue on for Shiro. They don't really have anything else to offer.
The turn around is very good. Shiro sitting on 11 1 charges, double Fairy Fire. Cold Embrace was coming off cooldown. That's going to be their way of sustaining in this lane. And they committed pretty heavily in the last fight, which means that Rico Baby is not going to have that much mana to work with.
See if they can take advantage of that. When we get to the nitty-gritty of the next few minutes. Do you think Jinkyu just leaves Bach here at some point? Because it's a Beastmaster, right? He should be able...
If Jinkyu leaves, like, again, if he goes back to streaming mode or something, like, oh no, please no, I'm really glad that he's back.
I'm not talking about retirements. We just got all these guys back, Lacoste. I don't want them to go.
Good, what was the question again?
You get one shot, one opportunity. No, I was just asking, how long is he going to stay before he finally bails out of this lane and gives it a solo?
Triangle, try to stack get the rune, and both supports making a move, so he breaks the smoke, tanks this gank, but they're playing with the catapult, executes them up and running.
Tombstone.
Very dead.
Can he at least get Rico Baby? No, he can't. Dust has another kill. This Exorcism, this Tombstone, all overwhelming. Didn't quite get it there. Not too happy about that as this tier 1 mid might die. They're going to TP in one. They've got a Winter Wyvern nearby. Power shot hits on a Rico baby. The Q's off to the side. They should be able to get a kill here onto the Shadow Shaman. They will. They'll put themselves on the board finally.
Yeah, these are some of the mistakes that we talked about between these two teams, where Shaman kind of gets isolated, gets killed by Wind Ranger with no points in shackles or anything. They have no stuns whatsoever. He still dies. Good blood grenade. They proc his, I almost said ulti, his foul play, and then they manage to still sneak in one extra attack. And this also relieves the pressure from the side lanes, where Shiro can farm safely, who is currently sitting at 37 CS. And bottom lane, they are getting a good amount of farm on Beastmaster as well.
Shackles on a Beastmaster, but the axe is flying through the decays. They're hitting the Razorback there. They even commit this blood grenade. Not really more to that, but here's the Winter Wyvern and range starts taking some damage. Shackles onto, well, Hero that can throw Shackles back, but won't be able to do so. In Jinkyu, meanwhile, Dust died to XM.
Couple of zombies.
And Y running away. Bach may be able to turn around to help out, but Q has some help with this dead shot, and he should be able to get this kill, but now into the cold embrace, extending what seems to be inevitable with the Shackles, followed up by Rico Baby, and they do get that kill and take him away. He's down to 7-minute shrine. Q comes in. He has to bail on this shrine, and it's going to be picked up by the Beastmaster, who's still short of getting this 6 for the Roar, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill anyway.
He's back. He's back immediately. Let's see how much time he's going to... Okay, he figured it out. He was just looking where he wants to TP. I've seen professional e-gamers not realizing that they are alive. The reason why it's so funny is because it also happens to me, so...
So you can empathize.
Yeah, I can relate. Yeah.
Fair enough. How often does it happen? Be honest.
It happened 2-3 times, and then you start paying attention. You need to, in settings, you need to, like when your hero respawns, you need your screen to shake and immediately move the camera onto your hero, which I usually don't have, but maybe for Undying, that might be a bad idea. Trying to wrap around Dust with another ulti.
You able to leave, but Solar Guardian, Tombstone all committed, and that's going to be a kill there on Bach.
That's Tower. That's also Exorcism with Arcane Rune. Let's see what they're going to be able to do in the top lane, if they can maybe put some extra bit of a pressure onto that tower. It's Kez plus Violence, so not the most damage.
Top lane tower is being attacked here. XM takes the mid-tier one. Just trying to put some damage on it. Nobody's really rotating over. They got the mid-tier one. If they take this top-tier one, they'll kind of open up that part of the jungle and maybe make it impossible for Vici to play a little bit more aggressive. Y is closing in on 6. Shiro's got his. Dust at 8. He died solo to XM. XM died solo to Dust earlier than that. But at the moment, net worth-wise, it is Shadow Fiend at the top by a couple hundred.
Vici Gaming still getting quite a good amount of farm on the map, putting this pressure onto the tower. You said that XM, he killed the mid tower and immediately moved to the top lane. This is how you, like, map is so big, there's one reason why these, I would say, all-in type of a draft, these sluggish, slowish heroes are not as popular because, sure, you grouped it around in the bottom lane, you took the tower, but the enemy team is still getting slightly more from what you got. They got a tower trade-off, but they're also getting extra bit of XP, getting extra bit of farm, because these are farmed relatively quickly. This is Kez, Shadow Fiend, who 2 shots the free play, moves back to jungle to farm it immediately. While Dead Prophet, she needs her team around her, so everybody's always going to be losing onto something, and you can see the network changing from 1K to 2K, which means that Vici Gaming, they got slightly more in those 2 engagements and those 2 trade-offs.
Yeah, slowly just kind of progressing towards their way, and the kills may have great track advantageous, but not exactly winning the game outright. They're looking for Bach again. You know, this Beastmaster could be a problem. Dead shot, and they're gonna just go for this tier 2. Can they force a reaction? Initially, it's Winter Wyvern who comes over, and we'll start to just take out these Serpent Wards, but now
XM
Dust
getting scouted.
Yeah, I was gonna say, does he see
But they
XM?
also
Do they
see
go
Dust.
for him?
There is Sentry Ward on the high ground.
Blood Grenade hit
Casual blood
3
grenade.
heroes. Might be the most impactful Blood Grenade we've ever seen.
No, you
terms
take
of
that back.
hitting 3.
You take that back right now.
Okay, I take it
Remember,
back.
face this void with blood grenade. Time walk, blood grenade.
Yeah. What was that? The Boxy Classic?
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I'm a 4 position, faceless void. Time walk in, blood grenade.
Especially level 1. Like, we saw some rotations to the mid lane where they're trying to make something happen where they time walk in and blood grenade. Dust.
And then nothing else.
Yeah, getting wrapped around.
Shiro's coming over. Raven's Veil, Echo Slash. Uh-oh, Rico baby. One shot. Everybody knows the rules, and he's going to be able to survive because the focus and attention is now on a Dust. They go to the Solar Guardian power shot. Solar Guardian drops down, but the Winter's Curse was there, and that will lock in the Dawnbreaker to get the kill on that. Q's dead, and they might even lose Rain Cloud. He's running away from Bop, who throws these axes and gets the kill. They also take out Rico. That's 4 kills around the map. What just happened?
They got outmaneuvered. XM is the one who does have Haste Rune, and this is something we talked about in the draft, where they don't have, like, the good Winter's Curse is always going to be very, like, Dawnbreaker, whoever gets initiated on, Dawnbreaker needs to be careful coming into the fight, knowing that potentially Curse is going to come out, which is going to be the setup. You're going to, instead of helping the guy, you're going to potentially even kill him. And now the game completely flips. Like, they had good first 10, 11 minutes, and then the trade-up that they got to this bottom move where they wanted to push the tower but also didn't want to commit. And now Dust, he's only level 9 compared to XM, who's level 12.
Something very similar to last game. In a way that it looked good early and now it's fallen apart. It went from 2 to 6,000. Like, Vici are in a great spot. Shiro looking to potentially make the jump. No Celestial Hammer means problems for them, but instead, looking for the Raptor Dance, they hit the Hex. They've got the Shackles. They've got problems for this Kez, but the Cold Embrace, can he get out from there? No, he can't. The Crypt Storm gets the kill on Shiro. Not enough. Celestial Hammer up the steps. Dark Silence. It lands on the Winter Wyvern. Wind run away from Jinku. He's trying to get out. Winter's Curse onto the Shadow Shaman. Jinku's dead, and so is the Shadow Shaman. It ends up being a trade. The Celestial Hammer on Innocence. He's got Cold Embrace. It's only level 1, so it really just extends an inevitable death if he stops himself. Looks at a courier, ends up dead.
Quickened enchantment, but it's still not enough. At least he gets something done, but on the other side of the map, they are getting good amount of farm. This is Shadow Fiend, who needs another 1,000 gold to pick up his Blink Dagger. Beastmaster getting to his big timing. This is Helm of the Overlord. They can kill this Helm of the Overlord. That's the thing compared to some other Helm of the Overlord timings. There was, I think, the fastest ever during the previous Dream League where Miero got it at 9 minutes or something, which was, like, what do you do? Like, you have this 2,000 HP dragon that is just roaming around and you literally can't kill it. But this time around with zombies, with Shaman Wards, Dead Prophet ulti, they can kill it, but a lot of that damage is also going to be spread. I don't think you want to be using DP ulti to kill it. You will take the 250 gold, sure, but you know, I'm talking about the ones in the fight. They're not going to pop the exorcism to kill the dragon, but they have what it takes to kill it.
Gonna be tough to do so, but 5,000 net worth lead, and Blink almost finished for Shadow Fiend, so maybe they get those Blink Requiems that help them push over the edge, and they almost have this Desolator for Shiro, so a couple of big items that are gonna be coming through for Vici Gaming. 16 minutes on the clock. Oh, Shadow Shaman's way far from that Blink Dagger. I'm not even gonna lie to you and say he's close.
All he needs is levels. Pretty much, and if he survives the fight, he gets the shackles. Mana, he was having some mana issues in the previous fight, and immediately into Roach Pit they go with this Helm with this Deso that was about to be finished. Needs extra bit of gold, but even the Blightstone from Shadow Aura, it's going to be a quick extra bit of minus armor.
Aegis picked up. Shiro gets that. What will they do with this Aegis?
They have a very strong timing. Once Deso is delivered, they have more than enough to kill the pretty much all remaining tier 2 towers. They can go as one unit. Why? Gonna place an observer ward inside the base. They scouted beyond. Let's see if they can maybe get something done here. Blink Dagger, Requiem ready.
Early deep ward, truthfully. But one that's going to give them a lot of information. They're going for 2 towers at the same time. Focus fire on the bottom tower. Shadow Fiend pushing the mid tower. They could just move over to that, and Jinkyu's actually going to go back towards top. Thought they might get both towers and commit to them, but only going for one. Solidifying the opening of that part of the map. And the creeps come in. They've got this Ancient Black Dragon, something you talked about. Solar Guardian is going to be used, and this is for just the support, which leads to this Blink Requiem and Raptor Dance. A TP attempt out here from the Dawnbreaker, but that's heavy commitment for a support Windrunner, and it ends up costing you 2 heroes.
And they're not done. Mid lane.
Oh,
Gonna roll
dying? And a tier 3 maybe?
Yeah, Cease's Dirge is available, but they need to regroup. They need to go together. This Aegis, still 3 minutes remaining on it, so they can group up. As I said, the all tier 2 towers are going to be on the menu. Maybe even push for more. Shiro, he's looking.
Grappling Claw, but gets Yules. And will not find the Death Prophet, who TP's out with success.
Radiant's courier.
Losing his courier. We have not felt his impact at all throughout this game.
Definitely
Obviously
not.
a later oriented hero, but he only has Maelstrom Falcon Blade at this point. Q. Tombstones himself takes a ward out. And now the shackles from the Shadow Shaman, but that's not a good spot to be in. Even with the calling, they'll get the kill. They don't kill Q. They used Exorcism as well.
Oh, they're falling
Yikes.
apart. This might be it. I think Vici Gaming, they feel how strong they are. They want to close it out. Potentially with this Aegis tier 2 tower about to be dropped. They still have Glyph available, but seems like they don't want to stop. They want to be pushing for the high ground. They have extra bit of heal coming out from Winter Wyvern, who did put an extra point in Arctic Burn. You either put it in Arctic Burn or you put it in Cold Embrace, but wants to have that extra bit of oomph. It is a very annoying spell to deal with, and the map is getting smaller and smaller. You can see them, Jinkyu, XM playing on the different sides, making sure that whoever goes for the next wave, whoever wants to play greedy, is going to get punished.
Rouse it or grouse it.
Nothing pay up, 20 minutes in. Tormentor's going to be available soon. Roar used, Rain Cloud in trouble. The Hawks are hitting, and they are not afraid. Oh, they attempted a TP out. Just very desperate, very ambitious, and very never going to happen.
Yeah, maybe a couple of years ago where they didn't have room to be able to TP out, but nowadays it is impossible to TP out against the Beastmaster. And again, right in front of the big objective, we've seen this happen in game number 1 where they just take the Roche for themselves. And now in front of the Tormentor and Q, if he shows in the lane, he's straight up dead. Reiko baby, he wants his Blink Dagger. Very close to it.
Smoke. And some movements. Who can they find?
They saw the courier.
And jump in. Grappling Claw. Shiro looks too farm for them to handle. And he's not even the top of the net worth. He just kills these heroes so quickly at the moment.
He basically two-shot him. Also having a medallion, extra -4 armor on top of that feels really good. Synergizes nicely with the mace there. Yeah, look at it. Just 500 damage and 700 damage, and he's done. 15k net worth, 21 minutes in. You know the rule.
If we get there.
If we get 1k gold lead per minute, the game is officially over in my book. There's no coming back from that.
Well, actually, there was that one time we were casting Vici, specifically, if you remember this from 2021, when they played LBZS, and they were down 40,000 net worth.
Oh
and
yeah,
they
outsiders
won.
from China.
No, I think it was LBZS then. I don't know if it was outsiders from China. I don't think outsiders from China ever had a lead.
No, they never won a game. They
They never had a net worth lead, dude. Like,
they
it was
picked up
worse.
3 bounty runes and they were in the lead. That was the only time.
Used to see that on the schedule and know it was a quick one. Sword Guardian comes in, Winter's Curse, just a little bit too late. They do get the kill on the Shiro. And he will lose Rico, baby. Good trade for Grey Track. But can they stay on the rails? Shackle connects. But now the Blink, the Requiem, it connects on a 1. But the BKB, it's running out, and XM wants to get away. Doesn't want to be near these Serpent Wards, and they will jump and disengage for the moment as this exorcism is still going on for the side of Grey Track.
Yeah, this is what we said. If they're the ones controlling the map, Vici Gaming, they will need to choose where they want to take the fight, because you drop down the Tombstone, drop Shaman Wards, you can't really take the fight. But they'll find the perfect time to target. They kill off Kez. He does have a BKB, but doesn't get to click it. And then Shadowfin, this was a fight where he has amplified damage on him and still unable to deal the damage. They need some extra bit of a control. There was no roar. Curse was good. They killed Shaman, but other than that, still managed to get something done on the map. He looks very dead.
Yeah, not looking good for him. And he will be taken care of very quickly. It's been stationary at this 15k for a couple minutes or so.
Also, this is very exploitable, knowing that you have so many long cooldowns. TP ulti, Shaman ulti on top of that, Dawn. Some of them are coming off cooldown, but seems like they are ready to take the fight. Everything is resetting for Vici Gamers. Shiro, gotta be slightly more careful, knowing that they can still burst them, but this time around the formation is much better for them. Why? In a good spot, but eventually use the person immediately if they decide to jump in. Silence.
So let's look at the BKB this time, ready to go, and isn't getting jumped immediately, so he can survive on this one.
They're just buffing them up, all the auras. Beastmaster, he did pick up AC, there's Vlad's coming out for Jinkyu. Like, they want to close it out.
Definitely do. BKB picked up for Dust. He's having an okay game. He's 4-2 in 3. Not the worst in the world. Just really aren't, like I said, we're not feeling the impact from the carry. Muerta has not really given enough.
No, I don't know if we can see the damage numbers, but her damage, I think it's sub 5k in this game. Maybe even sub 4, I would say.
Whoa.
That did some damage in the laning stage, but nothing too crazy. I think this is where most of the damage would even come from. Yeah,
Wow,
3k
almost
damage.
sub 3k.
Yeah, both supports also sub 3k, sub 4k damage.
That's not a good sign.
Net worth to damage.
At all.
That's a pretty good and read how the game is going.
Yes. Trying to TP out. We'll do so. It's a stat they used to show on the Perfect World stream when we were covering China for them. They really love net worth to damage.
It's a good stat. Dust still trying to push out the wave. What about maybe using it one more time, but Roshan earlier respawn. Shiro's gonna be the one picking it up, and then he can siege the high ground. This is such a strong scaling lineup here in Team 2 can scale, and I love that Jinkyu's also realized, like, I can just buff up my teammates. Look at all the extra armor that they have coming out from Vlad's Ancient Black Dragon Aura. That's extra 3. Then Medallion of Courage that you can use on your allies that Jinkyu does have, and also thinking about getting the Solar Crest, increase the attack speed. They just want to go in and kill those buildings as fast as possible.
Always a big fan of Lacoste in-game sound effects.
If I don't say it, then it's gonna be stuck in my head. You gotta get it out of the
Gotta get it
system.
out, no filter.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I say it, bunch of dumb things. Mid tier 3 also gonna be in trouble. And there you're gonna try and smoke and backstab. This is so tough. And they will exorcism, they will blink in. They've got the Hex, they have the Shackles onto the Shadow Feet, but the 4-staff out. Dustin's dead immediately. Never stood a chance. And they will get Rico Baby. Look for the Requiem on top of Rain Cloud. They will find Q, and they will get themselves 4, now 5. A full team wipe here for Vici, and a GG call, as Vici will take the series 2-0.
It's so much right-click damage and so much damage armor I like the idea of their draft in the second game, but it wasn't really enough. Like, you could feel that they were ahead in the game at one point, but this type of a draft requires an insane amount of coordination, or you need to be able to execute almost perfectly, because the map is so big it doesn't allow enemy team, because if you're running with your DP with 2 supports, so first 10 minutes, 11 minutes was pretty much out of the like textbook example how you need to play with these type of drafts, and then they kind of broke when they were trying to push the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane, where DP got scouted. She was trying to go for the backstab, maybe give an extra bit of information with that inventory that she had, but not enough. And then this move, I think this was a good example, even the 5 stars of this, it just wasn't enough. Like, where you feel you need to have something, and let me see that again. Yeah, that probably goes in 1, 2, 3. Actually, 2 shots like that.
Oh my god. Oh boy, that was a quick death. Pez early on was hitting so hard. Minus armor, everything they had in conjunction was great.
XM, another great performance coming out from him.
Yeah, really good from XM.
Great track. It was a nice try, I gotta say. It was something that they tried. I said that this type of a draft, they need to be able to execute perfectly.
Right.
It just wasn't there, but yeah, Vici Gaming, a higher caliber team, expected result.
Yeah, definitely expected results. 22-11, dominating XM 7-1-2. That only death was that solo kill from Dust over mid, and then he got one back, and he never looked back. And you think about Bach, and he was also 4-1-5. He had an open lane. He did everything he could, and you'll see XM, standout player. 870 on the XPM, 767 on the GPM. But a great game overall and a great series from Vici. But it's the first step to a TI qualification, and now a step into the next step in a bracket, right? These were the expected results in the first round. Now it gets more difficult in this upper bracket semifinal. And we'll take a look at the results that happened from today, as we saw Refuser, Resilience, Yakuto, and Vici, all the teams that basically you expected to win, they win. Or they won, depending on how you want to...
Expected results. I thought Yakuto Brothers against Game Master might have been a closer series, might have been a 3-game series, but they kind of broke down. Like, it was, definitely was. Even though the drafts, I got to say, looked good, but it just wasn't enough. The execution wasn't there.
So you take a look at the bracket. As you see, Roar, Cloud Rising in that lower bracket, and then Game Master Grey Track. So they got 1 life remaining. And Refuser Resilience will be here, and Yakuto Vici, as they're up in the upper bracket. That's where it gets more difficult, but you're 2 BO3s away from getting yourself a potential qualification to TI. 2 spots here for both spots. There's one in the upper bracket, one in the lower bracket, and tomorrow's schedule is going to be Roar, Cloud Rising, Game Master Great Track, and then Refuser Resilience in the upper bracket, Yakuto Brothers, Vici in the upper bracket as well. It's been all 2-0s today so far for China, and I do wonder if we're going to see more of that as the bracket continues, but I kind of expect both upper bracket semis 3 games.
Yeah, we're going to see more even games now after the first round has been concluded. Yakuto Brothers against Vici Gaming, that's going to be the game of the day because Yakuto Brothers, they're an underdog in this one, but also showed relatively good performance earlier today that, that I thought at least could have been a 3-game series. So I would say even slightly overperforming, but they're going to need to bring big guns when they're going to be playing against Vici tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to see if they can pull that off, if they can pull that out. It's going to be a long day of games, I think. This one was pretty quick. It's the first round. It's kind of expected. There was one 60-minute plus game, and that was the first game of the day. I think as we got towards the third and fourth series, R2 series, they were pretty quick. Both games all pretty fast. And, that's pretty much it for you. Day 1 of the Chinese qualifier. I believe there's 3-4 more days of this. It's the 15th to the 18th, and that's going to be it for us in day number 1. We're going to see you guys for day number 2 tomorrow. Come on back. More Chinese Dota. Enjoy it. We'll see you soon.